There you go,
as much as
Honestly, I
possible.
would say like,
Oh, it's
all the
11:30.
branding would
11:30.
just say McElroy and then
Yeah,
just slash it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to PAX Unplugged.
Mics are hot.
I wasn't just in the middle of a conversation. No, of course not. Welcome to TTRPG Music Storytelling with Song. My name is Arcane Anthems. You can call me Weston.
Hi, Weston.
Hi, Weston.
I write free RPG music for the community. I also do fun, silly D&D parodies. We have a full panel of bards up here, and I promise you not one thing is going to happen to a dragon. We will be okay, I promise. So welcome out, everybody. We are so stoked that you decided to spend your morning with us today. I would love to introduce our panelists because we have a lot of great, amazing, cool stuff to talk about. On my very left here, we have Jenny D, actor, writer, director, singer, songwriter, cosplayer, model, TTRPG performer, and terrible yo-yoist.
True.
Jenny D.
It's very true.
Next up, we have this wonderful person over here, an incredible musical artist sharing the stage with the likes of Migos, Logic, Tyler the Creator, Wu-Tang Clan, Ludacris, and recently name-dropped by Nardwar, Nerd D, everybody. Keep on moving down. We have a lyricist wonder rapping about Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering faster than what should be humanly possible. Deemed a level 20 bard by Matthew Mercer himself. This is Denkles, everyone. And at the very other end of the table, a prolific TTRPG composer with 20 albums and EPs, over 15 hours of music. I wanted to think about 15 hours of music. A normal album is what, 12 songs? It's like 36 minutes. So that's like 24 albums worth of music. Creator of Music D20 and Burrowbound, Will Savino. We are so very excited to be here today and to talk about the amazing place that TTRPG music has in our community. I think it's something that's often overlooked because we sit in the background so often that we become side characters. No, we are honored if we are your side characters, if we are your bards. We love that. Spotify Wrapped just happened, and we all got to see how many of you are listening to our music. And I can't tell you how often it pops up that you forgot to turn on private listening. And so we end at the top of your lists for your 5-hour D&D sessions. But we are so grateful for it, and we love you for it. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I have some fun questions to ask our esteemed group of panelists here. And I also want to provide some time for you to ask questions. So if you have questions as well, feel free to kind of be noodling those while we are going through here. I want to start today, though, by talking about music and asking our panelists, what are you listening to? Ooh. Right?
Right now? You, currently.
I mean, yeah, okay, sure. And I'm sorry for that. I have kind of an alt-rock background, so right now I'm listening to, like, Set It Off a lot. I love Set It Off.
Nice.
They're fantastic. But I don't know what y'all are listening to.
I'll do the boring answer, which is other TTRPG music.
That's not a boring answer,
No,
that's the right answer.
I don't know,
we
there's great
do.
folks in this space that are not at this table. My buddy Askey just released a great new album, and I really like Ella Morana's music, and our friend Ian, aka Tabletop RPG Music, he got there to the best possible name for an artist.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all inspiring, because that's what we're all doing in a certain way.
And there are dozens and dozens of TTRPG artists, which doesn't sound like very many, actually. We are a small community.
Dozens.
There are tons of tens.
But wow, like we could fill a stage, 4 times over with the amount of people who are trying to contribute music to this community, and we're so grateful for that. That's a great call out, Will. How about you, Denkles?
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Ginger Root, which their genre is aggressive elevator music. So it's very funky. It kind of makes you feel like you're in like the 1980s, early 90s, like Japanese city pop type of vibe. And I do this cool thing where I hyperfixate on it, and I think I got into them about like a month ago, and they are at my like top played for my wrap up for the year. So that tells you anything. They're really good, but like I just sit on repeat, and I'm like, yeah, I could hear that like 6 more times, and I do that 12 more times after that, and so a lot of city pop.
City pop. I got to look into that. All right.
So, oh, go, no, please.
I was just gonna, so that I'm not the one that it ends on because I have a bad answer. What I've been listening to lately is Carly Rae Jepsen and the Stardew Valley soundtrack. So, just not related at all.
Oh, that's amazing, though. Mine's not related either, so I guess I'll be the bad answer. Mine is polyphia. Like, I have just...
Polyphia?
Polyphia. I don't know how
Yeah.
to say it.
No,
That's why I was like,
fantastic.
look it up, don't sound dumb.
Maybe it is pronounced polyphia, and I'm the dummy. I
I've
don't know.
never heard them say it. But I just been like, I came across it on TikTok. I know so many people get introduced to new songs on TikTok now. And it was ABC with Sophia Black.
Yeah.
And I was just, my mind was blown. And then now I've just been binging everything. I've never really been into crazy, just pure instrumental rock before. But now, like, being in a part and like doing this, I've been hooked.
Well, there's something really special with polyphia that we can talk about with melody and like the role that melody plays in music making, and how in TTRPG music it's this very subtle thing. I'm sure Will can speak to this. Where like as a musician you want to have melody in there, but also you don't want to distract you all from your game. So it's this balancing act, right, Will?
It's awful. I mean, it's
It's awful.
if you write a great hook and your goal is to make music that people will specifically listen to while they're playing a tabletop game, that hook just ruined the session. I mean, if it's really good, right? Because they're like, oh, let me listen instead of paying attention to my GM or whatever. So it's always a balancing act between making music that people really want to vibe with and engage with, and something that, you know, takes a bit of a backseat. And I have no self-control, so when I write a good melody, I would publish that, obviously.
We're not going to say no.
There are definitely, we have colleagues who are smarter about toning stuff back, and I'm just like, no, we're gonna go bonkers sea shanty, and you're gonna like it.
Yes. We need more bonkers sea shanties.
Yes.
Oh,
agreed.
so I'm gonna write that down on my list. I gotta write some bonkers sea
The cartoon Bobcat bonkers
On the-
sea shanty.
On the other side of the coin, we have Denkels here, who just wrote a D&D parody to that Polyphia
I was gonna
song.
say, yeah.
I
to
know,
that
I know.
Polyphia song,
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
I was like, oh man, that goes fast. I can match that. I can match that tempo, and so I did it with all the what was it, status conditions in combat. Not everyone because there's too many, but enough to make it sound really fast and impressive, and then post it.
that was the video that I saw originally. That made me
So
listen to the
inspiring.
original song.
There are certain videos that I see of Denkels's that I'm just like, I give up. Like I'm done. Speaking of not giving up, name. I'm curious because this is our job, right? We're in a unique position where our job looks very different than what other people's jobs might look like, right? So what is a simple joy that you all get out of being a composer, or a songwriter, or a producer?
Let me think.
For me, it's me sitting down with my like delicious drink in the morning, and kind of like just like going through some emails and things, and then I get to pull out my piano. I'm like, what am I gonna write today? It's that idea of that like blank sheet of like paper, where at first that's the scariest thing there is, right? But for me, that feeling has become this wonderment of like, what's going to come out of me today? Like, what's going to happen today? What am I going to threaten the world with today? I don't know if you all have those moments.
I think for me, since music is just a portion of what I'm doing, and a lot of my week to week is more focused on like YouTube videos and like administrative nonsense, when I get to make music, for me, that is just like a moment of pure self-indulgence. The only reason I make music, it's not like, people tend to like other things I do more than they like my music. So when I make music, it's because I really want to. I made an entire album last year of like deadly, murdery mermaid songs because I just love that a lot. And
Yes.
yay, you love it too. Yeah, and that wasn't like a smart business decision per se. It was just something that I really wanted to do. And getting to work on that was like every time I got to work on that album, it was the highlight of my week. Like just being able to do something that I'm really passionate about and that I love and that I'm doing 100% because I want to do it.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We need more murder mermaids.
Yes.
In general, for sure. I think one of the simple joys, so I make a lot of my hip hop, a lot of my music is like TTRPG inspired. So I'll be talking about it within the song. And one of the simple joys that I have when I'm making music, or just when it comes to this job, is when people, they'll hit me up and say, I played this for my table. Or before our session or after our session, we listen to this every time. Like we put on 20 Cha and we just dance around the table just for fun. And I like to be able to know that my music is bringing people together in a hobby, in a love that for me when I was like growing up was not a cool thing to do. And to think that people are like having better friendships because of the music I make is actually pretty wild. It's the best part of the job.
That's rad.
It's great getting those reactions and comments of like, oh man, this is cool. This is something I can relate to. When my writing style, complete opposite to Wes, where he's like sitting down, got his drink, he's like, oh, this is gonna be great. I hear a song on the radio or I hear a song come up my playlist and I get this like feral mentality of like, make something, do something. And then I go into my notes app and just make a thing and I write so much stuff. And then I'm like, all right, cool, I'll make this. And then I post it and I'm like, wow, this is very niche. No one's gonna get this. And then someone's like, what? I'm on this side of TikTok? And I'm like, that wasn't a side of TikTok, but sure, yeah, of course. Do you want more of that? So yeah, it's more of a feral mentality of, oh, this is an idea. I make it, and then that's it. And then I just post it, and then I get it out of my head.
If someone hasn't called you the weird side of TikTok, what are you even doing?
Are you even on it? Like, that's what I'm saying.
I like finishing stuff. You know, my workload and workflow are such that like I have to make a lot of music every week, and like I just do that, and it feels great to just be like, cool, render, finished, it's done, and then years later I look at what's become of my life, and I'm like, well, I have a bunch of music, and it's cool that I made that. And then end of the day, press render, wife comes upstairs, hey, listen to this. All right, that's cool. Then on to the next thing, because there's always more music to write. Because we got to get to hour 16 or whatever the hell you said.
Oof. Yeah, I often think about like what we do now as a job and trying to explain this to other people. But I'm curious what your younger selves would think of you doing this now. Like, did your younger self see you in this position before, or is this something that your younger self would be like, what happened? What happened?
We all have the same answer, right? We're all happy.
Yeah.
And all of our younger selves would be like, wow, that's dope. That's a job. Okay, cool, man. Right on.
Yeah, I didn't think that you could do this as a job. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's like, hey, you got to learn to I don't even know, do construction. People, I'm just going to say, I grew up in
Thank you,
Rosebud.
construction workers, by the way.
Please do construction.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Construction workers.
I was going to say, as growing up in Rosemont, Minnesota, people just assumed I was people assumed I was going to rap or play basketball, in fairness. So I kind of did that. But I think my younger self would be like, wow, you get to rap about what you want to rap about? There's a place to rap about professional wrestling and Dungeons and Dragons and cartoons, like I mentioned, Bobcat, the Bonkers, the Bobcat. People like that, and you will make money doing that. That's incredible, and so they'd be really excited about that. I think.
That's so rad.
Little baby.
My younger self would be like, you're not playing on stages? I don't understand. What do you do? I'm playing on the world stage. In my house with my pajama bottoms on is what I'm doing.
That's the best stage.
Are there anybody when you were growing up, was there anybody in your life who you can attribute some of your success to, or somebody who was a mentor for you, or you can kind of look back and be like, yeah, I'm grateful that I met that person because of that person I am.
Oh, 100%.
At PAX Unplugged.
Yeah, this really cool person named Arcane Anthems.
You can just
great
shove it.
Inspiration and just motivator for letting me just make content and make things that I want. That's my answer.
Matt and I met back when TikTok started, and we've been making collabs and things ever since. I love you. I love you, Dinkles. I love you so much. Anybody else?
What are we going to say? I can do better than that.
Are we all going to
somebody
say
else.
Arcane?
Yeah. Weston, I swear, it's him. He's the reason. Every music teacher, right?
yeah,
I mean,
I was gonna say that.
I spent way too long in music school, and if anyone here like wants to do this as a job, you know, you can go to music school if you want, but oh my God, you don't have to go to music school. Please,
You do not have to go to music
no,
school.
oh my God, no, God. But you know, mad respect to the composers and whatnot who taught me in music school, because so much of what I learned from them, but didn't have to. But I'm glad I did.
What did that person do for you? What did that teacher do for you? Did they just provide a space for you?
So much of it was giving, you know, I could give really boring stuff about, well, they taught me about, you know, counterpoint and harmony and stuff. But the real thing is they all said the same thing, which was, don't do music as a career if you can do anything else. That is really good advice, and I did do some other stuff, and I was like, cool, I guess we're doing music then. Well, that was a very good lesson that turned out to work okay, because it turns out I didn't want to do anything else, and oh wow, okay, well if that's what narrows it down to follow your passion and make friggin' D&D music, then like, cool, that worked.
I go back to what you were saying, Jenny, about music being something that we just have to do. Like it's something that is, we don't have a choice, Will. It's within you, and you don't have to do it full time as a career, right? You can make fun, amazing music, and you can make fun videos, and you can do all that stuff without it being a full career.
Construction.
Yeah.
You can do construction.
Construction is cool. Please.
and also play guitar. You can do both those things. You can live that life. But I cannot do construction, so that's where I
just
sit.
believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Musical construction.
No, you know, I got noodle arms.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say my high school choir teacher specifically, Mr. Alba, Mr. A. I know you love Twitch, so like, that was a joke. He's really not into it. But no, honestly, I was a different kid. I was odd and I was strange and I didn't always fit in, and that sometimes can make you angry and bitter. And instead of letting that fester, he was like, "Why don't you channel that into music? This is a place where you can do that." And I know that a lot of people in our community specifically have felt that way in some form or fashion. And to have someone be able to kind of aim you in a direction that's more positive was so helpful. And so I think about that regularly. Mr. A, you're the
Shout out to Mr. A.
good job, Mr. A. Embrace the weird in yourselves. You know, to a certain degree. But it's those things that, like, maybe as a little kid, they do come off very abrasive, right? And so society tries to beat those things out of you, but when you start to nurture that weirdness, all of a sudden it turns into something like nerdy here, which is phenomenal, which is so amazing. Anybody else have any? No.
I just feel like I have a lot of really small moments throughout my life that sort of like brought me here, not like one person that like totally changed the direction. But I mean, I had a great high school choir director. I joined choir to make friends. That did not happen. So I learned that I loved singing instead. You know, just there's stuff like that happens, I think, throughout your life that can just sort of reinforce things and guide you a certain way. I can think of, you know, a dozen just names of people who made maybe one impact once that ultimately led to a long chain of things, you know.
Super cool. Look out for those people in your lives, because they exist, and
We can be those people.
And I was gonna say be them, yeah.
Reach out to us.
be those people for other people.
Yeah.
That's cool. Nerdy, you talked about how growing up you didn't feel like you fit in super well in Minnesota. I'm curious about us now having community, and being a part of a community is so important. It's vital. Like we don't exist without communities, which I'm not going to get emotional. I will not be emotional about this, but I'm so
Let it out.
grateful for the support of this community in letting us do things that are weird and different. But what is it that you bring to your communities that's maybe different? In what way do you connect with some of these people that you're proud of, or that drive you?
Ooh, I can start, and then I have a very specific kind of bent. Because I don't do music specifically like for a game. Like you're not playing nerdy while you're doing any sort of TTRPG, but it's kind of for the before, for the after, and it brings stuff. I think what I'm able to do with my music, which I love so much, is bring this community into other.
I mean,
What are some things that you like to do, Will?
yeah, I love cooking. I play a lot of video games, which, adjacent, but I love to travel. God, this feels like I'm like doing a dating profile right now.
I'm so glad you caught on to that. That's exactly where I was taking it.
I mean,
What's your ideal date?
the best career decision I've made was, in addition to doing my TTRPG music, I also work with a team of creators on a project called Burrowbound, where we make full cities for D&D and other tabletop games. So it's like we have maps and lore and NPCs, and it's all. God, I'm not trying to pitch it. The main thing is,
You can pitch it.
No,
it's
no.
okay.
I do the music for that, but I also do all of the writing for it. So I'm writing like 50 pages of just, here's like quest hooks and characters and, background lore and whatnot. And being able to structure my week around, it's basically like 2 days of music, 2 days of writing, 1 day for getting my life in order. And that's my work week generally. And it makes me so excited every week to go back to music, because I've oh God, this is gonna sound lame, but I've diversified my work, and that makes every part of the work feel more fulfilling, and then it all feeds back into it. I get inspired by the text that I'm writing to make music, and then the music's like, oh, what if there's a city where there's goblins in the sky? And that's great. That's so helpful to be doing other stuff if you can figure out a way to not just be like, oh, I'm super. I mean, Weston, this is so your thing too, because there is the pure tabletop music, put this on while you're gaming, and there's also here's a pop song parody, right?
Yeah.
That's two very different sort of skill sets.
Sometimes you gotta write a parody. You really do. Because here's the thing, is that when you're inspired by other musicians, and Matt was saying this, there's a feral energy when you get that earworm, right? And you can't get it out of your head. And as a creator, you're like, I can do something with that. It's just like Goblins in the Sky, right? Which I want a full album of Goblins in the Sky.
Oh, we did it.
haven't stopped
That's
thinking
live.
about it since you said
Goblin
it.
in the Sky album is live. It's called Group Jit Jit. I'll plug it there.
Goblins in the Sky?
Yeah, Goblins in the Sky.
Burrowbound. Get it while it's hot?
Sure, yeah.
Does it cool? I don't know. But yeah, when you get those earworms and you want to do something with it, you have to get your paws on it. So it's being able to be diverse. What other diverse things, where do we draw from? One of my favorite things that I heard while you guys are waiting to speak. I'm the worst. One of my favorite things I've heard was from Andrew Wong, who's a big YouTube songwriter, amazing creator. And he said, I don't have to worry about creativity anymore. He says, and because I don't worry about it.
Ooh.
I know it's going to happen. And there's this mentality out there that creativity is this limited thing. It's this special thing that falls from the sky. And that's a mentality thing. If you think that creativity is that way, it's going to be that way.
Wow.
But if you start to believe that creativity is everywhere and in everything and in you as well, it changes the way that your brain thinks about creativity. All of a sudden, you don't have to just be inspired by one thing. You can be inspired by literally everything. You can go outside, look at a leaf fall off a tree, and be like, I can write that in music. You know, I can make a 57-second track with that leaf falling down. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say, like, making a song out of just your everyday life can be inspiring, of like, I threw a burrito in the microwave. You sing it to like a tune or something, and you're like, oh wow, I'm gonna go record this. And then you may not post it, but like, it gives you an idea and an outlet to then just make something, and then it gets like the gears going to then create other things, or if you were like, things that aren't D&D, like doing other stuff, putting together like Gundam model kits and stuff like that, just because it's like a puzzle but three-dimensional, and you're like, I gotta cut this plastic and Dremel it down and all this stuff, but then you're like, I can make that a song, like cut, Dremel, well, just stupid stuff like that you're like, this sounds stupid, but then you make it and you're like, yeah, it was. But you feel creative after you did it, and that is just a little bit more like fulfilling as you do that just throughout your day-to-day life. I find that helps with just creativity overall, because it doesn't come just from the sky like the goblins do. It is, it's just everywhere.
Yeah, I once saw somebody refer to how if you think of creativity as like a pond, and as you take water out of it, the pond gets lower. That's really stressful. That's very scary. You feel like every bucket of water that you take is like a resource that you're expending. And they, whoever this person was, I don't remember, they were encouraging you to think of it more like a river, and you can go down to the river and get a bucket of water anytime, and you might not get the same water. Like if you go back in a month, you're gonna get different water because it has rushed past, but there's always gonna be more, you know, and you don't have to feel like this sort of preciousness about like the water that is rushing by while you're not there. And that was really helpful to me, because I definitely have that feeling of like, oh God, if I don't do this thing right now, I'm gonna lose it, or it's gonna be too late, or whatever, which is not conducive to creativity.
No.
Yeah, that's for real.
There's this idea of abundance, right? It's a river. I love that so much. That's absolutely fantastic. In this river, when we go down to the river to pull inspiration, where do you generally start when it comes to writing music?
Ooh.
Where do we start as musicians?
The very beginning. It's very.
It is a very good place to start. Yes.
Big piece of paper that just says "the" at the top.
And some of these.
And some of those.
And some of these. Honestly, though,
Yeah.
The hook for me, when I'm thinking of like writing a song or making a new thing,
Can you tell us what a hook is?
I can. It's a hook is the thing of the song that is gonna make people listen over and over again.
Brings you back, one might say.
Yeah, it brings you back.
You would say it hooks you in.
Yeah, it's that part of it. So when I start writing a song, that's the first thing I think of. Then I build everything else around it. Or if it's not the specific hook, it's what is the theme of this song? What is the general thing? So for example, like for 20 Chop, a song about, it was like a let me holla at you song. You know what I mean? You know those old, the music videos where the guy would be dancing down the street and some poor woman's just trying to get to where they're trying to get to. And they were just like, ooh, you're so fine. Like if, as we've all heard that song. But like, what if you did that, but you used Dungeons and Dragons imagery?
Oh, that's
you know
so
what I mean?
good.
And so that's where, then I built everything around the concept. I think that's how I usually start. Like, find the thing, find the hook, and then bring everything back to that hook.
You remind me of like that SpongeBob meme where he draws the entire face to draw a circle. Like,
Yes.
You erase every, you start with this story
Yep,
and this
yep.
whole movie in your head, and you're like, let me just write a song about it.
Yeah, that's exactly how.
That's real funny.
That's so funny.
I always just start with improvisation. Like every day, whatever I have to be writing or I want to be writing or I'm feeling inspired by, like no 3-minute orchestral whatever is ever going to come fully formed. So I just kind of sit at the keyboard or with the guitar or whatever and throw my fingers at the keyboard. And often I'll just take the first idea. I mean, maybe that's how I ended up with so much music, is I just don't throw anything out. But if you just always start with, let's just see what happens today, which I think is maybe easier with pure music than with words. I mean, if it's instrumental, you really can't just be like, well, those 7 notes sound good. Let's let's record that and move forward, which is a little more difficult for writing text. But if you just start every day, very methodically, I do my Chemex coffee, I walk upstairs, I turn on my computer, I respond to my Discord messages, and then it's like, okay, let me just throw my fingers at the keys for 20 minutes and maybe record it, or maybe just be like, we'll see if any of that sticks. I mean, that's the inspiration can come. Oh God, this is gonna sound like the inspiration can come through you, right? Like that's where it comes from. Sometimes it's already there, and it's your job then to pick apart. Oh yeah, this part that I came up with here, that was good. Let's structure an entire track around that. But you'll never know it until you get it out of your fingers.
That's real.
That's awesome. That 10-minute principle of being able to just do it for 10 minutes.
You just treat your art like a craft. Like it is art, right? Like it is creative. It is work that's important, and it can be high-minded. But so much of it is just the diligence of, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm not gonna watch YouTubes. I'm going to actually open up my audio software. I'm going to start playing. If you can get that far, it's sort of like, when you're in high school and you're writing an essay and just writing the first dang sentence is absolutely impossible. To harken back to SpongeBob again, right? That's impossible. So don't skip that part. Open everything up. Just start playing. No pressure. Let the juices flow, and then take it from there.
What advice would you give somebody who is maybe in this audience or in our live audience that they haven't made music before, but they feel like it's inside of them? What do they do?
I'm going to give 2 completely contradictory answers here. One is, don't worry about anything. Be the outsider making art who's just like, I've never touched a guitar. Let's just friggin' go and make something awful, because you'll never make something good your first try. So just truly make something terrible and bang on pots and pans. Who cares? That is a very viable way to make music, and it's how a lot of us have started. I mean, God knows, I bet half of us were doing that in elementary school, right? Yeah. Just start there. It's never too late to do that. And then the other, which is completely contradictory, is listen to songs you already like, and just try to figure out how they work. Get a keyboard, whether you can read music or not, who cares? Just listen, see if you can even figure out what note was that singer singing. Just try to match pitch, maybe sing along. Try to just noodle around. You need surprisingly little instrumental fluency or ability to do that much.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bad at a lot of instruments, and I write a lot of music because it doesn't matter. All you need to do is just figure out the basics, and then you'll really quickly reverse engineer. Here's how music works. I took a lot of music classes. It was all great, whatever. What was so much more influential was having no friends in middle school, and then listening to iTunes, because we used to listen to iTunes, and I would just sit at
Be lonely?
Be lonely is how we all got here, I think, right?
Are you lonely
Are you
enough
lonely?
to be a
You guys have
musician?
friends?
That's really what it comes down to, everybody.
Be lonely, put on iTunes, try to figure out how to play a song on the keyboard, and then you're like, oh, now I'm starting to understand. This is like a chord. This chord goes here, and if you want to read stuff, whatever, read stuff. But I really don't think that's that important.
Well, you can see by literally all of us being like this, that it starts with nothing. It starts with bad. And that's great. Celebrate the bad when you're beginning at something.
Every time someone asks me how to do anything, I always tell them you just have to start doing it first. You can't get better at something until you actually start doing it. And I think people can get very caught up in feeling like they're not ready to do something. But especially with ongoing creativity, like making music or making video or writing or all these different things, you are going to get better as you go. So just start somewhere, because you can't get better if you don't start.
If you have a phone, that's where you start.
All you need.
Honestly, these things are so much more capable than my computer was when I was in middle school.
My iPhone has GarageBand on it.
Yeah, literally.
What?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? This was new to me. I'm sorry. It's just like, what? That was like my first 8 years of musical development. Was like, well, I'm not going to pay for any software because I'm 12, so I'm going to use GarageBand. That's how I became a composer. And now it's on your phone. Okay.
I did want to touch on that because that's amazing advice, and I'm curious what advice you received or you gave that impacted you a ton. Was there a person who maybe told you something? For me, it was that mindset piece. When I was able to switch my mind from this scarcity, I'm terrified I'm not going to be able to create, to this, no, creativity is everywhere. Creativity is all around us all the time. What is your advice? Your best advice given or best advice received? And it doesn't have to be best, but good, reasonable,
the
we're
number
talking C+,
one
B
best
minus.
advice that cannot be topped by any other piece of advice in the world, as you wanted to give, would be, I don't know who gave this to me, I think it's just an amalgamation of everything I've been told, but you make what you want to make, and if you don't make it, it won't exist. So one of the first things I made was a song about getting new dice, because I was like, oh, I want new dice. And there was a really popular trending TikTok song that had no audio, and I was like, oh, cool. I'll just use that, because I don't know how to make music that well. So I did, and then I just made it, and I was like, oh, cool, made that. I didn't feel like posting it, and then I was like, well, okay, I'll post it. And then that blew up and went crazy, and I was like, oh, cool. So people do like these things. If I hadn't done that, or if I hadn't made it, then yeah, you would have just had the idea and been like, oh, this is cool or whatever. But if you don't act on those things and you don't push yourself to then create, it will just kind of just fade away into forgetfulness, and you just won't have anything out of it. So if you have an idea, make it. If it's bad, it'll get better. Just make more ideas. That's how it works normally, and that's the best thing I could say to myself when starting, and with just everything else everyone's told me as I've made more stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your first song blew up on TikTok?
Yeah. That's, well, before,
Be
I
also
thought
your
I was
first
gonna
try,
be, I thought I was going to be a crafting TikTok channel. I was like, I'll make dice boxes, and I'll carve wood and stuff. And I was
You
like,
can do construction.
yeah, I can.
Okay.
But then I was like, oh, well, I don't want to make, I was like, I got to promote my new dice, so how do I do that? I'll make a song about new dice. And then I made that, and I was like, oh, I'll just do that instead. That's easier. Much less splinters and stuff, so.
Oh, dear. Anybody else?
I mean, I read this thing way back. I don't know if anybody here has ever heard of Spider-Man. But there's and it might seem a little convoluted, but honestly, I really hold it with me all the time. It's just with great power comes with great responsibility. As musicians, music so often is the most powerful thing that happens. If you see a scene without music, it's great. You put amazing soundtrack behind it, suddenly it's the thing that everyone thinks about. They hold on to it. So if you're going to be making music, make sure you're doing so in a way that is going to uplift and change as opposed to destroy and separate. It's so easy sometimes to alienate others and kind of push away. But if you could take your music and find a way to get people together, I think you have a responsibility to do that. Obviously do what you want, make the music that you like, but think about, how is my music going to be used? How are people going to be using this to be better and kinder and more inclusive, or not? And if the answer is not, then maybe not work with that. You know what I mean? Maybe go over here, a different space. So I think that's something that every time I make a song, I go is this going to make someone's life better or worse? And if the answer is worse, then maybe I don't share that one. I can still make it for me because I need to get it out, but maybe don't share that. And I think that's important. For me, anyway. That's the best advice that I read.
That's huge. Yeah.
Waka waka.
Coming
Shout out Ben Parker.
coming off of this idea of making sure, because music is powerful, right? It at least to me it is. Growing, music makes me cry. I am not afraid to admit that. Sometimes I'll be writing a piece of music and I'll listen to it back and I'll be like, oh, I love that. And it's stupid because you did that, you dummy. but for me, it's a kind of a feedback loop, right? I go to the theater and I listen to the scores and I'm crying, and because it affects me deeply. And maybe I'm not the only one. I hope not. But as songwriters, it's important that we are trying to use our music for good. However, I am very curious what your toxic songwriting trait is. And
I know what mine is.
okay, do it.
When I was writing my Mermaid album, I tried to write every single song in F minor, and and my songwriting partner Blake kept being like, I would be like, okay, here's what I'm thinking for the next one, and he would be like, this is F minor again, right? And I think that I can get really stuck in a sound. Like, I was trying to write a whole album that felt the same way to me, and my brain was like, cool, feels like F minor. And I think that's actually why I think I am much more of a from the guts musician than a from the music theory brain kind of musician. And that's why I work with someone on most of my music who is very much a music theory person, because he can balance out the weaknesses that I have. Because yeah, I'm like, oh wow, I've been listening to nothing but Billie Eilish, and now everything that I write sounds like Billie Eilish, but worse.
That's hilarious. Anybody else?
I have a thing that I do that I didn't know that I did it until my wife pointed it out, but anytime I'm making combat music or boss music for a video game or whatever, 2/3 of the way through the track, when I myself am running out of ideas, I always do a thing that my wife calls the will breakdown, where it goes into halftime and it gets real hard for 8 bars and then just switches back. And I think it's oh right, I spent all of high school in ska bands with no friends. Duh, of course. But so now she catches me on it. She goes, Will, that's the will break. You've done it again. That is again the will breakdown. I was I'll come up with new ideas. I'm sorry.
you got to get that angst out somehow. I love that.
I think my toxic music trait is I will make 6 songs and no one will hear them except for my friends. I'll be like, hey guys, I just made this, check it out. And they're like, oh, this is awesome, when are you gonna post it? I'm like, what? yeah, sure, I'll post it, and then I just don't. So I need to probably do more posting on that, but otherwise I'll just make so many songs that no one hears, and it's just me. And I'm happy with it, but I should also maybe share those because other people will like them. Yeah. But yeah, I should share those more
What's
often.
stopping you? Is it shyness, or is it...
A little bit of that, but also I'll make it, and then I'm like, done with that, and then I'll forget. And then just not actually do anything else with it, just because it was an earworm that was catchy, and I was like, I just got to get this out of my system. Got it out of my system, showed it to my friends. That's my brain thinking, oh, I posted it. I didn't post it. I showed it to my friends, and then I'm like, man, everyone's eating this up, and it's just 4 people. I'm like, oh, cool, yes, yeah, that's.
Nah, man, that was the group chat. You need to get that elsewhere.
Yeah, so if I just tell my
Promoting is,
friends when I share that,
It's the least fun part.
Yeah, the fun part is making it.
Yeah, promoting it is a whole thing. I think my toxic trait is I love ad-libs so much. You're making a song, I will have, if someone wants to make a whole album and just let me come in and be like, yeah! Woo! I try to make myself laugh in the ad-libs, so I'll listen, you'll hear someone be like, science! It's not helpful, it's not industry, it's not, but it's my favorite thing to do all the time, and if I could just do that for a living, I would. I have to make a whole song, unfortunately.
ad-libs, the album.
But if I could just make a whole song, I'd be like, yeah, ooh, yeah.
You should sell a sample pack.
Oh
You should
my
just
God,
record
yes.
1,000 of those. I would
want you on
sneak
my
them in
keyboard.
everywhere.
Just hold on. We're gonna do it right now. Right, here we go.
Huh. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that one had some link to it. Yeah,
It's a leg.
that'll be $5, guys.
Yeah.
I would get that sample pack yesterday.
Oh, man.
Oh dear. Okay, my face legit hurts right now. Last question that I have for you all before we maybe jump into some of your questions. Feel free to go ahead and stand up, and if you have questions, we have 2 mics on either side here. If you have a question, feel free to pop on up there, and you can ask it. It does not have to be music related, but if it's music adjacent, that would be great. If it's not, whatever. So as musicians, as creators, what do you look for in collaborators? What do you look for in brands? What do you look for in these people that says, oh yeah, I want to collaborate with those people?
I think the first thing I would say is patience and understanding for who I am as a person, with the ability to be like, hey, you know what you're getting into with me as a person. I will make a pun about anything you think about. So if you're like, hey, show this product, I'm like, hey, that product rhymes with like 60 things that I can make a fun thing out of. Are you cool with that? And they're like, yeah, let's go. And I just go at it. So I think
Toxic traits was the last question.
well, some say toxic, I say fun. But I think being able to collaborate with somebody that can just get on your level of just being like, hey, you vibe, I vibe, frequencies. And then like, that's the biggest thing that I look for, just to be able to like get the gears going and just start right off the bat. Like you, Wes, we could do the thing. And it's fun.
Oh yeah, just do the thing.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Just meet deadlines.
Collaborations?
Just meet deadlines. If we say we're going to do a thing, just do it.
Just freaking do it.
Sorry, I'm going to be
Yeah.
real. I'm going to be
That's
real
real.
stickler there. It's
Yeah.
so,
Or communicate.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Right? Like
right.
having that communication. Like, yes, deadlines are super important, but then if, a week
Yeah.
before you're like, hey, I don't think I'm going to meet this day. Okay, great. Let's figure this out,
There's like a trap for music where it's like, oh, I do music, or I'm involved in like the tabletop space. Like, this is like fun stuff. It's fun stuff. It's like, it totally is. You're right. But like, you should still be professional.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and
Absolutely.
There's,
Yeah.
I love it here, but there's a lot of unprofessionalism broadly in the tabletop creators space, and that's fine. But I don't want to work with it. That's all.
Yeah, similarly, I think I was going to say specificity, because if someone approaches me and is like, I'd love to do something together sometime,
Oh, gosh.
it will never happen. Like, I would much prefer, when you reached out to me, you were like, here's a song that I did a short version of. I would like to make a full length one. Would you like to be the other voice on this track?
Say that.
And I was like, yes, 100%, A+. All I have to do is just like sing the words and send them to you, and it's like good. That's exactly what I want. Is I want a project where it's like, here's what I want to do. Do you want to be part of it? Because then it's much easier for me to decide whether or not I want to be part of it. Whereas there are plenty of people, over the years, like dozens of people, either I've said to them or they've said to me, I'd love to work together on something someday, and just nothing ever happens.
Yo, that is the realest thing. I was gonna say that. I was like, the best thing you could do if you want to. First of all, a lot of people that are like super big will be more likely to collaborate with you if you have a plan already.
Yes.
Because they're just busy. So it's not even that they don't think you're cool or don't like your content or whatever. It's just that like, yo, I have like 1,000 things to do. And if you just say like, hey, do you want to make a song? I'll be like, well, yeah, but like about what? When, like how? So if you come in with like, I have this idea that I think you would be great for because I've listened to your content and I can, and then it's in your vein wheelhouse. More likely they'd be like, oh wow, that's great. I can do something with this. So when I'm looking to collaborate with people, it's like first of all, you listen to what I do, you know what I'm about, and you've brought me something that is already formed, even if it's like a half-formed idea. Like we've been talking about doing stuff. We're like, hey,
I got some questions to ask you
yeah,
afterwards.
yeah, like, we were talking, so it's just like, hey, this is the plan. This is what we think we can do. Is that something you'd like to do? That's being ready and researched is a great.
Informed.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's absolutely great advice for anybody who's wanting to work with creators and who's kind of intimidated to do so. The more specific you can be, the happier we are. Because it's easy for us to say yes or no. It's not like, maybe. Let's go and start over here. Feel free to give us your name, and then we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sarah. Lovely to see all of y'all. Don't give me that look. I want to
You're in the shadow, so I can't see you.
I want to respect everyone's time. I had 2 questions, so I'll leave it up to you. Do you want the serious question or the fun question?
Both.
Fun. Serious.
All right, I'll start with the serious one at least. As like creative people, there is often an idea of whenever you create something, it's often made for other people to see and digest. And as creators, that can lead to a lot of burnout. So what, in your opinion, is your most favored method to balance between creating for other people and creating for yourself?
For me, it's the thought process of there is art that I make for the algorithm, and then there is art that I make for myself. And just having that separation is a great place to start, because you can be like, oh, I'm doing this silly thing. I'm not gonna, if it's for the algorithm, I'm not gonna put my whole heart and soul into this nonsense, right? But I am gonna do it when I realize this is for me to grow. And for me, it's a mindset split, where if I know I'm doing this for the algorithm, it doesn't mean I'm gonna do a bad job on it, but it also doesn't mean that I have to pour my soul into it, and then that soul is devastated when it gets 200 views or whatever.
Yeah,
That's so accurate. The moment I finish a track, I'm like, this one is gonna do nothing on Spotify. I just know, because the way that playlists work, it's really easy to know, like, oh, this is a niche that nobody actually wants, aside from the person who really wants it. And like, I'm gonna nail it for that person who wants it, but the more out there a track is, like when I made a Flying Goblin album, like, no one asked for that. And for the couple people who are doing a Flying Goblin campaign,
I am looking that up after this.
they love that. They love that, and it's great. But I'm like, no one's gonna listen to this, and that's fine, because one for me, one for you.
Yep.
I love that mindset. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate you. Over to the side.
Hello, my name is Freedom. That's my real name. Just saying.
Freedom?
I apologize as I stumble through this question because it's a little nuanced. As creators, who have turned music into their business, how do you find your niche, especially when you're overwhelmed? For example, when I write music, I'm going from deathcore to indie to jazz to neoclassical ambient stuff. How do you find direction when you're trying to make this sort of business work for yourself?
I mean, what makes you the happiest? If it's doing all of it, then figure out a way to do all of it.
That's what I do. I mean, I do, some of my music is musical theater, some of my music is pop, some of my music is some of my mermaid songs are like, what is that? I do think, to that point, my music could probably be more commercially successful, even just in our little niche, if I had one thing that I was doing, but that wouldn't be fun for me. So I think identifying where that line is for you, what kind of music do you think that you will be able to make excitedly and with a lot of energy? And if it requires variety in order for you to feel that way, then embrace that, and you're a person who makes a variety of music,
And we're not just saying that. Now, with subscription services like Patreon, people support artists. They don't necessarily support this type of music anymore. So if you are able to make yourself into the person that people are rallying around so that you create music, that's a different way to think about it, right? Because then you get to make amazing music in whatever genre you want, and you'll have a group of people who want you to make that music. And that's never happened before. This is so awesome that we can live in that time. So when you think about it in that mindset, I hope that's helpful. I don't know if anybody else is.
I do have one thing. So depending on what kind of algorithm, this might be more technical answer, but depending on what kind of music you're making, if you make a song and it fits in a certain type of genre and your other stuff doesn't, that's fine. You can place it either on subscription services or things in whatever genre that it is. If you put one album out and it has a bunch of different genres in it, make sure you take each single and put it in the category that you think it's gonna be in, and then just wait to see what catches. It's like fish. It's like fishing. Just wait to see what catches, and then when you see something catches, then push more of that.
Yeah, if you do want to do one genre, then you just make a bunch of genres, and then you see what people are into.
Exactly.
Sure. We're going to do some lightning round here. Thank you so much, Freedom. Appreciate you.
I should have taken a notebook.
Right over here.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I've been really into watching Rob Scallon's videos talking about weird instruments, and I want to know if there's any weird instruments or sounds that you guys would love to incorporate into some of your work. The hurdy-gurdy and the theremin come to mind.
Weird instruments.
It's technically not an instrument, but I had made a song. It was in one of the Critical Role books, they had a shanty list, and they didn't have any lyrics for it. And I was like, oh, I'll make one. And I didn't have a drum that I wanted to use, but I recently got a VR, and the box was empty. So I just used the box. And I was like, oh, it doesn't sound loud enough. So I put a tambourine on the bottom of it, so it had some jingle to it. And so I kind of taped the tambourine to a VR box, and then held it up to my mic and hit it. And that worked. It was good. So there's not a name for the instrument though. So if you want to name it, you can. But it's just. Yeah, it's a
Great
damper.
question,
A,
Melissa.
VR
Again,
Marine.
construction.
Okay, all right.
Over here.
Hi, my name is
build.
Nando. Thank you all. You've been very inspiring with what you said so far. My question is, why tabletop RPG music and not movie music? You mentioned scores, bringing tears to your eye. Why not video game music? You mentioned that. Why do you choose TTRPG?
Underserved. I mean, there wasn't I mean, I love tabletop gaming, and there wasn't a market for it until recently. I mean, some of you may have heard of tabletop audio. That's just a guy named Tim from New York who made a bunch of, shout out Tim, I mean, he rocks, but like, that's just a guy who was like doing this for years before most of the rest of us. And then I started doing this on the advice of a pal who's now my business partner, but it's just, people play D&D, and unless you want to, don't use the Skyrim soundtrack, please, but you know, if you want to use Lord of the Rings or whatever, like that was there, but it's different. Just make music specifically for this because it didn't exist. That's
I mean, I was going to say, when you take something you love and then you combine it with something very different that you also love, that's magic. That's where that like spark happens. And for me, it was this. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you.
I think we have time for like 2 more, so we'll lightning round it again.
I apologize if this one's a bit of a downer then. I suffer from depression a lot, often. And during those times, I have extreme difficulty even going to the river of creativity. Feels like I go there, I got the bucket, but the river's gone. So with that being said, do any of you suffer from depression when you're in that creative mode? And is it, like, how do you overcome you want to create, but there's literally nothing there? You look at your workstation and go, screw all this.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I may-
I feel like I'm talking too much.
No, you're good. It's good. I was just gonna say, the best thing I would say, and this is just a personal opinion, is that don't push yourself through something that you need to live through. You know, sometimes we get so product-minded. How do I get through this depression so that I can do X, Y, Z? Take the time to focus on yourself and your health and the people that love you, and take that time. Music will be there.
It is
There's
okay to
time.
step away.
Yeah, the music's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You do not have to push yourself through it in order to get to the next thing, because sometimes that creates the problem and it exacerbates it, because then you feel like, I should be doing this and I'm not, and now I'm worse off. So if that's where if you're in a season where that's happening, like, take a second, step back. The music will be there. The creativity will be there. Focus on yourself. Obviously, if you have the resources to be able to talk to people that are professional, that can help in those moments, please do that. I think that that's the best thing you can do. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just like from a very real, like if this is your job perspective, because I've definitely had those moments where I'm like, I have to make something because that's how I get paid and how I pay my mortgage and get groceries. But also I feel like there is nothing in my brain and like nothing good will ever come out of me again. And I think that's why it is so, so important, especially if you want to be a self-employed, self-driven creator, to make sure that you build work that allows you to take that space and that has the flexibility for you to just be a human around your work. Because I think there's a tendency, especially when you make your own job, to just, you go from working 9 to 5 to working 24/7 is like what self-employed people joke about.
Yep.
And that can be incredibly dangerous for your mental health. So just be aware of it.
Well, that is absolutely all the time we have today. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much to all of you. We're so appreciative to be able to be up here and to make music for you. We are honored that you include us in your games. Feel free to, we're going to clear out this room here. I am going to be outside if you want to say hello or whatever it might be. You guys can do whatever the heck
Oh
you
yeah,
want.
I'm gonna hang out.
Same.
Yeah,
Same.
But
let's
again,
chill.
thank you so much.
came
Have
with
a wonderful rest of PAX Unplugged.
PAX Unplugged, we did it! Woo! We out here!
Okay. Nope, not okay. Maybe okay? Is it working? If I talk real quiet? And then we'll now turn it on more. Turn it on with enthusiasm. Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us for round 1 of the Omegathon. We have 12 Omeganauts sweating in the seats over here. Who's calling me and why? Oh, that was my alarm to remind you guys that round 3 got switched back into this theater tomorrow. So I don't want it to snooze because that's going to bother me in just a minute. We'll turn it off. Live TV, I guess. So we have 12 Omeganauts. If you haven't seen the Omegathon before, don't know what this is, and you accidentally ended up in this room, these 12 fine contestants all agreed to come up here and play games for your pleasure to be eliminated, where only one of them will make it to the final. Well, 2 of them, I guess, will make it to the final round. One of them will make it through the final round. And the prize is tickets to any PAX. I'm going to say any PAX Australia because that show's back on. And you could come back to that show if you wanted to. It was really fun. But any PAX that they want to attend. The second person has to come back and do this all over again. Huh, Smash Me? Yeah. But today, we're going to bring our 12 up. We're going to play some liar's dice for round 1, which should be a good time. But they requested a family photo, so we're going to bring them all up right now to do our family photo on stage. So if you're out here and want to take pictures, you can. But come on up. Let's, tall people in the back, short people in the front. Here's all our 12 Omeganauts. Stop, you're our center. You're our post in the middle. There we go. Either side, either side, either side. I like that you're pretending you're a back row.
I'm wearing heels. My head hit the thing on the airplane this morning.
There we go. Detective. That works. I don't know why I'm holding a mic in the picture. I'm going to get rid of this. I hope there's not a speaker behind us.
I've got the close-up.
Competitive eyes. Look straight at that bright light.
Right? Are you God?
Your eyes will water.
I am actually.
Are there people out there?
The glow from his aura around. All right. So let's get our first 6 contestants to sit down, and then we'll just explain liar's dice so that we know. All right. First chair, way down over there with the dice that I think are blue. Did I lose it? No. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, grab a seat. Catherine Annie, come on into the next seat. M-I-V-M. Did I do that right, M? Did I say M-I-V-M right? This is me attempting to get names the first time. Manta Magma. Manta Magma. Mandos. And then our final contestant, Exploding Lobster. You go sit for a minute. All right, so liar's dice, if you've never played before, is pretty simple. They have 5 dice in their hands currently. They're going to roll those 5 dice. We'll just start down here with Mr. Rogers because this is this end of the table. Mr. Rogers will say a quantity of a value of dice. So maybe, I think there are 3 2s on the table. And then we'll move down the line. And to keep it simple, all we're doing is upping quantity. They can change values if they want to. So next would have to be more than 3 of some kind of dice. And we are playing 1s are wild. So if there's a 1 there, it is wild. Any last questions? Good, because you all had a chance. I would have answered them. Oh, the Cookie Brigade gave us our die. So if you look at your dice, you'll notice that there's a cookie. That's the 6.
All right.
Y'all won't be able to see it, but they can. All right, go ahead, shake up your die. All your die. Shake it right by your microphone. And then shake it to the other side of your microphone. It's like an ASMR die rolling. All right, roll. Remember, keep them hidden. Don't let the other people see them. Don't throw them off the stage. Now peek inside. All right. Mr. Rogers, what do we got?
4 5s.
4 5s.
6 5s.
6 5s.
8 4s.
9 4s.
10 twos.
11 threes.
Now we'll pause here for a minute. I'll give you a second to think, Mr. Rogers. At any point, you can call the previous person.
Call.
Oh, like that. So we were at 11 threes.
Yep.
So please, everyone, expose your dice, and we'll count up how many threes we got. No threes here. No threes here. What three here? 3 threes. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That means Exploding Lobster, set 1 dice aside. You're down to just 4. And then you are our first person to call this next game. Go ahead, give them that ASMR roll. Love. And roll them out. Keep them hidden.
3 sixes.
6 fours.
7 fours.
11 twos.
'Call.
Okay.
Yeah.
11 twos. Let's count up our twos.
I got 4.
No twos. 3.
4.
4, 5, 6, 7. None here. 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
So close. All right, M, set 1 aside. There we go. Go ahead, roll them out.
Seven sixes.
7 sixes.
8 twos.
9 fives.
Challenge.
All right, we're counting up our 5s. I'm going to start on this end just for fun. 0 5s here. 2, we're looking for 9 5s. 1 here, that's 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10! Exploding Lobster, get rid of 1 more die. You're down to 3. Our first person to lose all of their 5 dice, that's who we're eliminating. Keep that in mind, Lobster. All right, lay them out.
4 fours.
6 fours.
7 threes.
9 fours.
10 fours.
Challenge.
For 10 fours. How many fours we got here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, Mando loses 1 die. And roll them out. I saw it, but no one else did. It's fine.
It was a dice.
It was a cube. All right, Mandos, you're our first call this time.
3 fours.
3 fours.
4 fives.
6 sevens.
6 threes.
7 fours.
8 fours.
9 threes.
10 twos.
There's more than 10 die on the table.
Ones are wild.
Challenge.
All right, we're going for 10 twos. So set your twos out. What do we got for twos over here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 10. Mandos, slide 1 more die out there. The crowd approves of you losing a die. All right, roll them out. Mandos, we're back to you for the start.
3 threes.
4 fours.
6 5s.
Seven threes.
That was so confident.
8 3s.
8, what number was a lot of?
3s.
8 3s, 8 3s.
9 4s.
9 4s, says Manta.
Challenge.
Calling 9 4s. Calling 9 4s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. Mando's down to only 2 die. Start it low. Just call one. One of something, Mando. Make them work. Oh, if it's stacked, take it off.
We rolling?
Just give it a flick and it's a thing.
Got it.
All right. Oh, yes, roll. All right, Mandos.
5 6s.
5 6s. To the lobster.
6 3s.
6 3s. Exploding lobster. Mr. Rogers says
7 2s.
7 2s.
Call.
Called. We're looking for 2s. 2. None. None. We're at 2 3. 4, 5, 6. Mr. Rogers, please remove 1 die from the game. And roll.
Five 4s.
6 2s.
8 3s.
9 3s.
9 3s.
Challenge.
Challenged. All right, let's see. We're looking for 3s. No 3s here. 3 3s. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, just to drive it home. Oh no, Mandos, you're down to 1 die. No, because they need to know how many dice. That's brain power they should be using. All right, roll it out. You could try to look down the table and see. Sir Detective. All right, Mandos.
7 5s.
7 5s. Exploding lobster.
8 5s.
8 5s. So much math happening right now.
I'll call.
Called. 8 5s is what we're looking for. Let's see how we're doing up here.
I have 2.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
There were 9.
10, 11, 12. All right. Mr. Rogers sets 1 aside. Roll 'em out. If you look close, all their hands are shaking and they're just rolling dice.
Wicked bad.
Mr. Rogers, what do we think?
Five 4s.
6 4s.
No hesitation.
7 5s.
8 5s.
8 5s. Pass it right on. Poor Mandos has to make this decision now. We're at 8 5s. How are we feeling? You could force this onto lobster, try and get 1 off a lobster, and bring him down to your level.
Challenge.
All right. 8 5s is our number. None. None. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh! Mando survives! All right, roll those out. Manta, you're our lead. Whenever you're ready. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Manta. Manta Magma.
Yeah.
That's what you said I should call you.
That's one of them.
One of them.
3 5s.
3 5s.
5 6s.
6 6s.
6 6s.
7 4s.
Call.
Called. We're looking for 7 4s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, roll them out.
Six sixes.
6 6s. That look, did you mean those two numbers?
I'm not calling you a liar, but I'm calling that a lie.
Calling that a lie. We're calling it already.
What was it?
We're looking for 6 6s. How many 6s have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. 6 is on the table. All right. Roll them out. M, you're our start.
I'm going to say 5 2s.
5 2s.
6 5s.
7 3s.
8 3s.
8 3s. That's a big number. That's a lot of die. Just one fewer than last time. 8 3s.
50-50. There's a. Call.
Called. 8 3s. Let's start on this since you're the one here. We're at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 3s. Slide one more out, Mr. Rogers. There's not a lot of die left. I told you I wouldn't give you numbers, but it's not a lot. All right, roll them out. Mr. Rogers, you are our lead. Opening us up with a guess of
5 5s.
5 5s. That sounds reasonable.
6 5s.
Unreasonable.
How many do you have? I'm gonna
6
call.
5s. It's called. All right. We're looking for 6 5s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5.
Good at this. Yeah, she's good at this.
Every time. All right. Roll them up. Roll them down.
5 6s.
5 6s.
6 5s.
Hey, that one was last turn.
It's always right, though.
What do we think, Amandos?
7 4s.
7 4s.
Challenge.
All right, we're checking on it. 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4 4s. All right. Give Mandos a huge round of applause. Vandos, you get our first Omega Naught medal. All right. The rest of these 5 Omega Naughts will be back a little bit later tonight. Mandos will just be in the crowd to jeer. Now, how'd I do for guessing how long that game would take? Right what I thought. I was guessing 25 minutes. We're at 20. That's not bad. All right, let's get this group up here. Sitsabu, come on up here. Chair number 1. Boulder Dash, chair number 2. Sitsabu, I got it. Yeah, you're my number 1. You're my number 2, Boulder Dash.
2?
Yeah, you're my number 2.
Except me.
Hold on, I got to make a note so that I remember what happened. How do I say it in the right way? Because I said Sitsabu, but that's not right.
Oh, Steve.
Steve.
Steve with a B, kind of. No.
That's
I'll write it down
okay.
later.
I'll put it down right now. We can do that. While Stylus comes up.
S-T-E-E-B.
E-B-E. Steve. Stylus. Come on in. Enjoy this chair. Wow, a bug! Come on up, wow, bug. Mithy. And then, in the in seat, in the hot seat, last year's runner-up, let's get Smash the Kins on the stage. If you dethrone the runner-up in round 1, your chances of making it to the final round go up exponentially. I'm just made that fact up right now.
I'm not sure how that math works.
It's an exponent. They're weird. Most people don't understand them. All
Mine
right.
are like way off the table.
Now, we've got plenty of time, so we're doing well. And I don't think that we're going to change any of the rules. I thought about it, but I think that we're good. I think
All
this
dice are
works.
wild?
So we're going to go this way. So shake up these die. We'll start down here, Steve, with you as our group. Roll.
Eight twos.
8 twos.
Dang.
There's a lot of die. on
9
the table right
fours.
now. 9 fours.
10 fives.
10 fives.
11 twos.
I'm going to challenge that. All right. Challenge. We're looking for twos. How many twos we got here? 3.
0.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
I got a fake 2.
11. A fake 2. We'll take a fake 2. All right. Mithy, set 1 die aside.
Right. Oh, no.
Roll them out.
Oh.
Not like that.
Uh-oh.
Here, I got it. Reshake them all.
Party foul.
We knew it was going to happen. Someone had to do it. They made it through the first game without it happening, and I was impressed. Hats off to you 6. All right, Mithy.
Started out with 8 sixes.
8 sixes.
I'm going to go 10 sixes.
Bold. Plus 2 more 6s?
11 fours.
12 sixes.
12 6s.
Yeah, that's the number. Challenge.
Stylus challenges. We're looking for 12 6s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Stylus, set one aside, please. Autobots, roll out. All right, Stylus, you're our initial caller.
Four fours. 8 fives.
6 threes.
7 fours.
7 fours.
8 fives.
9 fives.
Jumping around here, huh?
Stylus is like, me again?
10 fours.
10 4.
I'm going to call.
And called. So, fours. 2, 3.
Oh, fours or 0.
Oh, no fours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 10. Stylus, go ahead and slide 1 out. And roll.
Six threes.
9 5s.
10 5s.
10
Calling
fives.
it.
Called it 10 5s. Let's start down here to see how many 5s we have.
I have 2.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Ooh.
Well done. That was lots of 5s. Set that away, Smashley.
I'll take that one.
And roll.
Six twos.
8 5s.
9 5s.
Feeling real confident now with that last number, huh?
Oh.
10 5s.
It's a definite
11 5s.
11 5s.
No way. No way.
We used up all the 5s last turn, guys.
Yeah.
We're at 11 5s, Mithy. What do we
I'm gonna
think?
call that.
Called 11 5s. Cookies aren't wild. You only have 2.
Those are 6s.
Those are sixes. Cookies are 6s.
Oh.
You have 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and none. One set aside there. All right. Wow, a bug.
6 6s.
6 6s.
7 5s.
8 5s.
Guys, there's other numbers on the die. 8 5s. We're at 8 5s.
Can't prove that.
I think they're weighted.
9 3s.
10 5s.
Ooh.
Call.
Called. 10 5s. We're looking for 10 5s. None. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Silas, slide another die out. Don't go against the 5s is the rule, apparently. If they say 5, don't call it.
Never.
If you say 10 5s, they can't even call you. It's just a number. We know it's on the table.
It's the rule.
It's for reals. What number do you really want, though, Stylus? Don't let me influence you in any fashion.
6 5s.
6 5s.
Yeah.
7 5s.
You know I gotta go with 8 5s.
8 5s.
9 5s.
9 5s.
10 5s.
10 5s. There's the number.
Call.
Call on 10 5s. Is the spell broken? How many 5s have we got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10 5s. You don't mess with it. Boulder Dash, just like I said, call 10 5s. No one will mess with you.
7 5s.
6 5s, 7 5s. They're going to do it. Somebody's going to call 10 5s right out the gate soon.
8 5s.
8 5s.
9 5s.
11 5s.
Calling it.
All right. 1.
You're trying to win the game, dude.
I'm trying to have a good time.
No, that one doesn't count. That was your thrown away die.
Just trying not to throw away.
Yes.
I want more.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I had to do it.
You had to throw one.
The
All
spell
right.
is broken.
That was it. 5s have no more power.
No 5s on these
Someone
dice.
had to take it upon themselves.
All right, Mithy, you're our opener.
6 4s.
8 4s.
9 4s.
10 6s.
Maybe 10's the number, not the 5.
Oh
I don't know.
Call it.
All right, we're looking for 10. Holy cow. Well, there's 6 of them. 7. None. None. 8, 9.
Oh!
10 is not the number. Boulder Dash, set another one aside.
And 4.
All right, roll them out.
All right. 6 6s.
7 3s. 8 6s.
9 4s.
Liar.
All right, 9 4s is called. But is it really called? It's really called. Hands up, 9 4s. No 4s here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mithy, toss another die.
You did this to yourself.
5 2s.
6 6s.
7 6s.
8 2s.
Which one? Which number was good? That's the question.
How are we feeling, Stylus?
Someone's nervous over there. I see it.
9 6s.
9 6s.
Call.
Called. All right, let's get your 6s. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but not 9. But you're still in this, Stylist. You still have 1 die.
Uh-oh.
How low to start to make someone else get something they have to call?
4 4s.
4 4s.
5 3s.
6 6s.
7 5s.
8 4s.
Call.
All right, called. Let's see our 4s. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 8s.
Sorry.
It was very close.
Boulder Dash getting down to a few die as well.
6 2s.
7 2s. 8 2s.
I'm going to call that.
All right, we're calling our 2s. We're looking for 8 2s. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. None and 9. All right, Mithy down to a final die as well.
These dice was cursed.
The chair.
Could be the chair.
4 5s.
4 5s, says Mithy.
7 5s.
7 5s.
Me. 8 6s.
No.
There's 3 6s. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9. Boulder Dash lose another. That's another one down to 1. 3 people down to 1. Think how much easier it is to roll, though. You don't have to worry about them bouncing off the table.
Oh.
Just trying to fill that time, Travis.
5 5s.
6 5s. 7 3s.
8 6s.
Liar.
Ooh.
Can't you be cool?
Ooh.
Cool.
We're going to start on this end to count it up. We're at, what was our number? Now I forgot. There was so much trash
I
talk.
don't
Mithy, where were we? 8
I
6s?
like this. 8 6s.
8 6s.
No, you know what? It's 2 6s.
2 6s, I'm sure. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh.
All that trash talk. Lose a die.
6 5s.
7 5s.
8 5s.
10 5s, just do it. You could go out on a 10 5s.
8's the magic number, you know.
Call.
Called. All right. We're looking for,
This is it.
we've got 2, 2,
Wow.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boulder Dash. That means you are our second eliminated Omega Dot. your medal, sir. Give Boulder Dash a huge round of applause. And the rest of our Omeganauts a round of applause. We will be back in here tonight for some categories. Let's see, 4 to 5. So just a few short hours. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the next little bit of PAX.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. How do we do for time now? Now I check the actual time. Okay. Now I have to figure out how to cross people off.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, but
Mike
good.
is live.
Hello.
Hello.
And with that, I think we may be about ready to begin. Are you all ready to hear about some Dragonlance? Hello, my name is Jeremy Crawford.
Hi, Jeremy.
And my flights went fine and were not in any way changed. My name is Amy Dallin. I work at D&D Beyond as part of our video team, where we love to shout about the cool stuff going on at Dungeons & Dragons. And it is my great pleasure to be stepping in for Jeremy Crawford today to introduce this panel of fantastic creative individuals who have brought us this new experience of the combo Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen book and Warriors of Krynn board game. So first of all, thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
We want to get as much info out as we can, so there will not be an opportunity for Q&A at the end of this one. Thank you so much for your patience on that. And with that, I think it is time to turn to some intros. Rob, would you please tell folks who you are and why we might have you on this particular panel?
My name is Rob Davio, and I'm one of the 2 co-designers of the Warriors of Krynn board game, which, hold on, lift with the knees.
There you go, lift your legs, not your back.
Which is a companion board game to go along with Shadow of the Dragon Queen, also playable on its own.
My name is Bree Heiss. I'm an art director for Dungeons and Dragons, and I've worked both on D&D and on Magic, and I was the art director for Warriors of Krynn.
I'm, yeah. Hell yeah, Bree. Hi, I'm Dan Dillon. I'm a game designer on the tabletop design team at the D&D studio for Wizards of the Coast, and I worked on a lot of cool stuff in Shadow of the Dragon Queen.
Yeah.
So let's start at the beginning of bringing together these 2 game experiences. Is there a particular origin story for this version? So for instance, Rob, how did you get drawn in to work with this team and put together a board game to go with the next D&D book?
Yeah, it was a few years ago. I think it was in 2020. I got an email from Wizards of the Coast. I had done 2 different projects. I had done, when Avalon Hill was still there with your team, I had done a Betrayal Legacy game, Betrayal on House on the Hill Legacy game, and had helped a little with the Scooby-Doo version of Betrayal. So I was known there. And I got an email from, I forget who it was, Ray, I think. And he just reached out and wanted to take a call and sort of pitch this idea of they're going to reboot Dragonlance, and it's a war. Dragonlance takes place in a war environment, and there's always a chance for big battles. And in fact, in the original Dragonlance series in the 80s, one of the modules, 8, I think, I have it, was just a war game breaks out in the middle of the campaign. And what they wanted to do this time is they said maybe we could do something where we, right from the beginning, design a companion game to go with the role-playing game. And was I interested? And I couldn't say yes fast enough, because I got into this industry because I fell in love with D&D when I was 11 years old. So this was kind of a dream come true at a personal level. Get to check that box. And worked out some stuff. I brought in Steve Baker, who was a person I'd worked with at Hasbro, who did Hero Quest and taught me everything I know about tabletop miniatures and war games. And we started working on the game in fall of 2020.
Who introduced you at 11? How did you find D&D?
I was at summer camp. Yeah, I'm the exact age of the kids from Stranger Things. Like, it was 1981, I was at summer camp, and I walked away loving D&D and X-Men comics, which I discovered there. It was a very big week for me in my, in my career, it turns out.
2 correct decisions.
Yes.
So as you were working towards that, was there a moment where it was like, all right, next up, it's Dragonlance, and what's exciting about working on Dragonlance for you, Bree?
So for me, I came back to the D&T team. I got to work on 5th edition with a whole bunch of lovely people. And one of the first projects in coming back to the D&D team from Magic, I was offered the opportunity to work on Warriors of Krynn. And for me, this is an opportunity to write a love letter to the Dragonlance that I know. I have imagined myself as a Knight of Solamnia for like ever. because I'm like a little curmudgeon and a little bit like, you know, a little bit edgelordy on occasion. And it wasn't much like you. It was an easy yes. I just hope I did it justice.
Dan, what about you? What was the we're doing it, let's do Dragonlance, here's your part? Or was there a most exciting moment in that process?
Sure. I mean, for me, it was, hey, we're doing Dragonlance. Here's your assignment. And I had the Word doc open and I was already going. Like both of you, I think, I was a huge Dragonlance fan when I was a kid, reading the novels growing up. So getting to work on it now is a chance for me to take the things that I loved and translate them into our modern sort of take on the game and our understanding of how people play and how we hope people will play, and put that in the book for all of y'all to dig into and share with your friends. And I can't wait.
I think one of the best things about working on D&D that's sort of like behind the scenes is we're all huge fans of D&D.
Yeah, turns out.
Like I fangirl every day. I'm like, Chris, I love you. Please DM for me. Right? Like there are all these moments, and Dragonlance for a lot of us was kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
As the process moved along, and we have some glimpses ahead of the art that we're going through that show off pieces of this adventure and its corresponding elements, you mentioned that this is a background of war, which was the approach chosen for this specific untold adventure of Dragonlance. Yep. So I'm curious, how do the themes of war play into the design work for something like this?
Yeah, it was interesting because Steve and I had about a year to work on the board game before work started on the role-playing game. And so the actual plot was only an outline, and all we knew is that when the role-playing book came out, the characters would be involved in the war, but not the part that the Heroes of the Lance had been in the original series. It was almost like a Rogue One, I always thought of it, where we're going to show a different section of the battlefield. And then it would stop, and the characters would be embroiled in a battle. And what does that mean? So it wouldn't want to be a role-playing game because we already have that, and you wouldn't want to stop and, well, you might want to stop and put out 400 miniatures and have an all-day battle, but I don't think we were going to fit that in a box at a reasonable price. So we was like, where does war come in? Where does war not come in? And we did what always happens when you design a game is you have a great idea, you put it down, it's awful, and you just keep repeating it until you find the game that you want to make. And we've ended up at an intersection which draws from tabletop miniatures games, and it draws obviously from role-playing games, but it's hard, it's a board game. And what I like where we ended up was that these battles are supposed to be big, and they're supposed to be bigger than the player characters. And so you aren't, especially at the lower levels, really influencing the battles. You're not commanding the battles. It's like everything's happening around you. And Steve and I would also talk about Return of the King a lot. Right, there's all these armies taking place outside of Gondor, and then the camera would just zoom in and focus on, the Witch King and, like things like that, or the Ride of the Rohirrim. And like, how do we get the camera to go to these different places and say, meanwhile, here's some heroes doing this cool thing against these very large-scale battles that ultimately do change the focus of the battle and allow you to win. And that's where we ended up, and I'm real happy with how it turned out because there's progression, you get more powers and more cards, and you get better as your characters level up. And so towards the end, you can do amazing things. But at the beginning, all you're trying to do is, I just need to put out this fire, and I just need to keep this one group of spearmen from running away.
Yeah.
And then it grows from there.
I think you're right too. Like, so Dragonlance, and this in particular, is D&D setting for war, and it is really hard to capture that sort of massive scale. I think the board game does an excellent job of that, and it's variable too. Each scenario has a different sort of scale to it, a different sort of involvement. You're not, as you say, always trying to win. You're sometimes just trying to survive, which I think is very indicative of how war is, right?
I think that the development of different goals that you might hold that aren't just pure victory is one of the things that makes it most interesting in both parts of this. Dan, for the RPG side of the team, I know there were a lot of folks who contributed to this one, but can you speak to how the theme of war played out in the game design for the adventure?
Sure. I mean, I can give one very specific example. A lot of times when we create, say, a battle encounter for a regular dungeon or a regular adventure, it's pretty straightforward. You have maybe a map that you can use as a reference or reproduce if you're using minis, and then you just run your encounter, you do your thing. In this, we have this sort of battle system that lays on top of a normal D&D battle, where you have this fiery border on the edge of the battle called the fray, and that represents all of the battle raging around you. That's where the troops are clashing, that's where the battle lines are mixing, and then your spotlight, like you were saying, shining a light on the heroes, zooms into the middle where you're doing your thing. If you stray out into the fray, you get pulled into that crush, and it's, you know, the worst mosh pit you've ever heard of. That's a bad place to be. You don't want to be there. And then throughout the course of the battle, on certain points in the rounds, various events will happen. And those events are short little tables, very easy for the DM to run, but they're packed with flavor and they're sort of bespoke to each fight. And so they'll speak to what's happening in the fray, sometimes intruding on your sort of spotlight moment in the middle of the battle. Maybe it'll be stray arrows from an archer volley. Maybe it'll be a panicked horse from routed cavalry will run through and maybe knock people over. Maybe it'll be reinforcements from your side or the enemy that kind of swing the tide of the battle one way or the other, and you never know until it happens.
If folks are curious about any of this, by the way, this weekend you can try out these in the play areas here at the convention, and of course, early access is out there right now for the RPG portion of this on D&D Beyond. I just mentioned this because I find it exciting. But as we get ready for this to come out everywhere on Tuesday the 6th, you have mentioned the fray is an in-RPG element of those battles, which I think is super cool, and it will go back and forth with Warriors of Kryn. Can you speak to designing that integration?
Yeah, the fray and the battles, it's sometimes a DM may not want to do the board game and they can run it with the system he's talking about, and sometimes you want to do the board game, in which case it's one or the other.
Yep.
It's okay, the battle starts. Do you want to use it with the role-playing rule stuff and the fray and everything, or do you want to set up the board game and do a more detailed view of it? And you can choose some battles to use one and some battles to use the other. You could also make up your own battles with the board game once you get your head around it. You take the tiles and set up the objectives. I can't speak very much about how they were integrated because Wizards was doing that. We were sort of, as we worked for a year, and then the RPG story started, and we started knitting it together. So it went from being like character 1, character 2. We started getting names. And because we had done some stuff on the board game, they were kind of lifting like, oh, that's neat. We're going to put that in the role-playing game, and they started getting knit together. But then, as Bree remembers, it was a fun April, the board game needs to be done months ahead of the role-playing game because it's just longer to make, to produce. And so then everything, once the board game was done, the role-playing team could knit together everything, which was outside my view.
Yeah, and there's some really cool crossover moments. Like, we really wanted that handshake between the game and the board game, so the TRPG part and the board game, to be really, like, so they talk to each other. You can import your characters from the TRPG and play them in the board game, or you could play it separately, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nuance in that.
I definitely want to see if we can circle back and dig in a little bit more about what it means to bring your RPG character into the board game. But just quickly, if there's one thing that you're looking forward to seeing from or hearing back from tables as they've tried this both versions experience, do you have something in mind that you want to hear back?
Oh, goodness. I'm always excited which characters people identify with the most. So, as I said, I've always imagined myself as a Knight of Solamnia, and one of my favorite things to develop in this is that you can see perhaps the lineup of the minis. So you get 6 minis with the board game, and one of them is a Knight of the Rose, and she is 6'5", and it just makes me very happy because I'm a giant human also. So I'm looking forward to seeing how people play them, what they do with the different parts outside of what we've asked them to do with them too. Like, I want to see some painted minis. I know I'm going to paint them.
Yep.
Dan, is there something you're looking forward to from the back and forth?
I'm really looking forward to hearing which scenarios people are excited to go from the TRPG story to the board game and kind of see those battles play out in that wider scale rather than the spotlight pulled in. because as Rob was talking about, the way the heroes move around the battlefield and influence the board game is just so smooth and fun, and doesn't, you don't have to win this giant pitched battle. You just have to make these little points of difference here and there, and that can win you the scenario. And I can't wait to hear about how people go from the role-playing experience to the board game experience through that lens.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to, because in my head this works great, and the thing I got most excited about is when you're playing as characters in a role-playing game, you're going to meet people. You're going to meet people who are on the Alliance side, you're going to hear rumors, or even meet people on the Dragon Army side, and you're going to grow to bond with them or dislike them, and then you're going to set up a scenario, and suddenly you're going to see that this person is a commander, like on the left flank on your side.
Yeah.
And that the cards have two sides. They're like fresh and they're in control and they have power, or they get flipped and they're shaken and the battle's a little bit too big. And one of the things you can do is run over as a character, be like, snap out of it, get your head back, and you flip the card back over so their power comes back into play. And I'm hoping it just means so much more. If it's this person that you had met with and you had a role-playing scene, and then you're like, oh, they're shaking, hold on, I gotta go help. And then after playing the board game, going back to the role-playing game, the DM's playing out the character saying something like, hey, I was really, thanks for saving me over there, that was really great. And it just feels like one story that's being told in two different mediums, and I'm really excited about the possibility of that.
That is a really great point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I kind of saw the negative space where that could happen when I was running a demo of the game. Because, yeah, as you said, those commanders on the Alliance side are NPCs that you will meet and interact with in the course of the adventure. So when your friend that you made at this festival is being pressed by the Dragon Army and is about to lose, maybe you stop what you were doing and go help them. Like that is really cool, and I can't wait to see how people play with that.
I'm very curious in testing for this, because a lot of us love RPGs, a lot of us love board games. Sometimes people have different play styles in each, where you'll have folks who will always role play in one setting but might not think about it in the other, and I love the way this introduces those possibilities. Have you found there to be any cases where people are almost departing from their strategic advantage because they can't let that one person they love go?
A little bit. I saw role-playing when I was playtesting, and they weren't even playing in the scenario. They were just, I would sit them down and say, okay, we're going to play this board game, and they'd be like, oh, I'll be the bard, or something like that. And they would start playing, and then immediately they'd be like, I'm going to go rally the troops. Like, you got this. And all of a sudden they're role-playing out a bard, and they're doing little scenes where they would roll the dice, and they would immediately interpret them to, like, do, like, a funny line, like, well, that didn't work out. Like, you could see that they were bringing these tropes of what happens around the RPG table into the board game, and that was just without really having much context to the world.
I want to say, too, you and Stephen did a really excellent job of making a paladin in the board game feel like a paladin in the TRPG as well. But min-maxers are always going to min-max. I've experienced that, like, in the board game version of it and in the TRPG side of it. Like, that doesn't change.
There's definitely room for the board game to play to both sides of that particular coin, and so that's actually really exciting. One of the people who got an early look at it, one of the best things I've heard about it from just a fan who got to see an early look, was they were a little skeptical because of the different mindset that an RPG versus a board game might require. But after having played it, they said, I didn't need to switch mindsets. It just worked. It just going one to the other and back, it felt seamless. So that is thrilling to me.
That's very exciting. So we are going to get to dig in a little bit more on some of these elements of the game. But speaking of the TTRPG side and the rich story that is going to make us want to care about and invest in this world, I was hoping that, Dan, you could talk to us a little bit about the way the team approached designing the Dragonlance adventure.
Sure. Yeah, so it is, you know, as we've said over and over again, is a war story. It's taking place against the backdrop of the War of the Lance from Dragonlance, if you're familiar with the Chronicles novels and all of that. But it is happening in a place where the novels did not showcase. So this is not some iconic character's story. This is your character's story. And the approach initially was to make sure that your characters are grounded in that world and what will, in any moment, spark into that massive conflict. So you get to build this sort of unique relationship with just the themes of the world. One of the things is in Kryn, the gods have retreated, so divine magic, healing magic is very rare or scarce or non-existent. there are preludes that will tie your characters into those aspects of it in preparation for playing a cleric or a paladin who venerates a deity, that sort of thing. So the preludes and the first chapter that goes into the war, all of that is sort of laid out to bring you into it, to tie you into the world, to the other characters, and to make your character feel integral to this ongoing story.
Now, along with that, making those characters integral to the story, of course, we have a range of new player options for you to use in the RPG, such as the aforementioned Knights of Solamnia.
Absolutely.
Do you have anything you find most exciting about being able to play as a Kender, the new Lunar Sorcerer, which I personally think is super cool?
Yeah.
The new backgrounds, the feat structure that goes with Dragonlance. Do you have a fave from that set?
Fave, all right, that's really hard. I would say that one of the things I love is, actually, you mentioned the feat structure. So unique in campaigns that we have put out, this one gives you a bonus feat at first level and another bonus feat at fourth level on top of any other you might choose, or if you take the ability score improvement. And this is to sort of showcase that war is pushing you to greater heights, maybe out of desperation, maybe out of these moments of greatness. And they allow you to dig into some of these background elements and tie you even stronger into the story and the setting. I'm looking forward to what people do with that and have that little broader ability to customize their characters, a little bit of a power boost, and let me tell you, we have ratcheted the encounter difficulty up so that power boost is not a gift. That is, we'll see if it's a lifeline.
With those new options, you mentioned some of the characters flowing in the other direction from the game into the book. If I understood correctly, some of those little ones we were seeing before. Did you get to have a hand in how those got designed into the book side, or was it sort of oh, that's our friend, here's what they look like from the book side?
We were mostly following the lead of what the RPG team was writing, but we had to lock some stuff down. We sort of divided there's 12 scenarios that you can find, and it roughly is 3 acts, and you level up in the board game after battle 4 and after battle 8, so you do it in bigger, twice, rather than going individual levels. And so the outline was coming together, and you and your team and everyone, different writers were writing, but there would be gaps. And so we, out of sort of necessity, poke a little bit, we really need to know what happens at the end of Act 2. And Wes, who was the person we talked with, and I think was the lead designer.
Yeah,
he was very nice and generous. He'd be like, is there anything you need to happen there? Or well, what if X, Y, and Z happen? Because we kind of designed a playtest scenario that we could tweak. And he's like, great.
I love that.
And it wasn't exactly how it ended up there, but we could use some stuff that we had designed just to playtest the game, just as well, what if this happens? What if that happens? And pieces of them got put into the book in various ways. They went through a lot of changes or something, and that way we're like, okay, great. So scenario 9, we can do this, and we will use that. And so it was, kind of a dream come true to be able to push things the other way. And there's one character in there where I named her. And so I'm very happy. I'm like, hey, I made a character name in a D&D book. So
that's amazing.
Can you share, or should people send you their guesses?
I don't mind sharing. It's been 2 years. I've gone to 8 other games. It's Tatina Ruckledust. There we go.
Oh, nice.
It was a gnome name.
Yep.
I love that. What a good name.
Tinker
What a good name. Bree, do you have a favorite element that crossed over in the other direction?
Oh my goodness. I actually really like that your characters that you play in the board game version of it, so sort of your base level characters that we have available, are companions in the TRPG side of things. It makes it more meaningful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, I don't know. I like, so some of the bad guys as well are also, so the bad guys in the board game, also bad guys in the TRPG.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
It was fun. There was a lot of interesting things.
Yeah.
We've been designing scenes, and there's left flanks and center flanks, and there's evil commanders on the different flanks, and then Wes and the team would come back and be like, oh, that person can't be here because there's a chance that the characters may have killed them somewhere in the middle of Act 2. So please don't put them in any battles after about this time. They may be alive, but they may not. Cool. And so we tried to work around that in case the party went and sort of did that mission.
I will say, too, it was a huge collaborative effort in a way that we don't often get the chance to do. There were multiple teams sort of working together, and we say this sort of in-house. It was an entire D&D studio effort
Yeah.
to make both the TRPG and the board game version.
Oh, the meetings, so many meetings.
So many
So
meetings.
many.
So
meetings.
many.
That's
There were
true.
2 project managers.
Poor
on it.
Wes.
That was, yeah. Oh, I was, because I'd say, when you would probably get this part done in like 6 months. He's like, yeah, I go, I need it kind of now. So we're 6 months ahead of you on the board game, but it all worked out.
He made it happen.
It did, yeah.
For those who aren't familiar, Wes Schneider was the lead writer on this project, and you can hear a lot more of his insights into the background and the story choices online and all the places that we like to shout about these things. But I feel like all of the effort and all of the coordination paid off. As you're mentioning, the little figures we see here are included as sidekicks in the game, or you can also bring your own character.
Yeah, these would be the characters. So just to do how would you like to learn all the rules to a game in 5 minutes? No, I'm not going to do that to you. Yeah. I will give you an overview because we're sort of talking elliptically about this and maybe give you some framing. That the Warriors of Krynn is a scenario-based game. It comes with various tiles that you put down, and there are battle tiles where the battles are taking place, and that there's little plastic units representing foot soldiers and missile soldiers and mounted soldiers, and those are in the bottom left right there. They say battle tiles, and then there's adventure tiles, which are where army units aren't going, but where characters can go and evil NPCs. You play a character. It plays from 2 to 5 people. You need 2 characters, and if you're the DM and you have fewer than 4 players, you as the DM can become a character like, hey, I'm just a mercenary person, and play alongside your players. Or you can act the role of a DM and sort of read all the bad guy flavor text and roll the dice for them and take that role. At the beginning of a scenario, you set up the scenario. At the beginning of the book, it shows you put these tiles here, put these units here, put everything like that. And then there's this little narrative briefing where you're in a command tent, and one of the people that you met probably in the role-playing game says, things are tough. There's a spy trap behind enemy lines. We need you to get out behind enemy lines and make sure that you get the spy out and bring them back to this tent because she contains vital information. But, of course, you're going to want to weaken that flank of enemy units so that you can better slip behind. But meanwhile, there's ogres in the woods, so you probably want to kill them to escort her, and something's on fire, and the left flank's in trouble. But other than that, everything's great. Why don't you go?
Sounds good. Sounds like a nice day in the park.
So those are the sorts of scenarios, setups that you get where you have a lot of things that you have to juggle. And the idea is the army units are doing their thing, but they're going to need your help. But you are the elite strike team that has to do the special mission within the larger battle, whether it's extracting a spy or find the path through the woods or, I don't want to spoil it, but those sorts of things. And there are commanders on each side, which you can see who they're either regular or they're shaken. And your character, you can either, if you don't use minis at your table, just use one of the characters in here, or you can bring your own mini that you would play at the table and put them in there. And then what we did is we took all of the powers that you would have as a character, and we sort of reduce them down. We were talking about the camera before. The camera gets pulled out.
Yeah.
Something like sleight of hand isn't going to make a big difference when there's 3,000 units running around. So we sort of abstracted some things down to dexterity and strength. And you just get a hand of cards, and then these cards can be used just to do sort of ability type things, like dexterity lets you move further, or strength lets you roll an extra die, or you can sort of use them almost like mana to activate your class powers. So the fighter might be able to use a strength card in one way, where the paladin would use a strength card in a different way, and that's what lets the classes feel like the classes. Now, if your character is sort of like a dual class or has higher dexterity, you can work with the DM to say, instead of getting 2 strength and 1 dex card, I'd like 1 strength and 2 dex because it better fits my character. Or I want to take this sorcerer card and be able to use this power because it also fits my character because I have a little bit of, arcane magic for this character. So you kind of take your character sheet and turn it down into some cards and some powers, and then you're off and running and you go.
I'll say too, when you design the monsters, there are characters that you can play that are actually more powerful against certain types of monsters. So you find that even if, I don't know, I usually play some kind of cleric, and I find that I sit back a lot and watch a thing happen. In the board game version of this thing, you actually are called to action a lot more often because you might be stronger against a certain type of monster on the map. And there's always something to do. Usually, for most of the class options, there's an action and then a response as well. So you can interact in all kinds of moments as opposed to just sort of on your turn or on your initiative turn.
Yeah, one of the things that was the most fun was watching people save their cards to use those responses when other people were doing cool stuff to make sure that they succeeded. That was super great.
That's the idea is, some of your powers are actions only on your turn, and some, as they're saying, are responses which it uses anytime. So I might be able to use my strength card on your turn to roll an extra die. Like you come in to do something, and I'm like, oh, came up short. I'm going to play my strength card, roll an extra die in there. Then you're the cleric, and you got a wisdom card, which lets you re-roll up to 2 dice. Like, still didn't work. Maybe a different plan, and you play a wisdom, and let's like re-roll 2 dice. You can work as a team, and you can work on your own. And the idea was to give the same feeling of D&D, but like, again, it's a different scale.
I often used that response to go, oh my gosh, we just had so many hits rolled against us. Please re-roll those into something that is less damaging. Because we need to survive just like 1 more second, please.
And then at the end of each player's turn, there's always one flank that's the active flank, and the armies on that flank will battle. So the left flank might battle, or the center flank might battle, and if you just leave them alone and you have no characters there, the good guys will lose. Maybe quickly, maybe slowly, but they will lose. So you're sometimes like, I don't have time to find the spy, the center flank's in trouble. I'm going to park myself here as the barbarian with my cards and with my ability, and I'm just going to hold this until my next turn so that this doesn't collapse. And so sometimes you're sort of helping with the battle, sometimes you're helping with a mission and figuring out where your characters need to be when they need to be alone and when they need to be together. Works out. That's the heart of it.
Sorry. I will say there is a lot of splitting the party so that you can do lots of different things all at once.
It's okay to split your party here.
That's not going to come intuitively. You know that, right?
Required.
Yes.
Yeah, people are more comfortable splitting their party when you can see all the pieces on the board and you're not making the DM go, oh, okay, hold on.
It sounds like this game captures a lot of, I haven't gotten to play it yet, I'm just very excited. It sounds like it captures a lot of essential components about D&D, which I assume was probably the plan. It feels like this is personal opinion time, but we've lived in this beautiful era of co-op games in the idea of legacy games, which have narrative continuation over time. So it's sort of reapproaching these things that we love about RPGs, which makes it feel as if almost a foregone, like, well, of course these needed to come back together in some kind of game. It sounded like the keys were your individual action needs to mean something because this is D&D. Cooperation should be the mechanic in play here because this is D&D. But you also have those difficult trade-offs of resource or choice management as that impacts the theme of war. Are there other things that were musts? Or am I way off on any of the things I've just said?
No, that's right. Just for our design metrics, we said like the character classes must feel like the character classes. It uses the 12 core classes from the player's handbook and that they must all feel different. The things that you said, and you needed to roll dice. Although I remember going into a meeting and like halfway through the design process and saying, here's why I want to take the 20-sider out of this game. And that was a fun pitch to make to the D&D team.
There's still dice.
There's still dice, but there isn't a 20-sider. There isn't a 20-sider. It just didn't work here.
What was the heartbreak on a scale of 1 to 10?
I had a good argument. I used math and talked about high variance rolling and dice pools. It was great.
But you're saying a successful persuasion check.
Yeah, that's exactly. No, I just wanted to feel like D&D. Like I wanted to sit down and when you play, you're like, oh, I felt like I played D&D, but somehow on like a board game thing. And for me, it's very important that it had to play on its own. Like you don't need to play it if you're not a role player, although I imagine you are if you're here. Like you could play this on its own. And similarly, I know that the book has to work without the board game, but this idea of knitting them together, like you said, once I heard it, I'm like, oh, this makes a ton of sense. And it's just scary enough that I want to give it a try.
Yeah, one of the things that the role-playing game, it's always sort of a white whale of role-playing games, is doing the mass battle. Everybody talks about the mass combat rules for this, that, and the other, and there's a lot of challenges to those. And this is a new approach to tackling that challenge. It's something we've never tried before, and I really love how you and Steve managed to take a hold of that.
If I had known so many people had failed before, I might have been more nervous.
Of course, board games, not a new thing to Wizards of the Coast of Dungeons & Dragons, but it has been a while since we did anything, and I don't know if there's been one ever exactly like this.
No.
Very excited. Mostly, I want to hear your stories. Once you all have this at your tables, please just tweet at me or any member of Wizards, and I'll make them pass it on to me.
I want to hear about how people translate their characters from the TRPG into the board game experience. Like, what powers did you mix and combine to express your character, not this wizard, right? That's what I want to hear about.
Are you excited for that, or are you scared because they might break the game?
No, I mean, they won't break the game.
Oh.
I mean, you can break any game. You can break a, like, but if you're playing a cooperative game and you're playing a role-playing game, and if, like, you can just win all the time, like, it's not going to be that exciting. So I think you would work together and be like, hey, I kind of played this, but my character was a little too powerful. And then the group would have to decide, or the DM, like, yeah, let's take that card away or do something like that. I'm just excited to see, this is always the point when you're a designer, you put something out where it's like, you want to see those first reviews and the first player to see what you got right, and there's always some things you didn't get right, and just to see people enjoying something that took a lot of time, was a lot of fun to make. But I'm excited I think it works.
I want to veer from the cooperation and the good feelings of how we bring our players to it, to the fear and the terror of the bad guys we are going up against, and see if I can get Dan to talk to me a little about some monsters in Dragonlance. So, for instance, who have we got here?
Who have we got there? Well, we got two really important someones there. We have this massive, imposing, cataclysmic, flame-wreathed undead death dragon, which, I mean, there you go. But riding it is this little fellow who's known as Lord Soth, and he is sort of the premier Death Knight in basically across D&D. So getting to design the death dragons, these dragons animated by the last embers of the fire from the cataclysm that destroyed the world hundreds of years ago, that it's just now starting to reemerge from, being controlled by Lord Soth, someone who had an integral role in the cataclysm back then that I won't get into here too much. Yeah, creating both of those as a challenge for your heroes to face, and hopefully face successfully. Good luck. was kind of a dream come true. It was a lot of fun. And then getting to work with the artists who turn those ideas into a visible, tangible thing in front of you. Not only the art, but then these gorgeous minis. That is fantastic and brings another element to the game.
Now, I imagine this will not be new information for a lot of people here, but if you're watching us online, also welcome. And I hope some of you are here and have never visited the world of Krynn, have never encountered Dragonlance, and are looking forward to your first game. So what's a Death Knight?
What is a Death Knight? A Death Knight is a powerful warrior in life, maybe something like a paladin, someone who was pious or devout, and they fell rather spectacularly from their grace, and that shame has not given them peace in death. And so they are an undead creature that persists, often with some sort of curse or shame, and they are marshals of undead troops. Undead around them get stronger. They themselves are terrifying to face in battle. They can hurl horrid magics. They can call down withering flame. Lord Soth himself can hurl the fire of the cataclysm at you, much like his death dragon can breathe upon the battlefield. And people slain by this fire, or corpses of already dead people, say if there was a battle, and many of them have been laid low. If they are washed in this flame, they stand up as undead skeletons and zombies under the control of the things that burned them. So you may now have to face your recently dead comrades.
This is fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
I like the way that you just nodded when it's like, yes, attacks you with the fires of the cataclysm. Yes, 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 as he does.
Yeah, as one does.
I mean, look at it.
So, of course, this world is grounded in that history. When you have a very famous disaster with a lot of long-reaching repercussions, it reaches into all the different parts of the world, including the section that we are looking at in this adventure story. And it has shaped the people in it. Can you tell me a little bit about the Dragon Army Dragonels that we might be looking at right now?
Yeah, if you can see the art that's being shared right now. Dragonels are not the sort of full, true chromatic dragon that we know of. They're a lesser cousin, and there are some of them scattered in various places on Krynn, like the Northern Wastes. The Red Dragon Army has taken these that are sort of distantly related to red dragons and trained them and girded them for battle in this fearsome, draconic-looking armor, and trained them to accept riders. Many of their officers lead their troops into battle riding these red dragonels. Their bites have a little bit of the burst of flame, not a full dragon breath weapon, just enough so that you know that you're fighting red dragon forces. They make their commanders very mobile. They inspire their troops to just terrible greatness. It's fantastic.
I like that you sound like you're their agent. You're like,
Yeah.
it's going to be great.
Yeah, no, we're going to get them great gigs.
My favorite minor point about the Dragon Army Dragon Elves is I like that they have a fire resistance that just sort of, can't get at them with that.
Yeah.
Mm. Cool.
It's good when your allies are throwing a lot of fire. If they clip you, you're all right.
We have one I'd love to ask a little bit more about. Speaking of extremely creepy powers, can you tell me a little bit about this opponent we might face?
That fellow who appears to be, this is a bad point of view to have on this thing. I believe that is a Sivak Draconian, if I'm correct. Yeah, so those are terrible creatures created from the corrupted eggs of silver dragons. And so they create these things, these sort of dreadnoughts in battle that drop out of the sky and lay about them. And if you do finally manage to put one down, they have this terrible death throw where they break apart into this sort of spectral image of the creature that slew them and terrifies everyone around them. So even if you put one down, you may rout your own forces.
They will get the last incredibly spooky laugh.
Incredibly spooky laugh.
Obviously, there is a wealth of gorgeous art along with each of these creations for both the book and the board game. Bree, can you speak to any sort of favorite pieces or elements of working on design from the art director perspective?
Definitely. So I'll just bring this up here because this is my proud baby. When I pitched the idea for doing something a little bit different, so often what D&D does is really realistic high fantasy, and I was like, can I do something that's a little more graphic? I got to work with Dominic Mayer on this particular cover, and just to create a really stunning, more graphic than what D&D would normally do piece, and I think it turned out really well. I think it's going to look really beautiful on shelves at home, and I'm just super, super proud of it. And it looks scary, and yes, big fan.
Yep. Looking at that, I am about to burn. Here we go.
Yeah, there was a lot of opportunities to do some really cool stuff, and I'm, as I said, big fan of Dragonlance. The fact that I got to work on making Soth Citadel and doing some development in there and doing some world building stuff is just cool. I'll just cry about it. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Just a regular day at work. Just working on Soth Citadel like you do.
I do.
Yeah.
Is there, feel free to just smile mysteriously behind your mask instead of answering this. Is there a corner or piece or design element of Soth Citadel that we should look out for that you were like, I got that in, I snuck that piece is my favorite?
Actually, so when Wes and I were working on sort of the fiery undulation color, I pitched the purple-blue iridescent flame, and I think it turned out really, really well because it's like extra spoopy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I love that. You will encounter that at a few different points in the book, and it usually means trouble.
So it's like not green flame, but purple flame.
Purple flame. Yep.
Extra evil.
Extra
Yeah,
evil.
Extra evil.
Extra evil.
Speaking of extra evil, I do want to ask a little bit. Dan, can you talk to us a bit about working on a design for Lord Soth in 5th edition?
I'm talking about the mechanical design for him?
Any aspect of that question that you would like to tackle, I want to know all of it.
Sure. He's really, really important in Dragonlance. Not only is he just historically important to the story and to the world, he's important just from a narrative standpoint, from what you get from him from reading about him in the past. And we want to make sure that even for someone who has never cracked a Dragonlance book, when Lord Soth shows up, things have gotten real. All right, so he's not the sort of threat that you want to try and face down on your own and take him out toe-to-toe. That's going to be a bad day for everyone involved except Soth. When the foe you're facing down has the ability to just point at you and command you to die and you drop dead, how do you fight that, right? So you're going to have to find clever ways to deal with that. And in the adventure, you're going to find a way to leverage sort of the pain and shame of his past that he carries with him. That is the reason he is still here 400 years after his death. And you have to use that against him. That's when you eventually face him down. When you first meet him, you have no such ace in the hole. So you just kind of have to survive and hope you can stay out of his way. And you can observe what he is doing. And you can try to interfere, I guess. It's not well advised.
So there's a lot of, I've noted, in between the powers of the creatures, the elements of the world, there's a lot of, obviously, themes of death and consequences. Yep. And in a lot of cases, consequences that last past the death part, if I'm noticing a theme here. Yeah. Is there anything else that you all were able to sort of incorporate that as a thread through the design that folks might not pick up on at first?
Talking about consequences and that sort of thing, or just sure.
Or if you're like, I made everything polka dotted, I can't believe nobody noticed this.
That is maybe difficult for me to talk about yet until people have really gotten their hands on it and started running it. But I can say the thread of the consequences of your actions maybe echoing on longer definitely shows up in other places. And the campaign setting of Dragonlance has a particular word in its name that may be the whole name that is an important thing in the game that you might find at some point. This particular Dragonlance that you have the chance to encounter is one of these legacy things where some consequence of someone's actions and perhaps their failure is persisting beyond death. And unlike Soph, where his is just a constant legacy of evil and awful and sorrow, this lance will be a chance for you to really combat that sorrow. So you'll be able to maybe resolve something that was left broken and make it whole again.
One thing that was talked about, like when we were designing the board game, which just as a thematic point, is sometimes you can't win. You can just try not to lose.
Yeah.
And when you play a scenario in the board game, you can get a win.
Yeah.
We tried to make it hard to do, and you can get a loss. But most of the time, in the middle, there's something called a hold, which is you did what you needed to do. It wasn't pretty, and it wasn't perfect, but it was kind of good enough because this war is really big and the deck is stacked against us. And so we were trying to paint that picture of like, don't try to be perfect, just don't lose. Yeah. Or if you do lose, try not to lose it super often.
Sometimes surviving is basically something.
Yeah, sometimes holding or surviving is all you can do in a world where there's a lot of evil armies all over the place.
Yeah.
I love that. You mentioned some inspiration behind that, sort of thinking of it as a Rogue One kind of story. Is there anything else that you would sort of recommend that people look to have the right mind frame for it?
It was a little bit of Rogue One. It was a little bit of Return of the King, like we talked about. It was a little bit of Band of Brothers. These were the sort of touch points that we would use. Now remember, we were doing this again before the story had been written, but thematically that's what we were saying is, okay, this is a story of a group of people who maybe didn't get the press of the heroes of the Lance at the beginning, but still did amazing things to keep this war from being lost. And I just think that that's because it's your story now, with your characters who get to be in those roles for every different group. So these were the things we sort of talked about. Like we talked about camera cutting a lot. So we were all like, Steve and I were like, ooh, let's make a movie in our head, but we're making a board game. And we talk about, and then the camera moves over here, and then the camera moves over here, and then we pull back, and we were trying to make it very cinematic. And if you played a lot of sort of tabletop miniature games, this has a different feel. The battle is abstracted. You're not going to, the battles are going to, be abstracted, for lack of a better thing, because as soon as we added more details to these armies fighting, the game time went from 45 to 70 minutes per scenario to 180 minutes per scenario, because you're wheeling troops and there's a lot of really cool things you can do with tabletop miniatures, but we felt like it was going to be too hard to learn and too much of a burden for players to switch from sort of the narrative feel of D&D to something extremely crunchy where you're dealing with phalanxes and wheeling troops and formations and things like that. So that every iteration just kept getting abstracted and abstracted. So
I think Warriors of Krynn brings us just the right amount of abstraction.
earlier you referenced initially doing versions of this, and you were like, and some of those didn't work at all.
Oh yeah, not at all.
Was there anything that you can share that was like, oh, this definitely didn't work, don't try that?
We had like more elaborate sort of rules for morale and troops running away, because that's a big thing in tabletop miniature game is, you know, rarely do battles or in real life go down to the last person dies. At some point, an army says, well, things are against us, and they just panic and run away. And while we have an echo of that now, and I like how it turned out, at the beginning it was much more detailed about narrative results and holds and people falling back, and we had like multiple steps for resolving combat. It's like, well, the spearmen go first and they do this, and depending on what they did, they would add more dice to the bows, or the bows would go first because this commander likes bows. And it was a kind of a cool, like, sort of fantasy battle simulator, but the players were going to spend all their time kind of watching and rolling dice and doing this thing, and we just sort of abstracted it down to like one simple die roll that, to Bree's point, you could modify, like, oh, the enemy army just rolled a lot of hits against us. I'd like to do some re-rolls. But yeah, at one point we had the idea that the characters, when at higher levels, would take over from one of the commanders and you'd command the left flank. We ran out of time, and quite honestly ran out of the appetite of everyone else is running around the battlefield doing cool D&D things, and I'm sitting there going, attack. Like, it just, because it was abstracted, you would feel like you weren't playing the game anymore. You were just sort of really, you like leveled up to management in a way that didn't seem right.
Congratulations, you don't get to adventure anymore.
Yeah,
Good job.
There's a curse for you.
So there's just lots of bad ideas when you make any creative project.
Bree, is there an element of we were talking earlier, and you were talking about bringing art design and sort of user experience, and for folks who might be interested in what that kind of work means, what does it mean on a board game? And is there an example that you can sort of point us to that of how you shape to get these experiences we're talking about?
Sure. So war is complicated, and there are a lot of moving elements to this particular game. And a part of what we wanted to do when we approached the UI UX is to make that as easily grabbable as possible, so that the information that you needed to find in order to set up the game, in order to fight effectively, in order to use your powers as a player, was easy to find. And that's one of the things that I thought that we did actually pretty well. The scenarios are pretty much mapped out for you. You can see it, and there's a huge key, and those keys correspond to all the different bits. And it's a lot of little noodling that I think work together to make it sometimes board games can seem a little bit daunting, but once you get it sort of laid out, it flows pretty easily.
Oh, and I do want to point that out. If you're going to play this or you're going to run it with your group, there is a scenario 0 at the beginning, which you can run with your group. It's not part of the narrative.
Yep.
It's small. You can set it up and just play it once or twice. It's usually only a couple turns, and you will maybe lose at the beginning until you figure, like, okay, I understand how this works. We try to hit everything that you'll need when you play the game, like, this is how this works, this is how this works, and you can kind of play that in half an hour and be like, okay, we understand how this game plays now, and then you can start the actual campaign for real and not be learning how to play in that first scenario.
Yeah, and I'll say once you know how to put those pieces on the board, all the other scenarios are easy to set up and easy to run.
That's very exciting. So we have the preludes that bring us in on the RPG side, and the scenario 0 that lets you in on the board game side, and then you can find your group's perfect back and forth for this experience if you're playing the combined version. Thank you all so much for sharing so much of your wisdom around this design. Is there a final thought you want to share, or some place that people can find you during this weekend at PAX Unplugged to get some more of your insights? Rob?
Well, I have a day job with a booth here for Restoration Games. You'll often find me lurking on the show floor at the Restoration Games booth. I'm almost always overdressed for a game convention, so that's how you can find me.
I am hard to miss, but I will be running some demos of Warriors of Kryn, and then I'll probably be out on the expo floor just trying not to spend all my money.
gosh, where am I going to be? So I'll be at the Dragonlance live game tonight in the main theater. That's doors open to the public at 7:30. So I'll be hanging out around there if you want to chat about Dragonlance stuff. If you see me in the hallway and say hi, you want to talk about it, I'm down to talk about it. Other than that, I can't tell you exactly where I'm going to be.
This has been such a delight, and we have a little more delight in store because we have a treat for all of you on your way out the door that I am going to describe because I forgot to bring it up. But the board game is going to come with the book in the deluxe edition, which is available now. And if you want an easy way to go and find it online, we are going to have a poster for y'all on your way out the door that is going to have a QR code that'll take you right to that shop. But before we fully wrap up, if I am making you all sit down right now to jump into the world of Dragonlance based on your own faves, do you know which class or character that you wove in you would want to claim right now?
You wanted to be the cleric, you said?
I'll probably be a cleric.
I'll be the wizard. I'll probably be a wizard.
Wizard. All right, then I'm probably going Knight of Solamnia or maybe a big dwarf fighter.
Which
Something like
order of knights?
Oh boy, I'll probably go Knight of the Sword at the moment. I think.
Probably a red
I'm feeling militant.
I don't know.
That was very quick. The red-robed wizard is your choice. These are the wizards of neutrality.
Yeah.
Why? And tricksters?
Well, it's war. I don't want to be too good here. I mean, I'm going to have to make
There
some
you
tough
go. All right,
decisions.
keep your options open.
I won't say I know you like super well, but I feel like that's awesome.
Now, your cleric is going to start out in kind of a tough spot, Dragonlance-wise. Why is that the go-to for you?
So in my heart of hearts, I love the thought of being able to help people, and clerics just inherently are able to do that thing. So that's where I often find myself. Plus, they're overpowered in 5th edition. I'm going to cast at you and fight stuff.
I will say that for any of you old school Dragonlancers out there, clerics will start in a very interesting spot because you start with no spells or any god-granted powers whatsoever, and that's where those preludes become very important.
Why do you got to hurt me like this?
You know, you chose to play in Dragonlance. You know how it is.
That's true, I did. I would again.
You did. You went eyes open on that one.
Yeah.
I did.
For folks who might be curious about more of the backstory here, of course, the opening chunk of Shadows of the Dragon Queen is going to reintroduce you to the world of Kryn, to these deities who may or may not be answering the phone right now.
Correct.
And to the ways that you can weave your character into the world. Thank you for letting me spring that last one on you.
Sure.
We have a decent mix. I feel like, I don't know if any of you is going to be able to talk to people.
Yeah.
I've met me. All my characters talk to people, no matter which class I'm playing.
Fantastic.
I can pivot to Knight of the Rose in Session 0 if we need to, and be more commandery.
So I would like updates later on how this party that I've just made you form proceeds through the adventure of Dragonlance.
There's only 3 of us, so we'll need to recruit a 4th or pick up a sidekick.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah, you do.
got some volunteers, excellent.
Yeah.
And my axe.
Thank you all so much for joining us for today's Designing Dragonlance panel. Please thank our panelists for coming in with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jeremy.
You can grab the book right now this weekend at the retail space in the play area near room 118.
Yep.
The deluxe edition that includes the book, the board game, an exclusive DM screen are all available on the D&D store with the QR code you're going to get on that poster on your way out. And of course, if you grab that or the other digital pre-orders this weekend, you can still get the digital pre-order perks on D&D Beyond, which are the frames and the backdrops and some very, very cool digital dice. I'm highly biased. I know the devs, they make really, really beautiful stuff, but I like them a lot. That's if you pick it up before Tuesday. And of course, on Tuesday, it's going to be out everywhere. And a little bit later than this Tuesday, The Warriors of Kryn board game is going to be available individually in spring 2023.
Yeah.
If you want a sneak peek at how they are all going to work together, as Dan mentioned, you don't want to miss the Dragonlance live play event tonight with the fabulous DM Jasmine Bular taking a crew of folks through both the TTRPG and board game sides. I hope to see many of you there. They've got a really, really, really fun crew assembled. And with that, to those of you who came to the panel, to those of you joining us online, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful time in the world of Kryn and that you enjoy some tough choices and scary, scary death consequences, but in a fun way.
Fun, scary. Fun, scary.
Yeah.
That's what we come to D&D for.
Yeah.
All of that danger and fear and joy, but in a fun way. Thank you so much. I have been Amy Dallin, AKA Jeremy Crawford, and have a wonderful PAX Unplugged.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Audience, welcome to round 2 of the Omegathon, where we're playing categories in a fashion that I've tried to make as hard and horrible as we can for them. Do we only have 10 chairs, not counting my 11? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Guess one of you is standing. Sorry, guys. We'll bring a chair up when we go. So, categories, if you haven't ever played before, this is a fun little game where we're going to roll this die, get a letter, and then they're going to have a category or a bunch of different categories of words where they just have to write magic chair. Where they have to write down words that start with that letter. And then once the round is over, we will compare. And if you don't have anybody who's got the same word as you, you get 1 point for that word as we go through. Pretty easy and straightforward. They're going to probably argue and contest a lot. We're the judges. Be ready. And also, we'll try to assist to keep track of points so we keep them honest. Normally you play categories with like 4 people, but we're going to make all 10 play at once. So they got to be really creative with their words because that makes the game harder and that's more fun for not them. Don't shout words at them. So during the time, you'll know the letter. You'll see the list up here as well. Don't give them words. Make them actually think about it, but you can try and think and score in your own brain how you did. So let's get our Omeganauts up here. You guys can just file up. I'll hand you a pencil and paper as you go by. Come on up. Pencil and paper. More pencil and paper. It's going to be snug.
Writing, not sharing.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's right.
Yeah, don't look right at the lights. Beautiful. All right.
Nice and
Now, I'll give you that ring. And then I'll come over here.
from the screen.
You get to sort of, you can see from the screen, maybe.
Oh, pro.
Now, the plan was that we could see things really well on that side. So remember, you guys will see the categories up there over on that.
Yeah. We have to write on the felt?
Yeah, you have to write on the felt.
Oh.
That's challenge number 1. Okay, so if we can get our little picture-in-picture going up over here, so we have our categories.
Wait, so,
Yeah, it's right behind you, Smash. You're gonna have a hard time.
Okay. Can I just,
That's super confident. I'm gonna play this game looking away from the categories. I don't need categories.
can I just go sit in the back? of
You
the
can
room?
sit in the back. You all can resituate yourself how you want to see the screen. But we'll get that picture up so we can see you at any moment. There is a table. It's not.
Can we do that? Can we like pull another table out here?
You can, yeah, Smash. There's a table right down there. That'll make it happen. That's a thing that we just did. Okay, so this isn't our real category because we said that you saw it coming in. So first we need our letter. Get that in your brains. Who?
T.
T. The letter is T. You could put your name on top just in case someone tries to steal your score pad. T, and then here are our...
Cannot see it at all.
Yeah. Nope. Oh my gosh.
How do I make this bigger?
Do we go?
Well, no, because I'm going to get the different categories, but I'm trying to make this real big so we can see.
Barely.
Because if you have bad eyes, you're looking
Barely.
at that going like, does that top say dogs or dip or...
Pigs.
It's dogs.
What if we trade spots with the audience?
Yeah. Audience,
I mean,
all of you in these 10
we
chairs.
can put all of you guys up here, and then they sit down there.
Yeah.
All right, so first off, Omeganauts, adjust yourself so that you can read those things up there. Those aren't your real categories, but find a way that you can read those. You can cheat off my screen. We'll go like this so you don't see the other categories. And Em, I could do this too. I can't. I just turned it off.
Oh, so yeah, so we can see it.
Cool. You want my face again? Hi.
Welcome back.
So we could kind of go like this. Steve, if you can, I don't know if you can see from over here any better.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Everybody good? Can we read? You can't complain about not being able to read if you don't tell me now.
Cannibal food?
I think it says carnival food.
Carnival. Cannibal food.
Cannibal food. Human, that's it. Teeth, thigh bone.
Have we started?
No, we're about to
These are
start because
not
I'm going to
real
move to the
categories.
actual list that actually counts.
Ah,
So I hope you didn't write any T words that match these.
What if you switch the size of the list?
Trets.
Yeah, would that make it better?
Hua hua?
Like move the list to the right side so it's closer?
No, because picture in picture, we're stuck with this is our movie magic.
Okay.
This is the best that we have. And I can't make the font any bigger because then all the 12 items don't fit on the list. So this is what we got. I will read things to you. I'll continue to read them if you need. That won't distract you at all. Here we go. Here's our categories. Category number 1, we're starting with T, cereal tools.
T or P?
T, like a tree.
Things made from paper.
T is over
Things
there.
made from paper.
Time out. T.
T is in T.
Cartoon animals. Things with homes. Things at a dentist office. Dairy foods. Medical specialties. Things at a rock concert. Chores. Things that are smoked. Animals with horns. If you need any category clarification, holler out. It's this sand timer. It's not great. The old game that I forgot to steal from my parents has a really loud ticker one. It's like, but I don't know how long to do that for. If we like snap in waves, where it's like snap, 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 snap. Don't hum Jeopardy. That's got rights, and then we can't broadcast this on Twitch. You got to make a different note somewhere in there. If you combine Jeopardy and The Price is Right, maybe that works. This is the exciting part of the round, guys. Thanks for coming for it. I told them that we would play this because we have an hour. We'd play it until it was painful, and then we'd do like maybe one more, and then we'd score them out to see how we're doing. When they look like they're crying. If we can get over half crying, that's painful, and then we'll do one more round. We're coming down to not much sand left. I don't know how much time that is. There's about 4,000 sand grains left. I don't know how many sand grains that is. That's a very low estimate, I think. But you still have time to write one word or two. It's almost up. It's still falling. This is the exciting part. Oh, we're getting real close. Now we're writing a real last word. This is it. All right. That's time's up. Pencils down. Okay. We're going to go one category at a time because I think that'll be cleaner to score points and you guys will maybe argue about things. So Smash, let's start with you down there. What'd you get for cereal?
Tricks.
Tricks. Anybody else?
Yeah.
1, 2, tricks. All right, cross all those out. No points for you. Who's my next who didn't have tricks?
I had tricks.
Tricks. Anybody not have tricks?
Tastios.
Tastios. Anybody with Tastios?
They're real. They're store brand.
They're real. 1 point, Tastios.
Nice. If you're poor.
Next down the line. Just keep working down. If you haven't been eliminated yet, raise your hand and call a word out. Looks like we're just
You got one.
down here. Total.
Nice.
Total cereal. Very nice.
I also had total.
Oh, you also have total.
No.
How did we get past you before this?
What's up?
Oh, that's okay. Next time, as we work our way down the line, if they haven't said it, you say your word.
Got it.
All right, anybody have a cereal that didn't get named then? So we got 1 point, Tastios. That's it. Fangs made from paper. Oh, tools.
Yeah,
Tools, that's hard.
Oh, no.
Should we bounce this way? Just like, we'll stick back. All right.
Trowel.
A trowel. Any trowels? No. Ooh, no trowels. 1 point trowel.
Pass.
Yeah, okay, yeah, if you don't have, okay.
Torque wrench.
A torque wrench.
I had torque wrench.
Ah,
also.
torque
Oh,
wrench.
dang it.
A total torque wrench. Keep moving down. Anybody tools?
Table saw.
Table saw. Very nice.
So close.
Thank you for not putting tasty in front of it. The tasty table saw.
Did you also have tongs?
I also have tongs.
Oh.
Thimble. We're gonna hand each other.
What was yours, Smash?
Thimble.
A thimble.
Nice.
All right, it's a sewing tool. I'll give it to you. Now we're asleep. Computer, don't do that. Things made from paper. Smash, we're at your end.
Tools.
Tools made from paper?
Have you had a child?
Are those technically tools, though?
You can make
It's more of a
things.
toy than a tool.
It's a tool if you're playing with a little boy who's 4.
Playing is
Oh my
toy.
gosh.
Boo.
My child is a tool sometimes.
This guy hates everything magical in this world.
I love play. Play is fun, but it's not.
All right. First off, let's check the table. Anybody got tools for paper? Things made of paper. Audience, how do we feel about this? Oh, that was no. The crowd has spoken.
Yeah, the teacher over there is.
Yeah,
saying
no,
what?
the teacher doesn't count. The teacher is biased beyond belief.
And a person behind her.
Cross your.
I had
tool
toilet paper. I had
I toy, yeah.
Toilet paper. Toilet paper.
Tissue paper.
Oh.
Tissue paper. Where are we at on this line? I don't even know. Wow, a bug. Are we at you? Anything?
I don't have anything.
No.
TPS reports.
TPS reports. Very nice. Nothing? Tests. Yes? Tests are made of paper. All right. Cartoon animals.
The Trix rabbit. It's a
Rabbit.
No, I did not say Trix for cereal. So.
That's true. Yes, it wasn't used there. Nothing? No. First off, nobody contested Trix Rabbit. All right.
Wow. Tony the Tiger.
I had
Tony the Tiger. Oh, that would have been a good solid 2.
Tigger.
Tigger. Yep, those got Tigger's flag down there. Tigger's flag down there. Wow, a bug. Anything? Anybody else? Any animals? Trix Rabbit, the only one that makes it. All right. Things with horns.
Trumpets?
A trumpet.
Does it have a horn, or is it is a horn?
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh.
That's fine.
All right, first off, we check the table.
I like you guys again.
Smash, hold on. First, we check the table to make sure there are no trumpets, because if there's another trumpet, then it doesn't matter. Trumpets? Okay. Audience, how do we feel about trumpets as things with horns? All right, they like it. Okay, 1 point there.
Tyrannosaurus. Yeah.
Tyrannosaurus.
Do they have horns?
I
Do
don't
they have
know.
horns?
No.
There's no horns on a
Are there any
triceratops.
Do you know for a fact they didn't have horns? Because
They
I've heard
don't have
recently
horns on the
their
skull.
arms are on backward.
Not in their fossils. No fossilized T-Rex horns.
Darn.
Carvings made of hair.
A tricycle?
I had
Tricycle?
Oh,
That was a solid one.
Oh, that is cute.
Triceratops. Though. Absolutely.
Triceratops. Yeah. Okay, so we're working our way down. We just got tricycle, but that got crossed off. Where are we at? Are we at like
I said Toyota.
a Toyota?
All
right.
I put down Toyota Tercel. Does it conflict?
That conflicts, so those are both out.
So even though it's a specific model rather than a brand?
You have the same word.
You have the word.
Dang.
Wow, bug?
Didn't have anything.
Nothing.
I had tuba players.
Tuba players. Tuba players, trumpet. We're going yes with those.
Trucks.
And trucks. No trucks. All right. That was things with horns. Things at a dentist's office.
Okay, yeah.
I said towel.
Towels. Towel. Okay, towel. Yes. Anybody got towel for a thing at a dentist's office? All right. Point
Thing in
towel.
a dentist's office, number 6.
Oh, number 6 now.
Teeth.
Teeth. Oh, that was a good gamble. I wondered who was going to maybe throw teeth and be like, no one else will say teeth.
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper. That is outside the box, but yes. Stylus, nothing. Wow, bug. Wow, bug, did you write words down?
He did.
Okay.
I said toys.
Toys?
Dang it.
Yes, they're oh, that was a dang it.
Oh, I told you to get out of my brain.
I tried.
I had team.
Teams?
T-E-A-M?
T-E-A-M, like
Oh.
of hygienist.
Oh, the
kinda
dental
vague.
team. I like it.
Audience?
I don't know. Audience
How many of
says
you
yes.
get seen
There's
by
some
one
head shaking.
person
Yes.
at a dentist's office? A singular
Yeah,
person.
one person at a dentist office would be bad form. All right, I'm with you. All right.
Thank you.
How are we doing the rest of the table?
Pass.
I had teeth.
Downs, downs, down.
All right.
Dairy foods.
Yeah, I did not write anything down.
Okay, well, that doesn't get you any points then.
Yeah.
Well, too bad.
Tropical yogurt.
Tropical yogurt. Okay,
What? Yogurt?
that's a yogurt flavor.
Is it a flavor? Yes. Is it really? Yeah.
Tropical yogurt.
Tropical.
I had nothing.
No.
Taleggio.
Sorry, what?
Taleggio. It's a type of cheese.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know this food or words and I can't spell, so I'm going to say yes, congratulations. I don't know. Is it delicious?
It's a cheese? Yeah. Very nice.
Sweet.
Good one.
Or savory?
I said tomato bisque.
Wow. Oh, very nice. Tomato bisque. Wild bug.
No.
That was nothing.
I eat a lot of cheese and somehow didn't get anything.
I have a thyme milk. No, okay, cross that out.
All right.
I don't want to say it.
What do we got?
I wrote taco. I think I thought of sour cream, and I was like, that's on tacos, and I wrote it down, and then I looked up and saw dairy foods, I went, no.
No? Okay. All right. Well, thanks for being with us.
Hey, you know, I do what I do.
Medical specialties. How'd we do there?
Teeth.
Teeth.
Back to dentist.
Back to dentist. Anybody go back to dentist for teeth? Point teeth.
Wow.
Tricking insurance companies.
What was your answer? Tricking insurance companies.
Medical specialties tricking insurance companies. Let's check the table first off. No tricking insurance companies. Hey, American audience, how do we feel about medical insurance? All right, way to win over the crowd.
Trachea.
A trachea.
That's good.
What was yours?
All right, I mean, is that a specialist?
What is it?
Trachea. All right, they say the audience is saying yes. All right. Okay.
I said throat, ears, and nose, aka an ENT.
Is it ears, nose, and throat guy?
I mean, listen, if we can talk about Kennedy, JF, I think I can go with.
Don't listen.
throat,
I will
EN.
give you that. That is a ears, nose, and throat doctor with throats. Anybody else get throat or ear, nose, and throat in there? All right.
Before they specialize in the ear and the nose, it's just a
They got to
throat
get to the
doctor.
throat.
Just
I
a
had-
throat doctor for
Somebody
now.
flunked the
I had
other two.
therapist.
Dissertation was on
Oh,
points.
dang.
Hold on, what we get?
Therapist?
A therapist.
Oh, that's good.
Wow. And no one else on the table? All right. Ladies down at the end? Nothing?
I got
Okay. That
nothing
was
for the
there.
next category.
Things at a rock concert.
Oh, what?
Oh, did you finish a medical thing, Smashley?
We're done.
Medical.
Move on.
Medical.
Move
We're
on.
at rock concert?
Yeah, we're rock concert.
Rock concert.
Tattoos.
Tattoos. Oh, we got a tattoo.
Son of a beach. I would like to say hello to my coworkers on the call here. I wrote titties.
The crowd approves. Anybody else? No points.
So mad.
3 double points.
I had tickets.
Tickets. Very nice. Okay, I hear no tickets from the table. Okay, I'm just looking down the line.
Teenagers.
Teenagers. Very nice. So far, it's a good clumping of things.
I said-
Tattooed teenager titties at the tickets.
Tequila.
Tequila. Okay. Wild bug.
Nothing.
Wild bug, I'm nervous for you here. Does your pencil work? Do you need a new pencil? Okay. No, it's okay. Stylus, how we doing?
I said tattoos.
Tattoos. Oh, okay. Yeah, tattoo.
Trash in the rows.
Oh, trash. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Had thigh highs.
Thigh highs.
I wrote timer. Is there a timer? No. I'm not sold on my answers.
Okay, if you had fought for it, then maybe the crowd would be
I
on
don't.
board. But nope. How about chores? How'd we do there?
Taking trash. Taking the trash.
Taking the trash.
We've got throwing out the
We got
trash.
trash, throwing out the
We got
trash.
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 Taking out the trash.
Any, all the
All trash.
trashes.
All trash.
Trimming
Trash.
hedges.
Trimming hedges. Very nice.
Wait, did we had more trashes?
Yeah, there were
We had trash.
trashes.
Trash.
Trash, taking out the trash. Trimming hedges, stylistic thing. Down the line, down the line, down the line, down the line. No one. All right. Two more left. Things that are smoked.
Trout.
Trout. Oh.
So there
Turkey?
is something.
Turkey. Smoked turkey?
turkey legs,
Oh, we
yeah.
got turkey? Was that a
Anything
double
else?
up of turkey?
Yeah, got turkey.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had turkey also.
Okay. Anything down the line, down the line, down the line, down the line. That was trout.
Thick cigars.
Thick cigars.
I don't know.
And you come down to yourself. Nada? Tri-tip. Smoked tri-tip. 2 points.
It's good.
Well done.
Tri-tip a hyphenated word or two
I
words?
have no idea. I told you I can't spell.
Ah.
I don't know. Tri-tip. Okay, it's been Googled. We're waiting on Google.
Everybody says.
So is that 1 point?
One word.
So
Hyphenated
hyphen
one word.
is a 1 point word, right? That
It benefits me, so I say yes.
I don't know if Sarah will tell us anything because I already shot it down once. So
Sorry to pick on 1 point there.
I feel like we'll go 2 points. 2 points. Try tip, and then we'll end here with you. Our last category:
I wrote.
animal with horns.
Started to write Triceratops and ran out of time.
So you have tried.
TRIC.
No, that's not a real animal.
Triceratops.
Triceratops have gotten in.
I fully wrote Triceratops.
Triceratops. All right.
So it would have been eliminated.
Down the line, 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 down the line. All right,
I wrote-
total up your point. Oh, wait, we got one?
I wrote Tauros, like the Pokemon.
That's a monster. That's a pocket monster.
It is an animal. They eat them.
I will give you Tauros. The audience will
Tauros.
bull.
Oh.
As a bull. All right, total up your points on your columns, and then we'll rattle off points real quick on the end here. Smash 2.
So victorious.
Yes.
3.
3.
Yeah.
5.
Oh my God.
2. 5. 4.
None.
None. None.
5.
5.
3.
3.
8.
8.
Woo! Dang.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right.
Can I
I'm
adjust
gonna
my
time
seat
how
real
long
quick?
this timer is on my phone so we can have a better countdown next time.
Sorry.
No, I can't see.
All right. Stopwatch here. All right, get yourself situated so you can see. Yeah, if you want to come peek over here, you can come peek over here. Or squeeze in right here. I could go a little bit further and not fall off the stage.
That's okay.
All right. New categories coming now. Oh, we need a die. We need a letter. No, look. I almost covered up the thing with the paper on here, which would have done none of you any good. M. Like,
As in Mancy.
sure, Mancy. I'm going to be like Mike. Be like Mike. Time starts. There are your things. Things in a courtroom.
Is that ways or wars?
Wars. Wars that start with M. Things on a farm. Card games. Things found in the sky. Hollywood. Parts of the body. Restaurants. Things associated with the Civil War. Bugs. Things that require a license. And dolls.
Hollywood?
Yes, Hollywood itself as a category. Where did Bug go? He's got to write things down. We got license righted. Just one bronk. Da-da-da-da-da.
Dolls it is?
Which one?
12.
12. Dolls.
Dolls.
We feel like we're over halfway done with the sand.
What is Hollywood? Just anything to do with
Just Hollywood. Convince them that it's Hollywood. Yeah, you just have the audience to impress, that's all. I feel like we have 1 minute left based on the time that has gone by on my stopwatch. Which means we're about 30 seconds-ish left now. Just roughly, get a general idea of time. That's weird. Well, he was a little bit behind. And pencils down. We'll call that, I don't think I was 15 seconds behind. That was 2 minutes and 45 seconds. All right, let's see. If you swing back, stylist, to your seat, and then wow, a bug, swing back to yours, then our scorekeepers will have you in order again, because that way they don't get messed up.
Sure, that's good.
All
for the
right, we ended
audience.
down on your side, Smash, so we're just going to swing back to you again.
Masks.
Things in a courtroom that start with M, masks. Anybody else got a mask? Oh, 1 point. All right.
Millionaires.
Millionaires.
Ooh.
Not like to see those in courtrooms, I suppose.
That's good.
Depends if you count the lawyers.
Malfeasance?
Yeah.
Malfeasance, very nice.
Malfeasance.
Oh. Way to sit on it. Just to like, the whole crowd loved it. Malfeasance, that's great.
I got nothing.
Pick your flavor.
Either or.
Where are we at here? Moving down?
I got nothing.
Anything?
I said mallet.
Mallet? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a mallet. It's a gavel also, but I would have given mallet.
Magistrate.
Magistrate. Very nice.
I realized I just blew this one. I thought it was real good. Marilyn Manson. It was not that one. So never mind.
All right.
Charles Manson?
I bet he's been in court.
Has he?
I mean,
Okay.
odds are good, but things might be sort of, Marilyn Manson's a person too. Wars. How do we do?
I just said the military.
Well,
Military is in war.
No, that was a no from the crowd.
Reset time.
Check the table. Military.
Is it? Are we doing wars as in a specific war or things in a war? Or I'm confused about the category of war.
Is that Smash? Are you pointing to military already down here?
I named a war. We
Oh,
can
you
keep
named a
going.
war. Let me mull on military for a minute.
Oh,
No
mull.
one countered your military, so let me think about how this fits in wars. I don't know. Points.
don't look at me. I said men.
Men, military. Do we have any men? I'm feeling like there's a
Let's
growing.
start with them.
No man up here.
No M. I feel like points so far. Yes. If we get like a wave of M-named wars and they impress me with historical knowledge all the way down the table, then maybe I'll change my mind. But so far, yes. Anything? Bug? Nope. Next.
Oh, I have a
Oh, you've got one.
Manchurian invasion from World War II.
Okay, the Manchurian invasion.
I mean,
very nice.
Sure.
Okay, still feel like that's wars on brand.
I have Michigan versus Ohio in the Toledo War in 1835.
Very nice. Points given.
Are you going to give men that point now?
Yes.
You got rough.
Smash, did you have anything in wars?
No.
Machine guns? I don't know at the point that we're going here. All right, things on a farm. Yes,
Military.
points for men and military. Military men are in wars.
Military men.
Most wars don't happen without those military men.
What about women?
That starts with W.
It was the men's fault that the war happened. Let's just admit it.
I don't want any credit for that.
You ladies didn't start the war. You're just there to tell us we were doing it wrong. Don't war. Down on this end, let's see, we're down to there.
Oh,
Things on a farm.
Old MacDonald.
McDonald, I'm old.
MacDonald.
McDonald. We went over sort of the
McDonald.
comma here
We
for
had a
like Kennedy
conversation.
could work for like there.
Kennedy
Okay.
slash comma.
Yeah, no, there. Okay, so far McDonald. Anybody McDonald it? All right, 1 point.
And mulch.
Mulch.
Close it out.
Mulch. Another mulch.
Yeah, sorry.
Another mulch. Just looking down.
I had mouse.
I said mice.
Me too. Are those two different words?
A single mouse
A single
and more
mouse
than
could be
one
a-
mouse.
If you
No,
have a really good barn cat,
it's
one mouse.
just one mouse. No, mouse and mice count each other out. If you had been quick
Doesn't
enough to
matter,
argue
same
that,
word.
perhaps, but no. How are we doing down in the middle of the table?
And mice.
Mice. Okay, that group there. Middle of the table, end of the table. Here we go.
I lost on mulch.
How about moose?
Moose.
On a farm in Canada.
Ooh.
Have you seen a moose?
They are wild animals.
Wild
Let them be free.
Are they farmed in Alaska?
Oh, you gotta try that moose
I was
milk.
going to say, in Alaska, I'm sure that there are moose farms.
Moose
Getting
steak,
thumbs
moose steak
up.
is a thing, right? Moose.
You can't contain a moose.
Oh, that's a good point.
This feels like firsthand knowledge of moose farms.
If it's farm raised,
Hold on.
maybe you don't gotta restrain it.
All right, moose are on the farms eating the crops. We didn't say they had to be farms.
He's ready to
Anything?
run this table over.
A mower. You don't farm mowers, and none of you argued about mowers. You can't grow a mower on a tree.
More correct.
Yes.
That's why no one argued it. It's more correct.
All right. Card games.
Made.
Oh.
Come on.
Made it
If we're gonna
I
take
gave
a
old
bowl for
McDonald.
Sorry, Travis.
You're right, neither of them.
It's not a
His
proper name.
And Old and Maid is not the name of a person.
Yeah, I'm feeling like no on Old Maid.
title.
Old Maid versus Old McDonald.
Gosh.
If this comes down to you being
The
tied
song
with Smash
goes,
for 1
"Old
point, we'll solve this
MacDonald,"
problem.
not
But I'm going to say
old
no.
McDonald.
I got one that costs a lot of money. Magic the Gathering.
Doesn't cost you
Magic the
anything. Cross it
Gathering?
out.
Wait, we're on.
Magic the Gathering happened. Magic the Gathering happened. Card games. Anything else down the
I had
line?
memory.
Oh, memory.
Oh.
Very
Oh, that's
nice.
so good. did
I
not-
forgot
did not-
that game.
I'm
Any-
Munchkin.
What is it? Oh, Munchkin.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
What was that, Smash?
Now.
Yeah.
No.
That was a game.
All right.
Mal- oh, man.
Okay. Those were our card games. Mousetrap is not a card game. There might be cards in it, but I don't think you could also call like Monopoly a card game. Like, we got a jail card. No.
Not
The
a
board.
card
All right. Smash, things in the sky.
Maple leaves.
Maple leaves.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
Nothing? Listen, you can convince us almost anything is in the sky. You just got to sell it to all these people out there. What do we got? Working our way down the lines. Anybody?
Oh, I for in the sky I had magpie.
Magpies?
No.
Did you magpie also?
I have magpie.
Oh my god.
Middle of the table, how are we doing?
I had meteorites.
Nice.
Meteorites, very nice.
Oh, I had meteor.
Oh.
They're different
This
things.
in the sky.
I got Mars.
Mars,
Mallard.
mallards, Mars and mallards, those are both in the sky. Unless you believe in the flat earth, and then it's just on, it's a hole poked in a dome. All right, Hollywood, convince us that your M is Hollywood.
Mash.
MASH, yes, I like it.
Got MacGyver.
MacGyver,
Nice.
yes.
Ooh, I like it.
Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe. Anybody
one.
Marilyn Monroe? That's about as Hollywood as you can get. 2 points.
Nice.
South?
I said Martin Sheen.
Okay, yeah. No one's contesting down the line. Bug.
I had James McAvoy.
Aw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, because we've already discussed that you could McAvoy, comma James, old, comma McDonald.
Molly Ringwald.
Nice.
Molly Ringwald, okay.
Movie magic.
Hollywood is movie magic.
That's good.
Our picture-in-picture is movie magic. 2 points.
Mike Myers.
Mike Myers. Very nice. And nothing. All right.
Tragedy.
How about parts of the body?
Muscles.
Muscles.
I also had that.
Oh, and muscles.
Did you do plural or singular?
Plural. Mice and mouse crossed out.
And mitochondria.
Ooh, mitochondria.
Powerhouse
Very
of
nice.
the cell.
The powerhouse of the cell. We all know.
10 points.
Mandibles. Your jawbone.
Your jaw, your mandible, okay.
Oh, I had mandible.
Oh, mandible.
Mandible.
That darn bug.
Moles.
Moles.
Ooh.
Very nice. Very nice.
I had molars.
Molars.
Yeah. I was worried for a second.
Okay, Bug had muscles.
Mammaries.
Mammaries. Part of the body.
We're 2 for 2, guys.
Mucous membranes.
Mucous membranes. 2 points, M.
I have male parts.
Male parts. All right, and then we had a repeat over here.
We're good.
Mandible. All right, restaurants.
I said McDonald's. Who said McDonald's? Someone said McDonald's.
No one said McDonald's is a restaurant?
I'm the only poor person.
You win.
Barely, but
Dang.
I have Maggiano's.
Maggiano's.
Murph's.
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 It's a bar in Philly, in Fishtown.
It's a Philly bar. We're good. Anything?
I had a sushi restaurant across my old job called McKnight Kitchen.
I believe you. That was sold.
I can
I'm
pull
sold.
it up on Google Maps if I have to.
I had a pizza place called Molinaro's Ristorante.
All right.
Maggiano's.
And nothing. All right.
Eagles Maggiano's.
Things smash associated with the Civil War.
Things what?
Who are
Mustaches.
mustaches? Yes, I like point.
Militia.
Militia. Yes, point. No point.
Mortality.
Yes, point.
You guys are way too excited about that.
I said.
We all got it.
I said murder.
I murder.
Murder. Oh, we got a double murder.
No.
Bug. Any point? Anything? Nope.
Mason-Dixon line.
Mason-Dixon line. Very nice.
Muskets.
Yes.
I wrote that down.
I was surprised we made it this far without muskets.
Memorials.
Memorials. Yes.
I went there during your brain today, apparently.
Well done. That was a strong category. Bugs.
Moth.
Moth. No bug.
Millipede.
A millipede?
Millipede.
Millipede.
Maggot.
A maggot? All right, point maggot. Wow, a bug. Tell me you wrote down me. If you said me, I will give you the point.
Oh.
Down the line, anybody?
Mayfly.
Mayfly, yes.
No, that's good.
Maggots, millipedes, moths. All right. Things that require a license.
Motorcycles.
A motorcycle.
Okay, I said motoring.
I think motoring is different than motorcycle, and I need to mull that over by the time we get to you, because I don't know if that's a real thing that you would say.
Motor.
Motoring? Motoring? Yeah.
Motoring.
Yeah, because all kind of motoring needs you need a license for boats.
I had motor boats.
Sherlock Holmes would say that.
So what I'm saying is this Sherlock Holmes hat is making me think motoring is a real thing, but I don't know if that's a word that we use.
May I? In Pennsylvania, motorcycling requires a discrete license.
Oh yeah, no, motorcycling is good.
I'm good?
Motoring specific, yeah. Motorcycle license is different than your driver's license, so I'm good there. I'm
I
considering
had med as medicine.
medicine, yes. Medical license,
Definitely want a license.
nothing.
Motorboating.
Motorboating. At the concert with the memories.
Yeah.
No.
This is the worst game
I'm
I've
sorry.
This is the 13 and up show. We're okay.
I said machine gun.
No.
License.
Depending where
Okay.
you live.
You have a gun license.
to use that.
I suppose your military license.
I hope you have to have a license.
I'm not in. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Stylist.
Magician.
A magician.
You don't need a
I-
license.
You need
for
a
that.
license to be a
To
magician?
practice magic safely and not harm the public?
Of course you need a license. You can't have rogue magicians harming public safety.
I think you might
Audience,
see our
how
point
do we feel
disappear.
about licensed magicians? No.
Oh, no.
If you can produce a licensed magician from your pocket, papa!
Illusions, Michael.
Got M80.
An M80.
Does that count with machine gun?
Like they don't eliminate each other just because they're similar.
M80s are
These are a
firecrackers.
firework.
Do you need?
M16 is the machine
I don't know a
gun.
lot about guns. I
So-
just
Do you
heard
need a
it somewhere.
license to use
I don't think
Are
in
those illegal?
in my home state of Washington and Oregon, where I grew up, you can't get a license to throw a firecracker.
Looking for something illegal called
No.
an M80.
All right, no points on M80. All right, what do we got?
I had motoring. Again.
Motoring. Oh,
Or the audience.
audience, how do we feel about motoring? Well, motorboating, I think, is a
You
boating.
need a specific license to be able to drive
Yeah,
motorboats
you
in
need
most
your
states. I
motorboat
just
license.
pay a lot of money to get
Let's
mine.
just start it. No points this round.
All right. Now, with the creepiest category, let's finish off with dolls.
Any Simpsons fans? Malibu Stacy.
Malibu Stacy.
Oh, nice.
Good doll. Nothing.
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony. Oh, My Little Pony on the edge.
Oh, yeah, another one.
I said Molly from American Girl.
Molly, the American Girl doll. Now we know who had Molly.
I said Marilyn Monroe.
That lady's a doll.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. Sure, I'm giving double points to Marilyn Monroe as a doll, I suppose. Just as an apology
I'll
to all
take my
people that I made that.
I got them.
I had mannequin.
Nice.
A mannequin, yes, very nice.
Wow.
Mattel.
Mattel. Dolls?
All the dolls.
I agree.
Very good.
All right. How are we doing on time? Is it painful yet?
A little bit.
We have just enough time to fill out our third column. But we do need to get some point totals, don't we, to help out? Score pointers. Where do you want to start? This side or that side? All right, Smash. Smash got
Nice.
7 total. This is total, not this
9
round.
total.
9 total. Do you want totals or this round total? Perfect. Totals.
9.
9.
11?
11.
6.
10.
11.
0.
4.
10.
9.
14.
Dang.
Okay.
Good work.
Oh, extra time for this.
Oh, 9.
9. 9, 14. Okay.
Yep.
I'm moving.
Get to your spot where you can see the words. We'll roll the letter because we forgot to do that.
That's all right.
Which timer do we want? Vibes timer or a real timer?
Real time.
H. The letter H. Let's see, we gotta go there. That's the list we already did. Here are your words. Things at a movie theater. Types of jokes. Clothing materials. Things associated with moving. Trucks, separately. Animal babies. Liquids, birds. Things in a hardware store. Home improvement stores. Things at a bank. Ways to gamble. Ways to gamble.
Hotel.
I want to say Home Depot.
And we're going on vibe timer. I didn't turn on the other timer.
3 clothing materials.
Yes, clothing materials.
Thank you.
Should I have brought the dice so we could just rattle the dice? Cookie Brigade. Also, you can get verified for $8 with the Cookie Brigade.
Things at a park?
All the money, things at a park. Which
Park.
number? What are we looking
11.
at? 11. Things at a bank.
Bank.
$8 will get you verified by the Cookie Brigade. No, you can apparently get verified multiple times. You can verify multiple badges. It'll all go to Child's Play. It's a monthly thing once you do it. Child's Play? I would love to talk about it because it's this great thing, but I don't want to mess them up. This has been torturous enough for them. There's only a trip to any PAX Australia on the line.
I believe it says moving.
Oh, checking the vibe time. 45 seconds left. Two words left. That's how much time you have. Most of Triceratops left. That is your final word. Pencils down.
Oh, serious? So bad.
All right.
Someone drop a badge.
Smashlikins. Things at a movie theater starting with H.
Holograms?
Holograms. Okay. No one is arguing holograms. The audience didn't revolt against you immediately. Feel like they're accepting that point.
Your check is coming. Heated seats.
Heated seats.
What movie theater are you going to? I want to go.
I just sat in those for the first time when we went and saw the new Black Panther movie. Kind of makes you want to fall asleep once it's a recliner and it's heated and you're there. You're like, oh, this is great.
I got nothing.
Nothing.
Hand holding.
Hand holding. Aw.
I got nothing.
Hot dogs?
Hot dogs. Wild bug on the board.
Everybody's hungry.
Hotties.
Hotties at the movie. Woo! Part of that hand holding.
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. Very nice.
Hit movies.
Yes, hit movies. And nothing. All right. Types of jokes.
Humorous. Yeah.
Humorous jokes.
Yeah.
Hilarious ones.
Oh, hilarious jokes. Not humorous, but beyond.
Okay.
Hurtful digs, and a thumbs down is against that kind of joke. Not against my
Hurtful dig. Oh, we had a hurtful digs down there. Oh, another hurtful.
I said heckling.
I like heckling as a joke. That's good.
I got nothing.
Nothing.
I have hitting down.
Yeah.
Punching
Punching down is.
Oh, but this whole table had like nothing.
Don't look at me. Win them over.
Okay.
That apathy. You've got to beat it. Clothing materials.
I'm so mad I sew and I couldn't think of a thing.
Oh, you're gonna hate me.
I will. I will hate you. Hydrophobic fleece.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Check the table. No one. Okay.
I had nothing.
Nothing.
What do you have?
Hemp.
Cross it out.
A hem.
I had horsehair braid.
Nice.
Okay.
I think it's one word.
I think horsehair is yes. I will believe you. Thanks for giving up a point. Nothing.
I said heavy coat.
Heavy coat. Yeah, not a material. Herring. Okay, don't
You
give
already
words
said
away
hemp,
yet.
right?
All right, the audience didn't feel impressed. I would have bought it.
Did they say him or hemp?
Him.
I have hemp.
Hemp.
With a P.
Oh.
No, I had hemp, H-E-M-P.
Oh, HEMP. HEMP. Okay.
Sorry.
Double hemp.
Heather? Is that a material? Okay.
That says the sewing people in the audience. All right. Nothing. All right.
I just put H on a leather.
Things associated with moving.
Handles.
Very nice. Nobody down the table taking handles.
Heavy boxes.
Yes, good use of heavy.
Hernias.
From the heavy boxes.
We're telling a story here.
Yeah, there's a handle on this heavy box. Oh, hernia.
Someone's moving.
Hardwood.
Hardwood. Okay.
I said hauling.
Yeah.
Hauling, okay.
Heart attacks.
Oh. Dark.
Someone had a stressful move.
You move on the hottest day of the summer, it's very possible.
Hurting my back.
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay. The audience is all, apparently people just moved and had a bad time about it.
Headaches.
Headaches.
Heavy lifting.
Ooh.
It's different. But it's
Heavy
heavy.
box, heavy lifting. Are we, it's heavy and heavy.
I think we're
is
both
the
out,
word.
right?
Yeah.
Both heavy, both out?
Yeah, I think both heavies are out, right? Because the word that we're doing is heavy.
The word is
No.
The H word is
Like, I'm not wearing the
heavy.
crown. I don't know. All right. Smash, you take 1 point, I'll take 3.
Hey, that sounds like a fair deal. Audience, how do we feel? Is that double heavies? That feels double heavies. The audience said no. Don't look at me, look at them. You can fight them all after. Trucks.
So I started to write down high because that's like in
Like
the
a
air,
lifted truck?
and I can't climb into them without a ladder. I don't know if that works, but yeah.
High trucks.
Cool.
Sarah, you don't get a vote in this. Your bias is
That person's
beyond
nodding
belief.
too.
You're a short person also. This doesn't count. All right. The audience didn't feel impressed with high trucks.
What? That'd be cool. Yes, yes. Thumbs up. I see
I
them.
believe those are called lifted trucks.
Brutal. I wrote Honda.
A Honda.
Nice.
Honda makes a truck. Anybody at the table get Honda? Okay.
Heavy duty.
A heavy duty truck, yes.
Oh yeah. Yes, he did.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Hess.
Heck.
Whoa.
Like the toy trucks.
It's back. Heard it's better than ever.
Very nice.
We've got hauler.
A hauler. Okay. Hauler truck.
A Hummer.
Hummer.
Yes.
Yes. Your friend in the audience said yes.
Yeah, they did.
Faster than everyone else. I know.
My friend would rather see.
Your
That's
friend's
Watson
up
over
here
there.
keeping score.
My friends keep the score. That's why I'm worried.
All right. Animal babies.
I wrote ham.
That's called a piglet.
Hind, but I don't think that's a baby.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to count that one then.
Does Hamlets interact with ham?
Hamlets?
I don't know if both
It's like
are
a term of
baby and-
endearment for kids.
But that's not an animal baby.
We're animals.
Nope.
We're all animals here.
I have hatchling.
Hatchling. Baby animal hatchling. There we
also
go.
said
We
hatchling.
found the vibe.
Oh my God.
Another hatchling.
Did we wait? Did we crash out? Oh, well,
Multiple hatchlings.
it was there.
It's a really good one though.
I got nothing.
Huggable. Like animal babies are huggable. You want to hug every animal baby you've ever seen? Deny it? I dare you.
Audience, this is a we got to get the
Huggable
feels. I
feels.
need you to like.
You are
this is
all
ancient
liars if
Rome.
you've never wanted to
I
hug
need
an
you
animal
to give
baby.
me like, does this live or die? All right, the crowd has spoken. You've been
I saw some votes.
Crowd
yeah,
is
but
harsh.
not more.
Crowd
I
is
saw one
harsh, yeah.
guy.
See the crowd.
Baby animals, definitely.
I wrote Hippo Fiona from the Cincinnati Zoo. She's
Okay, yes.
It's not an animal baby anymore.
Smash.
I did not. I'm
No
very
baby
happy about it.
animals. How about liquids?
I see.
High C. All right, way to think outside the box.
Oh.
Is it coming?
Hendrix, gin.
Okay.
Hydraulic fluid.
Hydraulic fluid, very nice. Yeah, just liquid.
How about a nice Hawaiian punch?
A Hawaiian punch.
I'm really proud of this one. I got hot ham water.
Hot hand water.
It's from a show.
It's from Arrested Development.
It's from Arrested
That's good. That's good.
If you know, you know. Yes, 2 points.
Wow.
We're moving through.
I have hydrogen.
Hydrogen. Hydrogen in liquid form, I suppose.
It can be liquid.
Horchata.
Horchata, very nice. Delicious liquid.
I wrote helium that's cold.
Helium, that's cold. Helium in liquid form. We gave hydrogen, we'll go helium.
All right, then let's test that theory because I have Hg, which is mercury.
Yep.
No, that's
Done. Point.
Doesn't even have to be cold.
That's at room
That's
temperature.
at room
my
temperature.
friend.
Take that.
That's a room temperature liquid.
Mercury and
Good work.
bromine, the only ones.
I like it.
Birds?
We find out who knows their periodic table with that one. Birds, H, how we doing?
Heron.
Heron. Yeah, there's all the like, who's got my word?
Hawk.
A hawk. Oh, a hawk there.
I was thinking Hegel.
Eagle. A
Eagle.
robin. How are we doing down there? Anything? Anybody? Anything?
Hummingbird.
A hummingbird. Any hummingbirds? All right.
Horned owls.
A horned owl. Very nice.
Thanks, audience.
I'm losing my animal card.
And no one said birds aren't real. So,
We've all been playing Wingspan.
all right. Things in a hardware store.
Halogen lights.
All right.
Hammers.
Yep.
Hammer.
Hinges.
Hinges. Very nice.
Handsaw.
Handsaw. Okay.
I also had hammer.
Hammer was there.
Hardwood.
Hardwood.
Handrails.
Handrails.
Well, I've got handlebars. Is that the same as handrails or different?
Nope, that's different than, because a handrail would be down your stairs.
I have hard hat.
Hard hat is different than hardwood, because hardwood is a thing, one word. Hard hat, two pieces.
Is that 2 points or 1 point? Or?
Hard hat. How did that get to 1 point? That word's not hyphenated. That's a pair of words.
I believe 2 points.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it 2 or 1?
Yeah.
Yes, 2 points there. Dose. Home improvement stores.
Don't even look at. I wrote Howie's. There might be a Howie's out there. It just sounds like a home improvement.
I bet there's a Howie's. If you had sold it, nope, the audience didn't go for it.
I don't.
Home Depot.
Home Depot. All right.
Home Depot.
Cross that off.
Yeah, I knew that was. I YOLO'd.
Got it. Got it.
H Mart.
H Mart. Shop smart.
Oh, that's good.
Improve my
Okay.
home.
H
Do
Mart.
they sell Korean food?
Yeah, do they have
Yeah.
any home
They got
improvement
tools.
stuff? I was there the other day. They had
got
like a
tools.
heater thing, a little like
Another H.
Yeah.
So they get screwdrivers and stuff. And
Have you been to it?
You didn't know
frequent
that.
Wisconsin. No, I'm not counting it. But thank you, sir. I'm going to use that in the future with gusto.
This category's wrong, too.
Where did we leave off? We had Home Depot. We had
H Mart.
H Mart. Down the line, down the line, down the line.
Not bad.
Handymans?
You can't just make up a store.
Google it.
I mean, sure, but
This
is
feels
it a thing
this
that
feels
you know
different
of?
than Howie's. This feels like it's a thing. Okay, you don't get to Google it. Handyman's, the hardware store. How do we feel, audience? This is again, vote as
That's
a
pretty good.
handyman.com says Sarah. All right, hardware store, you win. We'll give 1 to Sarah.
Okay, she needs it.
All right, things at a bank.
Helpers.
Helpers. Anybody got helpers? No.
Heists.
Heist.
Yeah.
Okay, heist, very nice.
Heavy door.
Heavy door, yes.
We're at back. Yeah. Oh, it's heist.
Yeah. We had a
Oh, we had a
Yeah, I
heist
had
down
heist.
here.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Scott.
Stole your point.
It was really good though.
We were at heavy door. Anything as we move down?
Home mortgages.
Home mortgages at the bank. Very nice.
I got nothing.
No, nope, nope.
Human resources.
Human resources. I'm sure every bank's got that department.
Heist.
Heist was there.
I got nothing.
Nothing. Ways to gamble.
I still got nothing.
High stakes.
High stakes gambling.
Horse racing.
Horse
I said
racing.
horses.
Oh, horse races.
I said haggling.
Haggling. All right, I'll take it. The audience said yes. They didn't boo right away. Bug, anything? Nope. Keep moving down. Down, 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 down.
We are
down, down.
honest folk down here.
Honest folk. That's not part of gambling.
Which side of the glass?
All right, so what we do need to do is finish up our tallying points. And we'll get our left to right furthest down. Send your totals just for the last round.
There was some uncertainty from the audience about H mark. I'm not sure if I'm
H
or
mark.
not.
The audience said no.
No, we got more thumbs. Look at all the thumbs.
Oh, there's thumbs up back there behind where I can't see them.
The silent majority.
Well, here's what we know. I believe if I'm keeping my score right, Bug and Silas are low points, which means
It doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter probably on 1 point above or not.
I'll leave it off for now.
So let's see. They went H mark, but you could have your point if that works for you. So, Bug, we came out of this not with a 0. Wow, Bug, 1 point, but we still have to say goodbye.
I have 2.
2 points. Twice as many points as I got. Pass this down to Wow, Bug. Thank you for playing with us. Stylus, where we come in at?
Do you want total or?
Let's go total, and then we'll see if someone else is like, crap, I don't have that many points.
I have 10.
10. That was a solid. That was a good showing. All right. Silas, round of applause. Thank you. Tomorrow.
My total is 11. I had 5 in the last round.
Ooh, all right. So, Silas, it was real close.
Not much. That much.
Tomorrow, 2:30 in here, we're playing the cooperative game Flashpoint. It'll be a treat. I can promise you that. Come see the remaining 8 Omeganauts, and on your way out, find the Cookie Brigade. Get yourself verified. Be a real person. You're not even real if you don't have one of these. You could be anybody you want, though, once you have one. Thank you for coming. Have a good evening.
Should these up here?
High five.
High five.
How many we shared? every time I'm like, this is so unique. I've got
Thank
this.
you for hosting.
No one's gonna for real.
I'm like, this is so, no one's gonna think of this bird.
I almost wrote down like 3 others. I was like, morning dove.
Bring me your
met people.
Not since the what?
Do
Not
this.
since the breakup.
Oh, our mic.
Oh, you're mic'd now.
Wait, these haven't been. Oh no.
Oh, that's right. It's
All right. So
Hello.
microphones
What
are
is
live.
time?
So I guess that means we're starting, yeah?
Hello.
I like that I'm looking at Jay as though they are the timekeeper. Hey, we good? Feeling good?
No.
I feel like we should like do like a cleansing breath or something.
Let's do the wave.
A cleansing wave.
A cleansing wave.
Oh, look at us.
Oh, there's a few more folks. We'll wait for them to come in. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Each person that walks in just makes me a little bit more anxious. Like, oh my God, another set of eyes.
I'm good.
I can
All right.
barely see anything.
As soon as this fine
Yeah,
group of
I'm
folks
looking.
gets seated, we're gonna get started.
Yeah, I have like a cone of
This is
vision
gonna
of
be
just
great.
these
I have a good
people
feeling about
and
this.
no one else.
Yeah. I can see like 10 people in the spotlight right here, and that's it.
I know there are a
I
lot
see
more
hands.
people out there.
I see movement.
There's so many good people out there.
We good? For real this time though? Okay. Hello everybody and welcome to Neurodivergency at the Gaming Table. My name is Kate Osborne. I go by Katieosaurus on most social medias, where I am an ADHD educator, a mental health advocate, and a certified sex educator with a special interest in the intersection of neurodivergency and relationships and intimacy. And also, somewhere along the line, I also remembered that I really like TTRPGs. And so I've spent the better part of the last few years talking about neurodiversity and accessibility and inclusivity in TTRPGs. So I like to say I just work in both type of dungeons. Nailed it! Oh! Thank you. I've been workshopping that one for a while. So before we begin, today we are going to talk all things neurodiversity in gaming. But before we do, I would love to meet our beautiful. I have a slide for this. Panelists.
Whoa!
I worked so hard on this slideshow. Okay. All right, so we're going to start right here with Noir. And if you would, all my lovely panelists, please introduce yourselves. Tell them where you can they can find you. Don't forget your pronouns. And if you are comfortable talking about your neurodivergency, that's cool. But if you don't feel like disclosing, consent is mandatory, so don't if you don't want to. It's chill.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Noir. You can find me all over the internet as The Noir Enigma. I am a host for Gen Con Table Takes and Morning Ritual, a show I do with my partner where we interview just about everybody in the TTRPG space. I go by he, him, and they, them. Oh, boy, I forgot everything else I was supposed to say. That's pretty much it. As for my divergencies of neurodivergent. Oh Lord, it's crashing already. ADD and PTSD. So.
Dope. Hi, I'm Ave K, though you will hear me around the internet as Calamity. You can, woo, oh my God. You can find me as simply Calamity 2Ys everywhere. I'm a content creator, tabletop actual play performer, and I have ADHD, and I'm also autistic, and all the other wonderful comorbidities that come with that. So yeah, that's me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nala, or Jay. I go by both. I use they, them pronouns. I am on the internet at NalaWoo and at Nala Draws. If you'd like to see my artwork, I am a professional illustrator and art director doing freelance in tabletop RPGs. Besides art, I also do tabletop actual play performance and content creation, voice acting, and sensitivity reading and cultural consultations. And I have ADHD, and I'm suspicious that I have other things as well.
Oh, it's me. Hi.
It is you.
Oh, no. My name is Paladin. My pronouns are they, them. I am a TTRPG bookmaker and voice actor. A lot of my work is focused on cultural representation and proper POC representation in the TTRPG space. I can talk English, good. I am an interviewer and an essayist, and I have depression.
Hell yeah. Hi. What? What?
Nothing, I guess.
Hi, I'm Latia Jaquise. You can find me all across the internet at Latia Jaquise. I am a content creator. You may know me as I play Dahani on Rivals of Waterdeep. And as of Monday, I am the community manager for Dungeons and Dragons at Wizards of the Coast. Thank you. I have ADHD. Autism runs in my family, and I suspect that I have that as well. Yeah, that's about it.
I was waiting for another person. I lost count somewhere.
Imaginary person on my left, please tell us about yourself.
If a voice started, I'd scream, honestly.
Time to go.
All right. So today we are going to be talking about neurodivergency at the gaming table. And the goal of today is to discuss our experiences as gamers, as artists, as creators, as people working and playing in the TTRPG industry, and what it means to game with a neurodivergent brain. However, before we start talking about what it is like to live as a neurodivergent person, I thought it might be useful to define neurodivergency and how we are going to define it today. There's a slide. Transition. Yeah. Seamless. All right, so neurodivergency is a really interesting thing because it was the idea of neurodiversity was originally coined by Judy Singer, who is a wonderful autistic educator and advocate. And the idea is that there are people who experience the world with more challenges, and there are people who experience the world with less challenges. As we have started to sort of better understand and better research the scope of neurodivergency and everything that it sort of entails, what we've learned is that, well, there really isn't a normal, right? There really isn't just one standard brain that has no issues at all. And so when we talk about terms like neurodiversity or neurotypical, I always want to be very careful to mention that what is typical, right? Really? But the umbrella of neurodiversity is broad and it is wide. It often is used to start the conversation around ADHD and autism, but it is much, much more than that. Learning differences and disabilities like dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, personality disorders, developmental language disorders, anxiety, depression, ADHD, obviously, those with linguistic differences like stutters or clutters, OCD, ASD, tic disorders. I'm actually a person with a tic disorder as well. And so there are a lot of things that are going to come to the table when we talk about neurodivergency. And one of the things that I really like about the next slide is that this is a great one. This is from Genius Within, which always makes me feel a little bit better. But the nice thing is that what we also find when we're talking about neurodivergency, we're also talking about a really fantastic skill set. We're talking about things like creativity, excellent verbal skills, hyperfocus, if you want to call that a special skill, and other things like that. So it's important to remember that when we talk about neurodivergency, it's not a bad word. Disability is not a bad word. And the conversations that we're going to have today I lost my place in my notes. I was being so good. I was just casually looking, and then I lost it. But it's important to understand that neurodivergency is a broad scope. And the reason why that's important is because we as a community involve and bring to the table many, many people from many, many experiences and backgrounds. And so when we talk about neurodivergency, I'll say it one more time, and then I promise I'm going to stop repeating myself. Neurodivergency is big, and it is broad, and the umbrella is very wide. And so we're going to talk a little bit about our own experiences, but we certainly aren't the experts on our own. We are the experts only on our own experiences and no one else's. So with that being said, I have a question for you, Noir, and the rest of our panelists. So the first question I just want to ask is, wait, I have a funny joke. Hold on, it's hilarious. That's it. That's the end of the slideshow. Thank you. So for the rest of this panel, this is just going to be a very casual conversation between a bunch of people who, frankly, I just wanted to get to talk to. And so I'm so glad that all of you are here. But the first question for the panelists, and we'll just go right down the line, is how did you get into gaming? And secondary follow-up question, what sort of issues and problems have you experienced along the way?
I got into gaming because a bunch of my friends started disappearing after high school. We would leave for the class, and then people would just go away, and I'm like, where are they going? I found out they were playing D&D. Decided to join them, and haven't stopped since. Problems that it has caused. It used to be a problem, but now it's kind of a strength in the sense that I understand that sometimes there are personalities that just don't mesh. And I used to be one of those people that was continuously trying to put like a square in a circle hole to like, no, we're gonna be friends. But sometimes you gotta find that right table for yourself, or you were supposed to be having fun doing this, and if you leave every D&D game seething, needing to call your friend, go like, you won't believe what happened at the table. You're missing the point of the hobby. So yeah, that my initial problem was that I tried to be somebody that fit into the spaces that were available instead of going off and finding a table that was appropriate and right for me.
What he said. I'm going to piggyback off of that just because his experience is similar to mine, because we grew up in the same area, and I was one of the people he played D&D with as a teenager. The challenges that I had mostly were very similar, finding that proper place for me as a person who didn't know she was neurodivergent at the time, who just thought that, everybody had to get up from the table every 10 minutes because they just couldn't sit still anymore. And it's kind of the same going around, like finding that those people who, well, first of all, finding out that, those things that I thought were really bad about me were neurodivergent traits, and embracing them rather than trying to like shove them into a box and leave them there forever. And then finding those people who had coping mechanisms already and finding out what coping mechanisms worked for me and using those and informing tables that I played with that, hey, I'm going to be on my phone, but when my turn comes up, I'm gonna know what I'm gonna do. Stuff like that.
Is it to me now?
No.
Yeah, we Uno reverse the order immediately because it's a panel on neurodivergence. We do what we want.
Oh, no. I got into gaming very early on because my father introduced me to D&D when I was 3, which, I don't know, good or bad, I don't know. And I started playing D&D officially when I was 10. The way my neurodiversity has affected my playing is that it manifested as this need to be perfect at all times. And if I'm not perfect, then I'm nothing. Which, I don't know, now that I say it out loud, it seems kind of silly, but what drove a lot of how I approached any game, video or in person at the table with RPGs for the longest time. I'm a lot better about it now, and it manifests now as like me, wanting to have a better center for my own writing, but I now don't destroy everything I do if I don't immediately love it.
I just want to say I appreciate the slideshow because I actually learned something. So I also have depression and anxiety. General anxiety is the specific diagnosis for that. I did not know that those things also fell under the neurodivergency thing, so that's cool. Lots of things. For me, I got my very first introduction to D&D was in like elementary school. Some boys in this after-school program were teaching like this really like watered down version of D&D that involved grid paper and a single D6 and drawing little symbols, and you explore a dungeon or something. I don't know what it was, but I remembered that happening. But I didn't play like D&D proper until the end of high school. A bunch of my friends really liked the Adventure Zone, and they were like, do you want to play this fun and cool game? Shout out to my friend Aaron. Thank you for dragging me into this. But I started playing that, and then I went to college, and my college had a TTRPG club, and I started playing more and with other people, and then I just fell in love. And what I really love about tabletop games is that it really feeds my hyperfixation, because like you come together with your friends, it's social time, but it also combines like all of my other interests together, like as a character designer, as a creative writer, someone who likes telling stories, someone who likes dressing up and like playing a character as an actor. Like I'm a theater kid background, all that stuff. So like it brought everything I love together into like face-to-face time with my friends, because that's my #1 love language, is quality time. So it's just everything together. And that's why I like fell head over heels in love with this hobby. And I found so many people in community who like support me and have all the same interests as me, which is really great. Problems that I've faced, I think I've been lucky enough that I haven't specifically been targeted because of my neurodiversity. If people weren't vibing with me at the table, I kind of just stopped playing with them. And I don't know, because if people treat you bad, don't play with them. And that's something that like I learned really quickly, and I was able to find friends that I love playing with. I think more of my problems came from me being, an openly queer trans person of color in the space, trying to advocate for positive change and positive representation. A lot of people don't like that. And so being like visibly marginalized on the internet has probably been the largest source of problems, quote unquote, for me. And I can't really do anything about that. Like people send me like mean messages. They've called me all kinds of names, all the death threats. That's fun. But I don't know, you can just keep doing what you're doing, because if you're making those types of people mad, you're probably doing something right. So.
Heck yeah. So I'm, I think at this table, the newest to tabletop. I only got into it a little under 2 years ago. I was a theater kid before that, and yeah, theater kids. Big theater kid before that, who had kind of fallen out of it just due to life being life. And somebody one day asked me if I wanted to be part of a game. They were trying to bring new people into the tabletop space, and it was a homebrew magical girl game, and I just absolutely fell in love with the concept of tabletop. I actually played D&D the least out of anything, weirdly enough. Yeah, so I just absolutely fell in love with the whole aspect of role-playing and building characters. I'm a writer, I forgot to mention before, but I'm also a writer. So that like character creation and world building are very big aspects of what I do as a writer and narrative designer. So gravitating towards that just happened immediately, and I've just been in love ever since. A lot of the issues definitely come with going a long time undiagnosed and not knowing that I was neurodivergent. For me, I started becoming a perfectionist, and unfortunately, as some people have mentioned at this table, trying to fit myself into spaces that I didn't belong in because the people there just weren't great, unfortunately. I've been very fortunate to not have been at a lot of like tables that I had negative experiences at, but it was more me causing the problem and trying to be perfect and creating my own problems because I thought like, oh, I had to be a certain way. But I've been very fortunate to be with DMs and tables who have just been very open and receptive and sort of say like, hey, you can calm down, just like vibe and have fun doing this hobby. Like it doesn't have to be something else you have to be perfect at. You can just have fun. So it kind of became a positive, I guess.
Out of curiosity, this is something that I like to do with these panels. How many of you out there in the crowd this day heard something that resonated? Like, oh yeah, I've been there. I've been in that situation. Okay, just real quick, take a second. Can you keep your hands up, please, if you would? Take a second, just like look around the room, just real quick. That's it. That's all I wanted. We'll come back to that later.
Welcome.
We'll come back to it. It's fine. So one of the amazing things, and I'm so excited to have this group of panelists here, because these are creators and artists and players that I frankly look up to in the industry, and I have had the good fortune to play with some of them, and some I'm hoping to play with soon. But one of the things that I think is so interesting is that as creators and artists and writers in the TTRPG space, you do play with a lot of people. You do encounter a lot of people. You play at a lot of different tables all the time. And so we have experienced a range of, really great stuff that has happened and also maybe some not good stuff that has happened as well. And so I just want to ask, and this is, again, we can just go down the line. What advice do you have for, and this is specifically neurodivergent players, who are looking to get into this space, who are looking to play more, who are looking to maybe even just support themselves, at their own kitchen table games. But with the experiences that you've had, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah,
Why use 10 words when 400 will do?
I actually had a very weird revelation the other day, which is masking is exhausting.
Yep.
Smiling when you don't want to smile sucks, and kind of pretending you are that person that is palatable to people is exhausting. Good news, however, it's wonderful training for picking a character and being in it. So I think what I would say to my neurodivergent folks out there is that you have been practicing for this all your life. Instead of being the appropriate person at a panel, you get to choose what mask you're going to wear. That is the magic of this hobby. I can't tell you how many times I just take a deep breath of fresh air at the fact that I don't have to be anything other than what I defined for the next 4 hours. That is a gift. There have been times where parts of your identity can weigh heavy. I remember a time I got pulled over on a way to D&D game, and it was pretty fucked up. But I got to go into that room, and I got to be a paladin, which is not a cough. I just want to say one more time. And I told my GM what had happened, and he gave me the ability to find somebody that was supposed to be distributing justice fairly and to deal with it. That is what this is. That is what our hobby is. That is the responsibility we have to the table. That is the responsibility we have as the GM. And you have an advantage because you have been enduring masking for a very long time. So if you're thinking about getting into this, do it because you're ready.
Yeah, that's something that I definitely noticed, is that I very easily slipped into these characters, because slipping into characters is something I had literally done all my life, way before I had, autism or ADHD as labels. I will say that the first thing that came to mind for me is advocate for yourself. And that doesn't mean being like, hey, I have ADHD, so you need to take care of it. Like, that's not what it is. You don't even have to tell someone what it is that you have. You can just say, I need these things in order to participate at this table, and that's legitimate. You don't have to prove anything. You just need to ask for what you need. That's something that I know has definitely helped me, is not feeling like I have to explain why I need stuff, because people need different things. You're no different. You're just a person who has needs, and you need to express them.
I've been sitting here typing up my response, and I'm going to piggyback off you because I literally wrote advocate for yourself and your needs at the top of my notes here. But I just to go off that, like, accommodations will make things easier for you, and I would highly recommend asking for what you need. And I will give some examples because sometimes people don't know what to ask for. But I do a lot of stream performances, and those are automatically more difficult than sitting in person and playing because of all the technology involved, delay, lag, all of that stuff, sound issues, literally anything that could go wrong goes wrong, you know. But I always ask that we do captions and that the captions are available for me to look at. Like, it's not just to capture and then put on the stream for the audience. It's so that I can have the little window, the Google Meets or whatever open so that I can read. The cane is falling over. So I can read the captions along with you know, everyone else, because I need those. I have an auditory processing disorder as well, so that helps me a lot. Also, if the DM has a longer monologue prepared that they've typed up, I ask them to share that with me so that I can read along. Because that is really, really useful. And some GMs are very like guarded about that. They don't want to spoil it. And so like my workaround for that was just asking like when you're about to do it, send it to me then. So it's not like I can read ahead and see what's going to happen. Like, I mean, also like as a performer, as a professional performer, like, you know, I'm not going to metagame. Like, please trust me as a player also. Also stimming, like just finding things that you can stim with at the table, at least for me, is really, really helpful. And letting people know, like, hey, I'm gonna be doing this thing, like I stack dice, or I will, you know, I have this like spinny ring thing that I like do. There's like lots of things. NPC names, having those like written out so that you can post them in your player chat or whatever as the names are being given, because I am the resident note taker. If I don't take notes, I'm not paying attention. And so like that has sort of like, not like relegated me to that role, but I love doing the note taking because it helps me pay attention more. But for me, I hate stopping, especially if it's a stream game, to be like, how do you spell that? Can you spell that for me? So like having them send it out in the chat is so useful. So like those are some of the things that I ask for. And that would be my greatest advice, is please advocate for yourselves, because this is supposed to be fun, and it will be fun. You just don't play with buttholes who shame you for being on your phone or doing this or taking forever or not knowing your stuff. That's all. Can we swear?
No.
Yeah? No? Okay. So that's
Oh, I'm in trouble.
that's crap. That's crap. So don't put up with that crap.
Oh no, I can't swear.
I know.
You know, we play this game to have fun and a good time, and occasionally you'll be playing in a game that you're just not having fun with. And I think it's very important to figure out why exactly you're not having fun. Because it might be a thing where you have some kind of need or something that you need to be doing for yourself, or you might not be with good people. There have been times before where I've been playing with people who have been actively antagonistic, and I've been like, oh no, it's just me. It's not them, it's me, it's my problem. Latia, you were poking me when Nala was talking about typing out a name properly.
Yeah.
Uh,
Because every time you give us an NPC, I ask you how it's spelled.
yeah, and oftentimes it's nowhere near what y'all thought it was going to be.
No. Why do you make it difficult for me?
It's a fun game for me. It's a mini game.
But at least it's a game that I understand. I know if Paladin gives us a name like Liejig, for example, it's absolutely not spelled how you think it is. And I'm prepared for that. And it's not malicious.
Yeah, it's just a fun little game I play, and I make sure that when a player wants to know what a fantasy word is, because fantasy words are made up. They're super made up, and no one really knows how anything's supposed to be spelled. But in this particular case, Liejig was spelled L-Y-G-G, and one player told me to fork off.
But at least it's like you already kind of accommodate for those things just by being you, a neurodivergent person who knows that a lot of your players are neurodivergent. So we kind of need to go along with a lot of that.
I'm gonna be up front. That's not why I did it. I just do it because I know fantasy
Well,
names are.
I know that's why you do it.
Are
But
horse poopies.
yeah, but the fact that you make those accommodations, even though you like fantasy names, makes me happy. Thank you for accommodating for me.
Oh.
Aw. Good job. I don't really have a whole lot to add to what everybody else has said. I mean, as you can see, I have been stimming for the entirety of this conversation. I really advocate for yourself. Don't be afraid to speak up if, you're not being advocated for. I truly do not have very much else to add to that because everybody said everything I was going to say and a lot more eloquently because I don't word good.
You word perfectly fine.
Oh, thanks.
So one thing that I did want to add at this juncture is that our panelists especially tend to be more of like TTRPG, D&D players, but especially at a convention like PAX Unplugged where we're talking about board games and tabletop games of all different things, it's really important to stress that these ideas, these sort of ways of supporting both yourself at the table and your players at the table, this is not just for D&D, right? This is for any game, any situation in which you're sitting around and you are trying to, work through a common goal. And especially when we start talking about things like board games or even, larger concept things like MMORPGs or video games or that kind of stuff, there's still a lot of lessons that we can take away that aren't necessarily about, like staying in character, but things like how do you support your players at the table? How do you, teach a new board game to a group of very distractible ADHDers, right? How do you deal with a rules lawyer at the table when they might be neurodivergent, right? There's so many different opportunities that we find in board gaming, in gaming in general, to not only support ourselves, but support each other. And so I always like to bring that up, that we always somehow wind up talking about D&D a lot when I do this panel, but this is for everybody. So thank you for being here. So the next question I have is very similar to the one that I just asked, but a little bit different, because what I would like to know is, as a player, as people who do this sometimes for, your job, what advice do you have for, the DM, the GM, who might be looking to better support their neurodivergent players? Can you think of anything in particular, that could be really useful? And I'm going to Uno reverse this. So we'll start with you, Latia.
So we're starting with me?
Yeah.
Cool. I can't really hear you because of the echo.
I can't hear you either, so it's fine. I keep just like nodding.
Without hearing the echo. I've been like doing this, and it hasn't really been working.
I know, right? I was like, auditory processing who? All right.
Yeah. So accommodations that you as the dungeon master, game master, storyteller can make for your players. Listen to them. How about rule number one?
Listening. Wow.
It's such a useful skill. If they come to you and they say that they need an accommodation, listen. If it is something that you find difficult to do, ask them how they would like you to do that. There is a world of things that make games accessible to people, whether it is tactile things that will make things easier at the table, or sorting things, or depending on what it is that your players will need, something that if you may not be able to support that, ask them if they wouldn't mind, and then that's their thing that they can use while they're at your table. But really just approaching their concerns with an open mind is probably the best thing that you can do as the person that will be leading them through this adventure, teaching them this board game, and taking breaks as necessary, and really just and not getting annoyed when they're finding it a little bit more difficult to grok something, or really just I can't stress how important that is to me and for me, and for, I'm sure, to and for many of you in this room.
I would say listening is a skill, but also is communicating that you will accommodate someone. Because oftentimes I will see people who have needs for themselves when they play games, and they don't talk with the DM about it because the DM hasn't given off any kind of verbal or any verbal confirmation they would be okay with that there would be for their needs or anyone's needs, no matter what they are, or they don't have the right, feel for it. I tell my players right off the bat that if you need anything, just let me know. Currently in a game that I run, I have a player who very upfront said, hey, I have this specific phobia. Please don't ever come close to it. And we don't. And it's that easy to just communicate that, hey, if you have a need, I will make sure to accommodate it. And follow through with following through with it. You know, it's like level 1 jerk to not really listen to someone. It's level 2 to listen and still go through it.
I wanted to talk very briefly about art and hiring artists because as a neurodivergent illustrator working in this space, there are things that clients and like private commissioners can do that make my life a lot easier. And stuff that if you offer this ahead of time, if you're hiring illustrators, whether it be for commercial use or for your own private commissions, these things, at least for me, are very, very helpful. Timely feedback, at least for me, when I send like sketches out to my clients and I ask them, hey, what do you think of this? Please be checking your email, especially if the artist has told you, okay, now I'm working on your thing, because it really stinks having to like sit around for like weeks waiting for a reply because like you can't move on until they give you feedback. So like giving timely feedback is really, really useful to me. Also allotting for delays. Sometimes life happens. And as a client, as someone who might be hiring people, this doesn't just apply to art either, this could be for anything. But like allotting for delays so you can say, okay, I want the art by October 18th. But you really don't need it until October 31st. But you tell them October 18th because then if there's delays, you've already built that time into the entire project schedule. And then the artist doesn't feel like a complete utter failure if, you know, something really gets messed up and they can't get the work out in time, and letting them know, hey, it's okay. That's really, really great. Also, having a style guide and being very clear about your expectations for what you want the art to look like, because nothing frustrates me more when people don't communicate like what they want, and then I'm like working and I'm like halfway done, and then they're like, oh, actually, we don't like this at all. And then you're like, okay, how can I fix it? Please give me feedback. So having a style guide or just be very clear about what you're looking for up front is really useful for me. So those are my little things just for the art side, because I kind of already spoke to, like, at least for me, my gaming side.
Yeah, I would say something that really helped me was kind of knowing ahead of time how much I was worth, because before kind of getting into things, I was just kind of going, yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds great. And it kind of got me into situations that were first overwhelming. I dealt with a lot of burnout, so please make sure you're taking care of yourselves, y'all. Also, I got into a lot of situations where people were saying, oh, like, we're charging this much, and I'm kind of like, I don't know how much. Do your research, make sure you look into it, because people will try to lowball you, so make sure that you are, you know your worth and you stick to it. And also, oh, gosh, I had another one. It left me. But yeah, just don't let anyone treat you bad just because they're like you know, you think they're really cool or anything, or they're paying you. Make sure that they treat you like a person and kind of vet them ahead of time. Make sure that you're getting good vibes from that group, because you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you're, you know, in a contract and you're unhappy and then you get burnt out and you don't want to take on other projects. It's just, it's a slippery slope downhill. So just make sure that when you do kind of sign on for things, that you vet things ahead of time and state, you know, kind of like advocate for yourself, state what you need. And if they're not there for it, that is not the team or group table, I don't know the name for you.
When it comes to setting up a comfortable environment for the table as a GM, my number one advice is it will always be steel. Go to.
I thought you were going to say snacks.
Oh, well, I mean, that too. That's a bit controversial right now. No, no, find all the things that you like about the tables that you've been to and take them. Take them and improve them. Be preemptive. If there's something that you hate as a player, find a way to regulate it at your table so nobody has to go through what you went through. Personally, I hate when I have a character and somebody else's character to feel smart either negs my character or hits my character. So I came up with the safety tool hands. If you want to throw hands at my character, put them up. If I agree, I'll put mine up. Then we can do the whole, you smack my character in the back of the head. However, if you play at my table and you smack a character in the back of the head and they did not consent, I will rain down fire on you because that is a pet peeve of mine. People said, make sure that you're listening to your players, but also make sure that you empower your players. I, as a GM, have a tendency of talking too much. So another safety tool that I have at my table is the break card. If one person says, I need a break, we take a break. I don't care if it's a stream game, I don't care if it's a home game. People are people, and sometimes we need a minute. I base all this off of the X&O system. I call them stage directions at my table now because we have quite a few because, again, you find things wrong at your table or find things that you would like to improve, and you find a way to improve it. I have a monologue card. So if somebody wants their moment to, like, talk to their god, that player that is just like, and I'm there too. No, we got a card for that. So it's just make sure that you're always watching your table. Take note of every time somebody kind of goes, oh, and fix it. As for a player, be empathetic. We're all here together, and if any one person's fun is more important than anybody else's, we have a problem. It's supposed to be communal. This is communal storytelling. So make sure that the table is harmonious, in sync, and if it's not, fix it by stealing.
I will say, as someone who's played at a table with Noir, great person to steal from. Has great stuff.
Seriously. I don't usually answer my own questions, but this one is something I'm really passionate about. One thing that really helped me both as a player and as like a DM GM is to start thinking of things in terms of tools, right? So there's a lot of like conversations about things like safety tools and like checklists and that kind of stuff. But in and of itself, like D&D Beyond is a tool, right? Virtual tabletops are tools, and there are tools that can be profoundly accessible for people. For example, I have something called aphantasia, which means that I can't picture stuff in my head. And so many people just started nodding, and it made me like delighted and joyous, so thank you. But it can be really isolating as a player to not be able to like sort of imagine along with the rest of the group, especially in games like D&D, where it very much is theater of the mind, because unless I'm looking at a map or a mini or a sketch on a cocktail napkin, I have no idea where my character is in space. And that can really impact how my character and how I play with other people at the table. And so things like virtual tabletops or maps or minifigs or that kind of stuff, it's easy to say, oh, it's just minifigs or it's just a map or it's, oh, you're just lazy and you don't want to do math. But in reality, those are vital tools for a lot of people. And discounting them or saying that we don't necessarily need them or they're just silly, trivial things, I think it's a really great reframe is to really start thinking of it as an accessibility tool. Minifigs are accessibility tools in the same way that, like a calculator is. And I just think that's important to remember. Okay, speed round. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have 3 questions for you.
Oh.
And try to keep your answers to less than 30 seconds, okay? I believe in all of you. Okay, number 1. What is your number 1 favorite game for the neurodivergent brain? Go.
The Wacky Shop.
Okay.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What is your favorite, like, neurodivergent friendly?
Oh, Soup Brain.
What?
Soup.
No, what's the question?
Oh.
I'm still kidding.
We got echoes over here.
Yeah.
What is your favorite name for a neurodivergent brain? Oh, that rhymes.
Oh, brain
Oh
goblins.
no, game.
Game.
Oh,
Game. What is your favorite?
What?
Oh.
Thanks for coming, folks.
Yeah, thank you.
I just believed you. I was just like, there's probably a game. No. What is your favorite game that supports your neurodivergence?
Oh, there we go.
Wow. This was the
This
worst
is why
game of
we need
telephone ever.
captions. This is why we need captions.
Holy smokes. And I was confident too. I said it with my full chest. All right, uh, I'm gonna go with Powered by the Apocalypse games. I like the blank canvas that they create. 30 seconds, there we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say Monster of the Week, so yeah.
The first thing I thought of was Stardew Valley with a crap ton of mods that make it fun for me. Because I don't like the game as it is. I play with so many mods that make it fun and take away the chore aspect of the game.
Elden Ring.
Yeah, Minecraft.
Minecraft, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
Minecraft.
Okay, speed round question number 2. What is your favorite tool or like thing that you bring to the table that helps support you while you play?
My stage directions, easily. Yeah, it's just, we've got a tool for everything, break, hands, X, N, O, all that good stuff, so yeah.
It's not really a tool, but just kind of like going with the flow, I would say.
I mentioned it briefly earlier, but my note-taking, I'm usually the only person at the table who's note-taking, and there are clips online of me making connections because of my notes, and that's like my face in real time realizing so it's my note-taking.
Yeah, I guess based off Latia's comments, spelling out names for my players.
Thanks. For me, it's similar to Nala. It's note-taking because I am usually the note-taker, or something that I can just fidget with to keep my mind on the game. Like not necessarily like this thing, this Ono roller. It's been keeping my mind focused this whole time. I also have a butterfly knife at home that I just like flip, and it's distracting for some people, but for me, it's just like, what's going on over here? It doesn't matter. I'm so focused on you right now.
So lastly, and you can talk for a little bit longer, but we find ourselves right now at a convention that is just filled with game designers and people who work in the industry. And so what is your number one piece of advice for game designers, game developers, game writers to make their games more accessible and inclusive for neurodivergent people?
Hire us.
Please hire us.
Okay, yes, hire us. But don't hire us because you need that neurodivergent person on your team. Don't diversity hire us. Don't neurodivergency hire us. A lot of us are really good at what we do, but we get passed over because a lot of people think that we can't handle the workload because our brains work a little differently than people. I say that actually equips us a little bit better than neurotypical people to handle workloads and to see things that people otherwise wouldn't see. So more of us in the workspace is going to absolutely help the industry become more acclimated and more welcoming to people like us.
Keeping your stuff clear and to a point. A lot of people go for like a bunch of different things all at once, and it just makes, I get bored very easily if things are just too much of a vocal mess when I'm reading it.
Sorry, skip me. What was the question again?
It's one piece of advice for game developers or designers to support neurodivergent people.
Oh, I talked briefly with the art stuff, so all of what I said earlier. Also, timelines are super important for me because I need to know how long your project is going to take, and please be clear with that. Put that in the contract, and do contracts, so that I can block it out on my calendar so I don't overbook myself, because I think, at least for me and my neurodivergency, if I can't see it, I forget about it, and so if I don't write things down like, oh, I've been booked for this project for this month and it's going to take up a lot of time, and I'll keep saying yes to too many things. So guard your yeses. Don't say yes to too many things. Because then in the future you will be screwed over by past you who didn't know any better. So yeah, being really clear with timelines is really important for me so that I don't screw myself up later, especially as a freelancer and I'm taking all these jobs from all these people and wanting to make rent each month while also trying to not screw myself over by overworking myself.
I'd say the one thing that first came to mind is different types of visuals, like not just words, but also having like pictures, images, make sure that the, character sheet makes sense. Something that I really like about Monster of the Week actually is that they have a hunter sheet and then like I forget, gamekeeper, I forget what the DM is called for that, but they have a specific sheet for each kind of like type so you can reference that, and that's just super helpful because when you're in the middle of a game, I'm not going to remember every single thing that's there, so that's just really helpful, having tools that, like being mindful of the tools that you have for not just your players, but also your GM and different types of brains because people perceive or kind of absorb information differently.
Ooh, I appreciate the value of the story and the game that you're creating, but I need you to remember that whoever you're writing the story for, they're not going to be the only ones playing it. I need you to understand that the games that you're making will fall into the hands of people that you may have never come across in your life, and you need to be very cautious with that. Words are powerful, and it's not always out of maliciousness that we can do harm. So please take a moment to remember that what you're writing will end up in the hands of all sorts of people. And you may not intend to cause harm, but you may just do that. And if that is what happens, do right. That's it.
Yeah, I was like, I want to clap for that one. Okay, so I want to close in a non-traditional way. So before I do the thing at the end, I would like to start, again, we'll start down at the other end of the table this time as well. But just, this is the part where you can all get out your phones and start following our fine panelists as they tell you once more who they are, what they do, what they're up to, and where you can find them. Latia, we'll start with you.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi, you can find me everywhere at Latia Jaquis or at my website at latiajaquis.com. Right now, the only thing I've really got going on is Rivals of Waterdeep, which if you got nothing to do on Sunday at 1 o'clock, you should come see us live because we'll be here in that theater over there. That's pretty much it. Absolutely. It is LATIAJAC. I forgot how to do Q.
That's right.
QISE.
You gotta be the Q.
I used to know how to do my whole name, and now I've forgotten. I'm sad about it.
Wait, which letter do you not know?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, the slide. The slide.
Hold on. I made a whole slide for this.
Slide.
Slide. Slide. Slide.
Slide.
I always wanted to do that.
Amazing.
That's all of us.
That's what we call planning ahead. Yeah.
Where can we find you?
Oh gosh, the woods somewhere, hopefully. Hi, once again, I'm Paladin. I am HTT Paladin everywhere. Please don't find me on Facebook. That's weird. I got a lot going on, honestly. I got too much going on. I'm releasing a book that I just finished up about a bunch of interviews. And I got, I think 4 Kickstarters planned for next year.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I work a lot.
Paladin, stop.
You can't make me. You can't physically stop me.
I could try.
Please don't try.
Hi, everyone. I am at Nala Wu everywhere and at Nala Draws, because we all know Twitter's kind of burning right now. So wherever we all end up, I will be at Nala Draws, which is Nala like the Lion King and Draws like you're drawing. As far as stuff that I'm on, you can see my work in, what have I worked on? Uncaged Goddesses, I did interior illustration. Apocalypse Keys, interior illustration. I am art directing for Games Unbound, who are down in PAX Intersection, check them out. I will be art directing for All the Witches, coming up soon. I see you. It's a cool game that I could not pitch, but it's really cool if you like witches. especially from people who aren't TERFs. What else? For actual play stuff, if you like Vampire the Masquerade, I am on a all-Asian cast of Vampire the Masquerade called Itaewon by Night. We stream Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Mind blanking, but follow me on social media. I post about all the stuff I do there. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Ave K, but you can find me as Calamity on all the things. I'm currently going through a rebrand, separating my VTuber self from my TTRPG/writer/game designer stuff. So all of the TTRPG, everything else I just said stuff is going to be as simply Calamity. Sometimes it'll have one Y, sometimes it'll have two. It's just how it is, unfortunately. So if you can't find it under one Y, just add another one and then you'll probably see me. But that's on all the things. I currently just went through a giant move and got a major job, so I am not currently in anything. But I do have some things coming up next year. I am part of a Greater Restoration is doing a like a campaign, crowdfunding campaign that they're going to be talking about soon. So keep an eye out on socials for that. You can follow Greater Restoration to kind of find that information as it slowly comes out. But yeah, follow me on all the things so you can see what I start doing next year as I get more into stuff.
Oh, hello. I am the Noir Enigma. It was the last one there. Cool, boy. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Hive. I'm not even gonna say Mastodon. I tried. I couldn't. I host Gen Con Table Takes every Friday. So if you're looking for all the latest news on TTRPG stuff, check us out there. I have a show with my partner called Morning Ritual where we interview some of your favorite folks in the TTRPG community. We've had most of the folks here.
I've been on.
You. Well, we've had like Brennan and Matt. And I also have a podcast with my sister called Dungeons and Dragons, which is all about adding accountability to the TTRPG space. Other than that, for actual plays, I'm with the Stream Punks every Monday. We have an aliens game called Beacon. I play a doctor with 2 health points, and I just lost one. So it's not going well. So I might not be on there long, but yeah, that's me.
Okay, and I'm Kate Osborne. I go by Katieosaurus on all the social media. You can find me on TikTok. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitch. There's another one, Twitter, I think. Yep. I'm going to be doing several more panels here at PAX. I'm going to be doing ADHD and D. We're going to be talking about ADHD tomorrow morning at 11:30 with the glorious Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer's in the audience tonight. Oh my God. I'm also going to be talking about disabilities at the gaming table on Saturday afternoon and #ActuallyAutisticGMs on Sunday the 4th. So please feel free to check those out. I'm also currently doing the House Divided actual play with Foundry VTT. It's getting very spooky. And I've done some other stuff, but you can just, go follow me and look. But before we go, I just want to do one thing. Remember earlier when I asked you all to raise your hands? If you heard something, learned something, felt something today, can you raise your hands again for me one more time? Okay, go ahead. Take a look around one more time. And just for the next minute, for real, you can put your arms down, thank you. Just take a moment to appreciate the fact that in the middle of a busy convention and a busy holiday season, about 200 some people showed up in a room to talk about this stuff, to talk about these issues, to share this space, to celebrate this community, to learn, to encourage, and to grow together. And that is truly an extraordinary thing. And so I just want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you so much for showing PAX that these conversations and these sort of panels matter in these spaces. Thank you for representing neurodiversity every day as you go about your lives. And so please join me in thanking not only our panelists, but also our tech tech crew who is working so hard today for everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much for being here. And I know that some of you are probably super, super excited to meet some of our panelists. We are going to hop out that door and head right down the hallway. So if you wouldn't mind giving us a second to sort of get established down there before you start talking to us, that would be really helpful to us because we're neurodivergent and we get overwhelmed. But one more time, I just want to just please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. Thank you all so much for being here and have an incredible PAX. We ended on time.
Yeah! Honestly amazing.
everybody. We are here.
We got no notice.
We got it.
Who is excited for an all-barred one-shot? You're at a table of bards in some way, shape, or form. You can be a lot louder than that. Who's excited for an all-barred one-shot? There we are.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Down
it.
here's loving it. They loving it.
If you don't know who I am, my name is Omega Jones, also known as the Critical Bard. He, him pronoun. He, they pronouns. What up? I just weirded myself. And I'm super excited to be bringing to you an all-barred one-shot with this fabulous cast of individuals. This is an hour, which means this is going to be very fast, high stakes, high fun chaos. So just join us for the ride. And because we have an hour, I'm going to get started immediately. But let's meet the folks you're going to be watching play this weird, chaotic game, starting to our left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm Dot. I also go by Little Red Dot online. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm really excited to be here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eugenio. I'm DM Jazzy Hands on the internet. I use he, him pronouns.
Hey, y'all. I'm Cypher Tier on the internet and sometimes in real life. She, her pronouns.
Hi, I'm Michelle Wynn Bradley. She, they pronouns. I forgot what to say.
Well done. My name is Josh Simons. He, him pronouns.
Thank you all.
Woo!
Okay. My cast, are you ready for something I can only wish to apologize about? but I
Yes.
don't?
Well, when you put it that way.
Wow.
By the way, I realized today this is my first time ever DMing at a live show. With that being said, in the depths of the forest south of Baldur's Gate, known as the Cloakwood, many terrors and phenomenons are said to occur, from the nefarious activity of the Seelie and Unseelie courts alike, to the plethora of cosmic planar occurrences. Not many freely enter the wood without some hint of caution within their hearts. But for a lucky few, it is the beginning of something more. For one special portal, if one knows the right questions to ask and the right individuals to impress, it'll take you to a festival of magic, music, and mayhem.
Ooh.
An annual festival where many a famous bard got their start, where lives are, for some, forever empowered, and for others, forever tarnished. This is Cobaltella. The five of you, bards of various renown, if that status is nothing more than just inside your heads, you stand or sit or plainly just exist in a half-circular room. There is a mesh of green shades all over the walls, and around you, you see a plethora of individuals, all antsy for something exciting. Whether you see the trio of halflings currently singing in the corner, "We may be short, but we are mighty," or the Air Genasi currently dancing, twirling with a scimitar currently balanced on her nose. You also see a bunch of tables scattered with food and drinks and a smorgasbord of things to give you some kind of sustenance. This is the green room for any and all who wish to perform on the Cobaltella main stage. However, as if on cue, names suddenly echo across this area from some kind of fantastical intercom of sorts. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cobaltella. May the following please join me and prepare for the beginning of your lives. Melville. Melville, can you please introduce yourself, what you look like, and the type of bard that you are?
Yeah. So you see a halfling standing proud at 3 foot 1 inch. He's got pretty simple attire on. Kind of looks like he just came in from a hard day's work, moving like heavy objects. Like he's still glistening with sweat, actually. And so his name is called, and he just, is this a line for the bathroom?
Oh God.
He has a way with words.
Interesting.
Clearly.
There's another name that is called immediately after it. Sir Iron.
Yes, it is I, Sir Iron. You see a very tall, slender man in a red suit and a red billowing cape. I forgot my cape, guys, sorry. And he stands on top of a chair, and he's got a huge, you would think it's a trident from far away, but the closer you get, you realize it's a giant fork. And he's, for no reason, is holding a green pepper and is just chomping on it like an apple. And you see what I'm doing. And attached to his back is a large metal pot. And I walk forward and I go, "Did someone call Sir Iron the mightiest of chefs of this realm?"
You may be the mightiest of chefs, but right now you are the lowest of the low. Next. What? Vice.
Yes, you rang.
Please introduce yourself. What do you look like?
Vice is a very tall heron gun. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're all kobolds and we're like, what?
Look, I said I was a heron gun. Deal with it. But Vice is a very tall heron gun. She's got brown and black fur. She is wearing all black leather because she thinks she's mightier than she is, because that's me, IRL. And she is wielding 2 scimitars on her back, as she is a bard of the sword.
And I should note, as your names are called, there is a mechanical automaton of sorts who comes and grabs you and takes you towards the door, but holds you there just for a moment. Another name is called Drunks. Drunks.
Oh, that's me. Drunks is a little kobold who is sitting in a corner all by himself, sort of facing the corner, and he's sewing something. And as soon as his name gets called, he shoves it in this great big, just like, I don't know, burlap-looking sack that he has that is clearly stuffed full of something. He has a couple little daggers on one side, but they look very unused, and a kind of large needle and a big spool of thread in his other hand. Yeah?
Please join the others.
Oh, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah,
it's okay, I'll come.
One final name is called, though it takes a moment. Jassy High Squeak.
Oh my God, my turn? It's my turn. She squeaks as she's like feeding her face full of the green room food, as she is a small rat folk woman. And she's kind of munching away as she turns to join you. She wears average clothes, but she's very clearly here for the food and the very low extra pay.
Fair. As you finish nomming the deliciousness that is in front of you, the 5 names are repeated once more. Melville, Sir Iron, Vice, Drunks, Jassy High Squeak. It is time. Please head through the doors to the stage. Good luck. I would say break a leg, but it is most likely that you actually will. And the mechanical individual who is staring at you just waits for you all to come over, and he says, "Hello, I am Sigma. Are you all prepared?"
Yes.
Always.
For what?
Sure.
For the audition, of course. Did you not hear, or are you not aware of where you are?
I took a left at the haystack, and here I am.
That sounds most unfortunate. Are you able to perform in any way, shape, or form?
I'm sure.
Then you are in the right spot. I would hope that the others are where they are supposed to be. For some reason, I do not believe you.
Knows what they're talking about.
Well, if you don't have any other issues, and he looks back at Melville, now concerned that you're in the very wrong spot. Follow me. And the 5 of you are taken through these doors to a long hallway. You actually see that this individual has like a subwoofer in their stomach. And he just, as you all start to walk through this hallway.
This is my favorite part. I tell everybody.
So anything you would like to do as you're walking through?
I would like to investigate and see where we're being taken.
Sure. Hey, first roll of the day. Let's have to give me a perception check.
Oh boy. Oh wait, I have a +8.
Do I need to get the light here?
Oh, you can see the light. I can't see that one.
The
There's a
shadow.
shadow on the
The
ball.
shadow.
It's dark on the stage. But with my bonus, that is a 16.
A 16, great. As you're walking through this hallway, you hear the sounds of perhaps paper being rattled and murmuring behind you as you leave the green room. But you clearly hear almost a raucous roar of applause and cheers and excitement coming through the doors that are at the very end of this hallway. Any of you who have ever been to Cobaltella would know that you are heading to the stage. You see brick walls lining next to you. This mechanical individual seems very excited, but doesn't seem like they're taking you to a place that you shouldn't be. But mostly you hear that there's some kind of excitement at the end of this place.
And I just kind of look at the others. So hopefully one of you can sing.
No, I can't.
I was told that any art was good enough to compete here, not just singing.
Okay, cool.
Really, I just want to win, so maybe I get a pay raise.
Yeah, no, we don't sing.
Okay.
You hear the
I
mechanical
sing with my
individual pipe up. Being a bard is not about singing. It is about telling a story. And tomorrow you can check out a panel about this very thing.
Okay.
Smooth.
Hey, do what you gotta do. As you all continue to talk, you get to these giant doors, and this individual Sigma turns and says, "Are you all ready?"
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Again, I don't believe you. And he opens the door to let you all head out. And as you start to walk outside, you see this glorious stage. Outside, you see starlight and like aurora borealis is just about, but you might think this is some kind of illusory magic. In the audience, in this ground area, you see a bunch of individuals of various shapes and sizes cheering and excited. Woo! Here we go!
Oh my God, this is it.
We call that immersiveness.
Yeah. Hey.
And as you all are led to this spot, the mechanical individual Sigma speaks. And now, a word from the one to make this all happen. All the way from Icewind Dale, you may know and love them, I mean him, Human. And as a light shines down on this throne that is behind, almost in the center of the stage, you see an individual wearing a big old trench coat, and you see only the snout coming from the hood that is currently up.
Oh my God, I have such a crush on him. Don't tell him though.
You know all the rules, and if you don't, allow me to tell you again. To be on this stage, all you have to do is impress us. I mean, me. Anywho, you need to show me why you are a bard. Show me the stories that you tell. Show me this, and I will make you a star. And as he starts to exclaim, you see this little red hand, a little yellow hand peek from the overcoat, if you will, as it starts to like give a little jazz fingers, and you see fireworks suddenly burst from behind him. And there's more applause from the audience as he gives this wonderful introduction. But first, you must beat them. From the other side of the stage, another door, like the one you just came out of, opens. But first you see smoke and fog rolling across the ground. You hear murmuring coming from the crowd. Tia mob, tia mob, tia mob. As you see, firstly, a couple of sets of clawed feet. And then coming from this smoke, you see a quintet of snapping kobolds with makeshift crowns all on their heads. Each of the kobolds a different color. One red, one blue, one green, one black, and one white.
Oh.
As they take these positions, a red kobold who's standing in the front steps forward. With her love, we shall be victorious. For many have tried, but none have ever been able to defeat the Tiamob. And they strike this super 90s boy band pose.
Yes.
The red kobold also has, you don't know if it's a wig, you don't know if it's an implant, but it is hair that looks like cooked ramen noodles. It's a choice, but as they pose, the spotlights suddenly shine upon them and the audience goes wild as the Tiamob is the current reigning stage champions of Cobaltella. You see two little cute little red hands clap as Human proclaims, these teeny boppers of Tiamat are fierce, but will they take their last dragon's breath? Are you all ready?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So we have to kill them.
Oh.
Well, you have to impress me, but hey, if they're not here, I need some kind of act to continue.
First step, murder. Second step, impress. Okay, is everyone on the same page?
I pull my scimitar and go to attack the red kobold.
Oh.
You said we had to win.
You know what? Roll me an attack roll, please.
It's going down.
Look, Omega knew who they were inviting.
Sliding situation.
Oh God, what am I doing? I know how to play D&D, I swear. So, funny story, I didn't have a weapon. But that's an 11, and it's against a kobold.
It's against a kobold, you are correct, but not all kobolds are the same.
Not all kobolds are built the same.
Wait, did you just not all kobolds me?
I did.
Out of the stage.
As you seek to find purchase with your sword, you see them just hold their hand up. Stop! In the name of her, before you attack me. It doesn't go through. And as your sword hits their hand, it suddenly just stops. You see no cut on their hand. They are completely unfazed. Human goes, welp, good luck, and don't fuck it up. Please roll initiative.
Oh, okay.
Hold off your numbers. I will get numbers afterwards. I'm just gonna use that. Easy.
17.
I just said hold to your number.
22.
Just start yelling.
25 to 20.
23.
Oh, look at that. Esports. 20 to 15.
22.
Oh, hey. I'm messing on Jersey. You said 17, correct, Vice?
Yes.
All right. 15 to 10.
Me, 13.
Eugenia, what did you get?
I got 8.
Hey, that's okay. You're not immediately last.
Small gift. I'm first in the second round. It's fine.
As the first blow goes, Melville, you are first as you see these 5 individuals staring you down, ready to hold on to their reign, one way or another.
Okay.
And let me set them. It's a big stage. Theater of the Mind, y'all. It is an easy way to play this game called Dungeons and Dragons. You're about 30 feet from them. They're all standing in a line about 10 feet from each other, and you all are doing the exact same thing on the other side.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to look of the kobolds opposite us. Do any of them look like nice?
Nice in what way?
Like they might be willing to answer a question.
Or like kind, like hot.
Yeah, like a friendly person.
Got it.
Gotcha. You do see, and it happens to be the kobold who is white in nature. Oh, I hate that. But it is what it is.
I would like to, with my action, cast message and ask, hey, do you know what we're doing right now?
You see them, they're a little shy, but they're clearly standing strong with their group. And they go, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just here with my friend.
Oh my gosh. Love them.
Okay, all right, that doesn't help me any. And then with my bonus action, I'll encourage I guess my newfound teammate Vice, and I'll say, Hey, that was a really great swing. And I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
We love a bardic inspiration moment. Is there anything else with your turn?
No, I'm very concerned and confused as to what the heck is going on here.
Jazzy, you are next.
All right. We watch her drop her trench coat as she reveals her beautiful rat body. Her tail has like gems and rings all along it. And she says, right? And she takes a running leap and she begins to tumble across the stage.
Okay.
And does a slide in front of, well, near, I guess, this combat. And she says, "Give me a K-N-E-E-L, kneel." And she points and casts power word kneel. On
Note, we are also using some cobalt press material.
when I shout the proper word, kneel, the creatures within 20 feet of the point I specify, so maybe all these kobolds, if they're within 20 feet of each other, are compelled to kneel down facing me. Up to 55 hit points of creatures are affected, beginning with those that have the fewest hit points. They have to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of their turn to end the effect.
So what is a saving throw to kneel?
It is a saving throw to break the kneel. It is
So they get automatically
instantaneous.
kneel. And what was the...
Up to 55 points, so it may only be one of them because they don't have a lot of hit points down
Gotcha.
now. But
You actually see the green one suddenly drop to their knees and go, "Consent, please!"
That's the weak one.
she goes, "This is an audition, right? That was that kid said? Great. Leo!"
And yeah, they hit the ground. They kind of stare at you, unsure of what power you have over them, but they don't like it.
I put one foot up to show my boots and lean a little bit, just so that there's some,
Okay, that's
posing at the end of my kneel.
Is that all for your turn?
Yes, I will. Yes, that is all I will do this turn. And then I turn to look at them like, I did it. What now?
There is a moment after this kobold kneels. You see the red individual with that ramen hair. They look at each other and they say, "Let us pray!" And they all suddenly hold hands. And you see the audience members start to bow their heads and close their eyes as well, as you know that they have seen this before. And the red kobold says, "O draconic mistress, we beseech thee, you are the way, the truth, and the fiery light. May you bring us success against these heathens and their ill will against us. You once said, 'Let everything that hath breath praise your name.'" And as they open their eyes, they are glowing, and you start to see smoke coming from their mouths. And that is exactly what we will do. All together! And as they say, "Man!" 5 cones of fire of various colors come at all of you. I need dex saves.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Woof.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
boy.
what?
That's pretty good. Dex saves.
Dex saves, okay. I thought you said a death save. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
Like,
the
what?
power word kneel was
Not
good.
19.
19.
26.
23.
25.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Whatever.
We're level 10.
You are going to take 5 points of fire damage, 5 points of cold damage, 5 points of acid damage, 5 points of lightning damage, and 5 points of poison damage.
All of us?
All of you.
Ow.
What? in that, Sam?
The total math there.
It's
5 and 5 is
25.
25. Thank you. Just making sure I got my.
I'm a fire genasi, so I only take like 5 of the into minus 5 or half of 5.
You know what? You're just going to negate the 5
one, so I could
completely.
take 20. Cool.
There we are. And as they begin to cough and almost refill themselves with heavenly light, up next on this group is Vice.
Oh boy. So you know what? This has annoyed me. I'm going to cast Tasha's hideous laughter at all of them.
Oh.
Yes.
And what do you say? What is the thing that incites this laughter from one of these kobolds? And which one are you targeting?
Oh, I'm targeting the red one, since that's clearly the leader.
Fair.
And I just point at that one. You are a joke to Tiamat and every dragon born before you.
Okay, what is that save? What type of save is that?
It is a wisdom save of 14. I'm casting it at 5th level.
Ooh. Okay, lucky for you, they aren't that wise. That fails.
Oh, excellent. At the end of each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. The target has advantage on saving throw if it's triggered by damage. So I'm going, as a bonus action, I'm going to talk. Do not hit the red one. Let it laugh itself sick.
And
Because
this
that's what it deserves.
This kobold looks at you and says, "How dare you! I am the great Justin Cinderflicker!" And he just starts to hit the ground, completely incapacitated, potentially for the rest of this fight. Who knows? Oh. That was pretty good. Anything else for your turn?
Oh, let's see. For a bonus action, I'm going to use my rabbit hop and separate the red one from the rest of them.
Okay, so you can get in between. Perfect. As you hop over, you see this green one suddenly step forward at you.
Wait, it's still kneeling.
Oh, it is still kneeling. Is that
And he's at 16. Wisdom.
Got a 16 on the die.
He does stand, if you would like him to.
As he stands, thank you for that reminder. As he stands up, he looks around, stops at you as you have made the leader of some sort fall to their knees, laughing. I'm a mean green kobold from the outer plains, and I'm mad as they rage as a bonus action and rush at you to hit you twice.
Can I evade?
Can you?
We'll find out.
I don't know.
That's a good question.
He's like, can you though?
I saw that.
I can disengage or dodge. Haha.
On your turn.
On your turn, but you don't need to, as he rolled 2 3s.
Can I just because I'm a rabbit and this is a kobold, just kind of smack him and kick him off to the side?
Of course, yeah. You kind of just pat and trip him up a little bit, even though this kobold has become a slowbold, essentially. They can't hit you, and they are struggling. Perhaps it's the lack of leadership that is causing them to find a little bit of problem within themselves. You see the audience is kind of confused because the Tia mob should be doing much better, and they are not. With that being his very unfortunate turn, Sir Iron.
Ah, yes, the one with the ramen hair looks delicious. I don't mind if I do. I activate Flame Blade from my hands, and I do a little pirouette move to get over to him. And I gently reach down and I say, if you wouldn't mind, I'm just going to borrow a little bit. And I use my Flame Blade to take off some of his hair. Is that good? Are we cool?
Oh my God, you're gonna take his delicious hair?
Just a little bit.
Oh, you can have a little
and
bit.
then I'm going to put it in I whip around behind me and you see that big pot? I put it in there and it's already boiling. It's been boiling this whole time. And I'm just like, and what a delicious stew I'm going to make from these kobolds. Isn't this impressive? Isn't this impressive? Isn't this impressive? And I'm looking around, looking for approval from everyone.
Get to see. Oh, hey, exactly. You even see the blue one kind of
Yes. It smells great, right? Your friend smells great in here.
No.
I'll be the judge of that later when it's done. And
as you cook, are you doing anything with this food that you have suddenly made from the kobold's hair?
Maybe on my next turn I can start dishing it out.
Can you give me a performance check?
Ooh, yes, please. Oh boy, that is a natural 1.
Oh
no. Woof, woof, woof. But plus 11.
Natural 1.
Just throwing it out there.
As you begin to cook and serve up this gourmet, if I may add hair, you see Human is staring at you, very concerned, and they say, I'm not sure if that's sanitary, but if you want to impress me, you can eat it.
If you boil anything, it becomes sanitary. Aren't those the rules?
Shouldn't you know?
Are you going to eat the hair that
Hell
you
yeah.
just made? You have disadvantage on all saving throws until the start of your next turn.
Woof. Okay. I I did it.
Last but certainly not least, Drunks.
Drunks is over by wherever Human is sitting and just sits on the edge of, I don't know, they're like stairs up to this. Yeah,
course,
just sits
yeah.
on the stairs and this whole time has been sewing something in his bag. And he looks and just is sort of watching. And then he reaches in and he starts pulling out sock puppets. And one of them looks like a little rat person, and he sort of lays it out. And one of them is a fire genasi, and one of them is a little rabbit, and one of them is a
halfling.
Halfling. And then there's one that kind of looks like him. And then he pulls out 5 more kobold ones, one of each color, and sort of sets them out. And he says, "Okay, go." And cast animate objects on them.
Ooh.
And they get up and they start doing a little show. So the rat one tumbles and then shows off some leg. And the halfling is sort of wandering around in circles looking confused. And the rabbit has a scimitar. It's just a rabbit, though, to be clear. It's not a herongon. So, like, it's got a scimitar in its mouth or something. And the fire genasi has, like, a little fork, like a little fondue fork in its hand. And they're just doing a mini version of what's happening on the stage.
Give me a performance check at advantage for using a spell to do so.
Oh, that's not bad. It's a 25.
Oh. With that 25, you see these 10 figurines, whatever these things are, start to dance and sing and just be joyous in all the things that they do. You see Human nodding his head, but more importantly, you see that the audience is now looking at you all and not the Tiamob.
Oh yeah, I should say the 5 kobolds of different colors are just sort of running around screaming.
You know, that tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks. You can see that morale is starting to lessen, or at least the excitement that the crowd had for the Tiamob is starting to wane, while the excitement that you didn't expect for them to have for you is suddenly growing.
Oh, thanks.
At the start of the next round, you see the black kobold step forward, and you can tell that he is very concerned, very confused, not happy at all, and he suddenly goes, drop the bass. And as he drops the bass, there's suddenly a loud doom. I need all of you to make con saves as he casts Shatter.
Can I use a reaction to distort his? Because that is what I do as a bard of echoes. Change
Ooh.
other people's sounds.
Please tell me what this does.
So as a reaction, I can change one word or up to 2 notes within 30 feet of me to another word or another note. So instead of him saying drop the bass, I'd like for him to say drop the bass. And so it sounds like he messed up.
Yes, 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 yes.
And she goes, "Oh, drop the bass?"
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave this in your hands. Can you roll me 2 d20s, please?
Okay, yes, I'm sure I can do that. Sure, I can do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right. I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling not great about that.
Add your charisma modifier to it.
Oh, okay. That'll help. Just flat charisma modifier. So I got a 9 and an 8.
Okay. As this explosion happens, you think that there's going to be a thunderous sound that rings in your ears. But what actually happens is there is a storm cloud that forms above the 5 kobolds. And a variety of fish suddenly start to fall on top of them.
I'm
one
elated.
at a level.
I love it. Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
I love you, CB. Thank you.
You see this black one just, this isn't how this was supposed to go. And they just run off. They're gone.
In the best a friend Drescher voice, she's just like cackling, like.
Oh my God.
She crazy.
However.
But wait though.
Mhm.
What about the one that I cast Hideous Laughter on? They're still prone to retreat.
Have you ever seen a kobold just get constantly pelted with tilapia?
Yes, that means they're buried under tilapia.
Yes, they are currently, for lack of a better word, restrained, probably stunned, probably just wet on themselves. They're not having a good time, but they are currently indisposed right now.
Can I just like shake? So since you keep saying that their hair looks like ramen, can I shake them until whatever this is falls off their head?
Sure.
It's their hair.
Give me a.
Kobolds don't have ramen hair.
I don't know. I know this is a physical move, but give me an intimidation check. I suspected as such.
That with my bonus is a 22.
Yeah.
As you start to shake this very, very struggling kobold, you start to see that what was on their head totally was fake. They thought it was going to work for their image. It is currently working against them. As it hits the ground, part of it already seared and inside the stomach of Sir Iron. And they look at you like, why are you doing this? We just wanted to be famous.
I want it more.
Yes.
With that being said, that's kind of I let that happen. That was a little free moment. The blue kobold steps up, looks at all of you, and you see they have this long black hair, and they start to just throw it in the wind, and they look and say, "Do you know what happens to people like you when you're struck by lightning?" The same thing that happens to everyone else. I need a dex saving throws as a bunch of lightning starts to come from the now cod-filled clouds above you.
I rolled a 24.
26.
What is it we're rolling?
Dex save.
With disadvantage, that's an 18.
I'm going to use the lucky feat to roll again. That is not much better, but it's a 14.
And that's what you get for getting the lucky feat. What'd you get, Tanya?
Not enough, so I'm using my bardic inspiration.
Oh, yes.
That's a D10?
It is. Ha ha. 13. That makes it a dirty 20.
Perfect. The rest of you dodged this with ease. Melville, please take 15 points of lightning damage.
Oh, sorry, how many?
Did you say 15 or
15, not
Oh, I
50.
heard
I'm not that mean. I could be, but I'm not going to be.
How short do you want this one shot to be?
Very short.
But you all see Human is starting to stare at you all. You see this almost like sparkles in their eyes, quite literally, because you see another yellow hand just stick out of their trench coat. Clearly not another kobold they're standing on, not at all. But they're all looking at you, excited. Perhaps this is a new time for Kobold Tella, and perhaps with a little more, you all might be victorious. Who knows? Melville, it is back to you.
Okay, so I've finally figured out what we're doing here. There seems to be a fight of some variety. I think what I'm going to do is take a moment and cast a spell here against the entire group that we see opposite us. So I'm going to cast Synaptic Static.
Oh, yeah.
I choose a point within range and cause psychic energy to explode. Each creature in a 20-foot radius must make an intelligence saving throw. So I would like to center this on the kobolds, please.
How does this look as they roll a natural 1?
Oh, very good. So this is actually, it takes form as Melville just starts talking in circles, just begins to scream words that make zero sense. It is just pure conscious train of thought.
So it's sort of hard to tell that he's doing anything different.
You're correct. You're correct. But this is magical conscious train of thought. And it's just so confusing that everyone is just confused. And anyone who fails has muddled thoughts for 1 minute. During that time, they roll a D6 and subtract that number from all of their attack rolls, ability checks, and constitution saving throws. And they're all going to take some damage. So give me a second. I'm going to roll this really quick.
If you would like to roll damage, you can. You don't have to.
Oh.
As they all... what'd you roll? I just want to know now.
4.
Give me 2 seconds.
1.
2.
Stop. Don't make it worse by saying other numbers.
That is 32 points of psychic damage.
Oh.
Wow.
About to get messy.
And you see this white kobold who thought they had a friend
Oh, no! Now I feel bad.
Wow.
Stare at you
I don't.
with despair in her eyes as she says, "Don't hurt me, Melville. Please don't hurt me tonight." And all of them hit the ground. You see literal canaries start to fly around their heads as they are completely incapacitated.
Wow.
However, Hugh-Man stands up and says, "Finish them! You need to be the next ones to perform for me! Please!" I would like each of you to go down the line and tell me what is one performative action that you will take to have like this big finale moment and secure your place as the headlining act of Cobaltella. There's nothing these kobolds can do to stop this. We're gonna start down with Jazzy.
Oh, we're okay. I think after seeing this and there are fish and all kinds of things, she scoops up her jacket, and in the inside of it is a set of bagpipes, which is her instrument of choice.
Which is her what?
Bagpipes.
A set of bagpipes.
Oh my
God. And she pulls out her bagpipes and she puts it in her mouth and she begins to. As it kind of plays out, and she will just make a regular old performance check. Just
Of
a
course.
straight, like, I'm going to play my instrument. And something about the sound of the bagpipes reminds you a little bit of her own voice screeching out amongst these folk. So she rolls 15.
Okay. I will note that. Eugenio.
So Drunks takes the empty now burlap sack that used to have all the little sock puppets in it, and he takes like one end of the burlap and starts to unravel it, and kind of throws it up in the air, and he uses his performance of creation to turn the burlap sack into a 10-foot tall sock burlap puppet of Tiamat, which then proceeds to eat each of the 5 little sock puppets of the kobolds, whose heads have exploded from the, and Drunks is like, "Oh, this is so good. It's a little messy. Is that okay?"
You can see Human just gulp, not wanting that to be him.
Oh. All right, well, I liked it.
Give me a performance check as well.
Hell yeah. Tweenie.
Noted. Vice.
You see Vice pull out her scimitars, cross them over her head, and make sparks as she pulls them apart.
Yes.
And starts to basically do a blade dance.
Ooh.
All while spinning on the corpse of this red kobold. Again, Omega knew who he invited.
What did Justin Cinderflake do to you?
Exist.
Please give me a performance check.
Oh, I'm glad that I have a bonus 19.
19. Noted. Sir Iron.
A new secret ingredient has appeared.
Oh,
No.
So
Wait a
I
minute,
assume
what
that
is
the
it?
fish is for me specifically.
Oh,
That is
the
appeared.
fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, totally.
I'm trying to keep
I
it
was
PG.
so
What I thought.
Everyone's always a little worried about me. It's fine. I take all the fish and I use my flame blade to flay them all in a very fancy manner. I descale them, I fillet them. I sort of grind them up to a bowl. I make them into one giant bigger fish with the ground fish. And this is, by the way, performance of creation. This is in D&D. I'm just sort of like tweaking it a little bit. I'm making one large item. That item is a very, very large fish. And I go, "Behold, my newest creation," as the Sir Iron. And I also cut it up into little pieces. I give everyone a little bit. And you guys get 4 HP, temporary hit points.
Oh, it's delicious.
Oh. As you make this delicious meal, can I still get a performance check? to see-
Okay. Am I still at disadvantage because of the
Nope.
hair thing?
You are not going to be a disadvantage.
Okay. Oh, nice. That's a 17 plus 11, 28.
Okay.
Okay.
Noted.
That's a very big fish.
Okay.
Melville.
Yeah, I feel a little bad about the thing with the white kobold. So I'm gonna go over and pick him up, and as I do, I'm just gonna like give a little kiss on the forehead and say, "I'm so sorry. Please pretend to be dead still." And I'm gonna cast Healing Word with this kiss on the forehead.
Oh.
My friend Barty can heal you.
Well, firstly, roll me the healing word and also give me a performance check as you use your words to, for lack of a better word, seduce them into health.
They get 1 hit point.
Sure.
It's a miracle.
I'll use my lucky feet again. That's not bad. Sorry, I'm gonna skip over here. It's on the other screen.
The sock puppets are mimicking this, but Dronk's completely misjudged the end part of this, and so the puppet has pulled out a dagger and is stabbing.
Yeah, I'll turn so that the kobold doesn't see this. That was a 28 performance.
Okay. As the 5 of you, in various ways, show the things that make you who you are, you see 3 of the kobolds not moving. 1 is just completely obliterated. 1 has ran off to their father, probably crying about how they're going to destroy the world for these individuals ruining their dream. And 1 kobold with 1 hit point who is still not breathing because it was 1 hit point, but feeling a little better. As they are not moving, there is a silence before suddenly the audience cheers, super excited. Not for the Tia mob, but for 5 individuals who did not know each other, but somehow still gave the performance of a lifetime. At that moment, before Hugh-Man can even speak, the sock puppets, one was shaped like a certain individual.
Mm-hmm.
You see the bottom of it begin to smoke.
Uh-oh. I made it
And
too
it begins
real.
to burn.
No.
As it floats to the ground, and that fire starts to roll up it.
This is fine.
What replaces it isn't ash, it's black robes of sorts.
Oh.
And as the fire creeps up continuously up its body, you start to see a feminine figure take form.
This is definitely me. No, I'm doing this on purpose.
Okay.
And as this individual, with the light hitting, you see different colors in this black robe: red, green, blue, black, a little bit of white.
Oh, I'm very talented.
You see them look at the 5 of you, and they say, "Greetings, mortals. You have dealt with the stain in my side known as the Tia mob.
Seems a little harsh.
You're welcome.
While they were cute, they did not live up to the potential that I thought they could. But the 5 of you, performers of renown, from your smooth talking, from the food that somehow fills my draconic heart, from the swords that can cut even the mightiest of scales, from the creations that seem mundane and yet magical, and from you,
Says the bagpipe.
with the ability to distort and change into the things that you need. I'm going on vacation, and I would like a band to follow me. Faerun is cute. Kryn will be better. Would you like to join me?
Oh my God, did we get the gig?
You got the gig.
Ah, we got the gig!
Is there an alternative? Like, are we obligated to say yes, or?
You could die.
I'm very excited about this new opportunity.
Oh, we need a name. A band's name.
If you want to have an irrelevant name, sure. I'll give you about 5 minutes. What is your name?
Tiamob 2.0.
No.
Hey, y'all, what is our band name? Drop that bass!
Who said that? Who said that? I need to know.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand. Who was it?
Right.
Noted. I will remember you in a
Yeah,
moment.
that was good.
I will remember
Oh my God,
you.
we are so gonna drop that bass.
So we're a fish-themed band. I like it.
I can speak to my puppets.
It's all about that bass. That bass.
Oh my God.
No trouble at all. Well, join me. And you see her just swipe through the air, and there's a portal that is ripped open. She looks back at you and says, well, and she steps through. Will you follow her?
To a world of new ingredients. And I go through.
Sure, why not?
Oh, if we're in marching order, I start playing the bagpipes. All the way through for us.
The sock puppets and drunks are following, marching along all to this, but like not together on the same beat, to be clear.
I'm gonna put the white kobold back down. I don't think they should join us on this endeavor. But I would just say, so long and thanks for all the fish. And I'll walk away.
Human screams from the throne, what about me? I want to go! And before they can even begin to run, there is a loud roar as they are suddenly disintegrated.
Oh, okay.
You don't belong here, but they do. And as the portal closes, while you didn't necessarily stay for the main stage of Cobaltella, it would seem that you have gained something much more, as you are now the official band of Tiamat herself. And that,
username,
I think, is a good place to stop this really weird one-shot. Thank you all for joining us for the chaos that this was. I didn't expect that, and you know what? You should never expect things like that. I'm just being honest. Let's go around and say who we are again and where we can find you and the things that you are doing in life and here. We're gonna start over here with Melville.
Yeah. Hey, I've been Melville. Normally, I play the role of Josh Simons. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Joshua M. Simons, or visit my website, joshuamsimons.com. I do a whole bunch of things, but I'm probably best known right now as the community and content manager at Demiplane.
Yay.
Michelle.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Michelle Lynn Bradley. You can find me on the internet at I am Chubby Bunny. I am a producer, host, voice actor, and tabletop role player. You may have seen me on shows such as Critical Role, Elder Scrolls, whatever that was, Elder Scrolls miniseries. I'm on New York by Night, which just finished its second season, with the third season announced for 2023. And I'm also currently producing, working on a network called the Tabletop News Network, and I hope you all will get it next year.
Nice. Cypher?
Hi. Actually, stay in this room because at 8:30, myself, Eugenio, and Omega are going to play Into the Motherlands live for you.
Yeah.
Not a part of our regular season. It's our own system, so we're doing that. Tomorrow, I'm on a panel about freelancing 301. So if you're an experienced freelancer, please come. And then Sunday, main stage, 1 p.m., I will be DMing Rivals of Waterdeep. Season 14, episode 8. Thank you. Are not quite Penny Epi?
No, pre-Penny Epi.
Yes. He has to explain this later.
I'm not going to.
And then online, you can find me Cypher Tier everywhere. I stream, I do everything. But after this convention, I'm going to go home and sleep.
Good.
That part. Eugenio.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eugenio Vargas. You can find me on the internet at DM Jazzy Hands. As Tanya said, we're doing Into the Motherlands live here next at 8:30, so hang around if you want to see some space nonsense coming up. And I'll be with her as well at Rivals on Sunday at 1. Otherwise, I'm around the con. I'm a Twitch streamer and stream GM and player. Designer. I've worked on stuff for MCDM and Wizard of the Coast and some other awesome folks. That's me.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, whoop, whoop, whoop. Hi, everybody. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I am the content production manager for Kobold Press and the lead producer for the Pod by Night World of Darkness podcast network. When I'm not doing those crazy things, I play a lot of tabletop. And I'm excited to announce I am lead world designer for the new Fallout RPG coming from Odysseus. So you'll see that in 2023. And I finally can talk about it after 2 years. I'm talking about it live. So here I am. I'm very excited. So keep your eyes peeled and drop by the Kobold Press booth and come see me. I'll be there all weekend.
Thank you. A couple of things before you go. Let me firstly introduce, again, I've been Omega Jones, also known as the Critical Bard across all social media channels. I'm an active vocalist, tabletop professional, all that jazz. This has been a very cool time. This is actually slightly in partnership with Cobalt Press to show off some of their things. Some of the kobolds we used today were from Cobalt Press, though I definitely tweaked a lot of things. However, specifically, the individual who named our band, what did it, Drop That Bass?
Drop That Bass.
It's going to receive this book, which is the Tome of Beast 3.
Brand new copy.
Brand new, live now at PAX. You can go to the Cobalt Press booth at page.
3331 is the booth number, and this book is this is the first place you can physically get your hands on this copy if you didn't back the Kickstarters here at PAX this year. So we got tons of them. Drop by.
So don't leave without this. And I just want to say, as a real life bard, it's important for me to show off the ways that you can be a bard. It's not about singing. It's not about seducing dragons. It's not. So I'm very happy to have shown off this really weird group of individuals, these characters at least, not these people. But to show,
You would have been right either way.
But to show the different ways that you can be a bard, tomorrow at 7:30 in Leviathan, I'm going to be running a panel about what it means to be a bard. So I would love to see you all there to get some tips and tricks of the lovely lovely class that we love. And again, stay after today for Into the Motherlands. Thank you all so much for being here. Have a wonderful rest of your con. Last thing, I like to leave everything I do with this simple phrase, and it's keep making treble wherever you go.
Oh.
Because it's up to us to change this system one troublemaker at a time. Thank you all so much.
Have a great PAX. Bye.
It's 8:30.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we're going. Yeah, hi
Oh.
everybody. I would start, but we have a very special beginning for you.
Oh goodness. Doing this live. Wow. Centuries ago, the Malian Emperor Mansa Musa sent his best and brightest scholars, explorers, warriors, and artisans across the great Western Ocean to discover new lands. They succeeded in ways no one could have imagined. Now, 3,000 years later, their descendants live and thrive on the planet of Vitoa. With plenty to learn and explore on their new home, and the Hapalocks and the landed threatening Bateau from afar. The calls of adventure or discovery are stronger than ever. Join creative director Tanya DePass as Invicta, the Hyanol Bladekeeper. There's new names on this.
Yeah.
Did you- Okay.
No, just read those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mandy P. as Mirren, the Batantu Packmaster. Omega Jones as Daji, the Misajai Griot. And, Brian Gray as Essen, the Rakeen Sakuo. And Eugenio Vargas as the storyteller, as they explore new planets, make new friends, and treat everyone they meet luxuriously.
We'll see.
Welcome to the Motherlands.
Woo! Welcome, everybody. What's up? Welcome to Into the Motherlands Live. Thank you so much for being here. We got a whole new crew, as you can see, and we're going to tell a little side story for Into the Motherlands. Thank you all so much for joining us. We had that delightful introduction. So as we meet these characters, we'll get the players to introduce them a little more flavorfully and descriptively. But that is our crew. Why don't we just real quick, let's go ahead and just go straight down. Let everybody know who you are and your character's name one more time, since these are all new names, so that I can practice them.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mandy P., and I'm playing Mirren, the Batantu Packmaster.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tanya Seifert here, and if you watch the show, then you should know my character, Invicta, the Hyanol Bladekeeper.
I am Brian, and I am playing Essen, the Rakeen Sakuo.
And I'm Omega Jones, also known as the Critical Bard, and I am playing Daji, the Misajai Griot.
There it is, you got it.
That's it. If you are not familiar with Into the Motherlands, we are a sci-fi setting game. The idea being, as Brian said in the introduction, that a group of humans were taken to this other planet many thousands of years ago, and now here they exist with, well, other folks. Today, we are celebrating Foundation Day. This is the day that is celebrated every single year on the day marking the anniversary of the founding of an organization called Torch. Torch is sort of like the sci-fi UN. They are an organization that is dedicated to supporting research and trade and the upliftment of all peoples within their signatories. And that includes everyone here on the planet of Vatoa. During Founders Day, it's called Founders Day, but it's really several days of celebration that include music and food, dancing, performances, historical reenactments of the day. It's not a very exciting reenactment. They signed some papers, but they reenact it anyway. And that is what we find the five of you and lots of other Vatoans doing as we zoom in on a little island, in the center of which is Torch HQ, an enormously tall alabaster tower that has all kinds of windows towards the top. And all on the grounds are beautiful gardens that have been cultivated for this specific day. There are lots of Salansi, who are a plant-person hybrid people who have granted their talents here on Torch Island for the day. Now, you're all there individually, celebrating this day in whatever way you think is most appropriate for your character. So since we know Invicta a little bit better than the rest, I'm curious, how is Invicta spending her Foundation Day?
In her home with her salons, look, she has to talk to people all day. I'm sure many of us can relate. But she's kind of hanging out, cooking things for herself and her Salansi partner, and enjoying a bit of that homegrown herbalism that she's taken up during her break from work.
Good.
And she's like, for once, not in armor, not in her uniform. She's just kind of very casually cooking, being very domestic, a side of Invicta that very few people have gotten to see.
Yeah. Well, and as you just having a relaxing day, and there is a knock on the door.
And I just look over at my veggie boo, which sounds real bad now that I said it out loud. At my partner, I'm like, can you get the door?
Yeah, and he goes over and opens the door. Invicta?
What?
Your friends are here, and bustling into your home are your captain, Sila 919, and the rest of your crew. And they, before you can object, they grab you and they grab Denis and they drag you out to Torch Island for the festivities, refusing to allow you to have a day of peace.
food-
Nope, no, yeah,
food
food's
was
there.
on their
Ikemba
fire.
already shows you a plate of different cheeses and then remembers the mistake and puts them away because we know Invicta doesn't have cheese.
I don't want to burn down my house. Can you turn off the fire?
Of course, obviously, Eli goes in and takes care of that because Eli takes care of things.
But it was going to be...
It's going to be great! And they
No.
take you on over. And that is, I mean, it's still like a 15, 20-minute ride over to the island. And nope, no, the whole time. I love that. All right, Essen. There is, here on Torch Island, like I said, there are beautiful gardens, there are performances, there's food, there's reenactments, there's historical displays. What's Essen's poison today?
Essen has come to Torch Island and is mostly fascinated by how tall Torch headquarters is. It's tall structures are a thing of the Rakeen, but it's amazing that this would be here and not on our moon. So,
and not getting struck by lightning all the time.
Oh, they don't have that here.
Well,
okay. And yeah, so looking around and just kind of enjoying the revelry of everyone around, enjoying the good time and the good vibes. But yes, just kind of looking up at everything. And Essen is very tall, so then looking down at people enjoying things and looking up again, it's
yeah. Whenever you look up, there is something in the sky that sort of everyone is aware of, but they're avoiding looking at too often. But we'll talk about what that is in a minute. Mirren. What is Mirren up to for Foundation Day?
Mirren is exploring all of the festivities, wanting to see some of the historical displays and just the fun, as the Batantu Mirren is usually underground.
Yeah.
And doesn't come to the surface very often, so is just dazzled by seeing everything that's happening across the festivities. There's so much that is different on the surface.
Yeah. By most surface dwellers' standards, the historical exhibits in particular are dry. What does Mirren think of them, though?
Still a little dry.
Okay, fair enough.
Just a little, but like interesting to see that perspective versus having spent so long in the depths of Vatoa and saying like, oh, this is what you think of what happened.
Yeah. Does Mirren look, this is a strange question, but for someone who largely lives underground, does Mirren look up very much?
Probably not in the same way that others do.
Mhm.
It's like, oh, the sky, this is so interesting. Is it always this color?
Yeah. You've heard of the recent events involving creatures called hapalox, strange sort of cephalopod-like creatures that apparently lived in the depths of the oceans but have since taken space flight and have set up in orbit around Vatoa, and it's apparently some kind of threat. And you see ships in the sky, and maybe that's what they're about, but everyone's being very strange about it and refusing to look up and refusing to sort of acknowledge them. If you asked anybody about them, they would sort of say, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Daji, how about you? What's your Founders Day activity of choice to begin?
Well, Daji is, he's not elderly.
But
he's definitely older in mind than body, but still has some age to him. He's currently actually, I think, overseeing or guiding the current group of performers right now.
What kind of performance?
It's like a drum corps.
Yeah, totally.
Making sure that their instruments are up to par. One got stage fright, so he's kind of just woosahing with them, for lack of a better word. But he enjoys the festivities, but he also has more of a job to do right now.
I love that. I love that. You know what I forgot to ask you all to do after explicitly saying I was going to do it, is have you describe your characters for us. So let's go in the same order. And Invicta, tell us about Invicta and what she looks like as we see her being dragged to the celebration.
Poor Invicta. She was like in her comfy clothes. She had her toe beans out. She was chilling. But
so
Invicta,
mad.
she is so, her fur is standing on end. She's real mad. But Invicta, normally, if she is on duty, has either her torture uniform on or some kind of combat gear. She is a tall, high-ended creature, red fur that is braided down the middle of her back, or her head and her back. Kind of round hyena-ish ears, brown and white patches on her snout, and right now she is pouting in the back of whatever transport she's been dragged to.
Absolutely, and your friends are very excited to drop you off at Torch Island. Essen.
Essen is very tall, like 6'2", 6'3", Rakeen, dark-skinned, wearing dark blue clothes, and every now and then there's sort of a shimmer to the fabric. Dreadlocks done up very, very high, and there is sort of a metallic comb put in them to kind of keep them in place. And around his left eye, there's what is essentially a birthmark, but it's sort of like a crescent moon that is slightly glowing if you look at it.
Cool. Mirren.
So Mirren is very pale and muted, hasn't gotten a lot of vitamin D, usually spends time underground, and pretty average in every meaningful way. Like, not very standout, but does walk around in an interestingly scrounged outfit, pulling bits of metal and leather from envirosuits. So it probably stands out a little bit on Torch Island.
Sure.
And it also, in a probably slightly concerning fashion, has a companion because
Oh, yes.
Mirren is a pack master.
Yes, do tell.
And her companion is a Volca.
You want to tell us a little bit about the Volca, and I'll fill in some gaps too.
Yes.
But yeah.
So the Volca is a reptilian creature that has a very high internal temperature and has a tendency to glow a bit. I believe the description you once used was to compare it to an ankylosaurus.
Not quite that big.
Not quite that big.
But yes.
Smaller, named Brescia, who is probably concerning to everyone they pass as they're wandering through the festivities.
Yeah, woe betide any of the festival goers who brush up against your Volca friend. They'll get a little bit of a surprise burn. The Volca's scales on their back sort of glow from the hot internal temperature. And so far, remind me their name?
Brescia.
Brescia. So far, Brescia has not exhibited this particular behavior, but they are known to, when their internal temperature gets a little too hot, they expel superheated rocks from their gizzard. So hopefully that will only happen at appropriate times. I'm sure that's going to be the case, right?
We got it covered if it does.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine.
Okay,
It's fine.
all right. And Daji.
Yeah, Daji is a little on the scrawnier side of things, wear simple greens and then brown robes of some sort. They have wiry gray hair, almost like in a short afro, but definitely a little more kind of haphazard. They have these purple eyes that seem to not necessarily glow, but they definitely have a presence to them. That hair is matched in the eyebrows that they have in the small but still scraggly beard that sits upon their chin. In their hands typically is a walking stick. And it's kind of curved, but it does the job. And they have this little small set of like miniature drums kind of hanging off their side. And it kind of just jingles everywhere, and definitely hear the beating of that way too often as they walk. It actually kind of hobble. They kind of are always hunched over just ever so slightly. I realize they're like kind of a more put together version of Boomy from Avatar.
Perfect. Understood immediately.
Yeah,
I love it. All right. Invicta, you get sort of unceremoniously expelled onto Torch Island, and your friends immediately are like, "We're gonna go get cheese. See you later," and take off, leaving
excuse
you.
me.
Yeah, leaving you on your own in the middle of this festival.
Can I just get a transport back home?
Oh, you know, they're all hired right now.
You really stranded me in space with no Uber?
You're not in space, you're on an island.
That's
in space.
worse.
Rates are really high right now, so they're gonna.
Yeah, it's a surge
Yeah.
pricing.
It's really high right now.
Yeah.
Please wait to book your ride.
Uber is very expensive. Space Uber. Never
Torch
mind.
pays us well.
No,
Torch does pay you well. Not that well. These surges. So poor Invicta is left on her own, and you all are at different areas of the island, enjoying your day, when a siren begins to go off from somewhere in Torch HQ. And the majority of the festival goers do not react well to this. Many of you have probably heard similar sirens to this before. They've been not infrequent since the Hapalocks arrived, and they've been even more frequent since another group of aliens from outside of Torch's sphere of influence arrived here on Vatoa. There's another mysterious people who have set up orbit. They're sort of at odds with the Hapalocks at the moment and have mostly left the people of Vatoa alone. But these other people have been dubbed by Vatoans the Landed. There have been rumors that these people are from the ancient ancestral home of the Musalians, people who came to this world thousands of years ago. And for those of you not familiar with Into the Motherlands, Musalians are the name that the humans who came to Vatoa took up. So there are rumors that these Landed, these strange aliens who seem to be coming, stripping resources where they can from the planet without any regard to the people there, and then leaving again, they have set up camp in orbit around Vatoa as well. And so these air raid siren-like alarms are not uncommon these days. And most people, when they hear them, immediately know, run for cover. But let me have all of you, we'll start out with our first roll of the evening. Well, let me have all of you put together a pool for noticing things. So you can use your awareness skill, you could use your focus skill, I would buy. You could use, what are the other skills? You could... yeah, those
skills?
sound good. Empathy. I would also take empathy to sort of get a read from the people around you. So grab a skill, grab a value, use your D4 utility die and roll it up. You're looking for 4s or higher on your dice. Count up how many dice in your pool roll a 4 or higher, and then let me know the total.
It's these dice and a d4?
And a d4, yes.
So a skill and a value.
Sorry?
A skill and a value.
Yes, 1 skill, 1 value, and a utility die d4.
So a D.
Great.
Essen, how do we do?
So anything a 4 or above is a success. 2 successes.
2 successes, we love to see it. Daji, how do we do?
2 successes.
2 successes. Mirren.
You said higher than a 4?
4 or higher.
I have 0 successes.
Ooh, did you roll any 1s?
No.
Okay, that's good. That means you did not critically fail. All right, and
Just a
Invicta.
regular fail.
Just a regular fail. Invicta, how'd you do?
I will tell you in a minute because I rolled the wrong die. Because clearly, I forgot how to play this game in the 4 days.
You played on Wednesday.
It's been 2 days.
It's been a long
But
2 days.
a fun-filled, packed 2 days.
I got 4 successes.
Okay. So, Mirren, for you, unfortunately, as you look around, something seems off. You can tell that much, but you can't quite figure it out what it is before you kind of get knocked over by frightened running people. So you're going to take 1 physical stress from that major fail. Essen and Daji, there is something like a bright light that is in the sky that seems to be getting brighter, but it's hard to tell exactly what it is that's going on. Invicta, with 4 successes, you see a Bitantu sort of get knocked to the ground right near where you are. You watch the leader of the drum circle that you were sort of deposited near look up and seem to be looking at something, as does this enormous, immensely tall, although maybe not for you, you're quite tall as well, Rakeen, that are looking up at something, and you look up to see what it is they're seeing, and you, having dealt with similar things before, immediately clock what this is. There is a Hapalok ship, a relatively small Hapalok transport, that seems to be falling from orbit, and if your guess is right, its trajectory is going to have it landing right in the middle of Torch Island very shortly.
Hopefully I had some kind of communication device on me before my friends dragged me away.
50-50, roll, just roll a die, evens you do, odds you don't.
Oh boy. That is a 5.
Oh, you do not. They took it away from you.
Well, then I rely on the power of my voice and just start screaming for people to vacate. Like, get inside, get away from the middle of the island. I just start, and I'm not going to scream in the mic. I will spare you all.
Thank you.
But I just start screaming for people to get out of the way, and I go grab our fallen
Batontu,
yes.
So you two hear a very authoritative Hyanol calling out instructions. It's hard to sort of tear your eyes away. The ship itself, now that you can sort of see it, it's a little bit closer, which is not great, but you can see that it has these sort of long tentacles coming off of the back of it that are flapping in the atmosphere as it begins to fall closer and closer to the island. There are very few places at this point that are not already full up of festival goers, but if you wanted to try and run for cover, you could, or if you wanted to do something else, let me know. Essen and Daji, what are you two doing?
Upon hearing Invicta and seeing, essentially looking and seeing like, oh, there is not only a tall but authoritative person who seems to know what's going on, Essen will look for where like the safety exits appear to be, and very gently, as people are running and bumping into, just kind of touch each of them very gently to kind of give them a little bit of emotional stability so they can not panic as much.
I love that. Will you roll up a pool for that for me? Manipulation or persuasion, whatever feels more right in the moment. How about you, Daji, while Essen rolls that up?
Something slightly similar, but not really. I think they would immediately want to make sure that the drum corps is safe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because they are definitely too young and too scared right now. So he is trying to calm them and making sure that they get to a state of mental awareness that they can, get what they need to get and go where they need to go without freaking out. He will handle it somehow, but he wants to make sure that they are safe first.
Yeah, absolutely. So same, I would take manipulative persuasion. I would take...
I'm gonna do persuasion.
Yeah, persuasion I think is right. Essen, how'd it go?
No successes and 1 critical fail.
So it is a fraught moment, and as you reach out, you're very good with empathy, you're very good at understanding emotions, but in this moment, the sort of chaos of the moment has some unexpected emotions flying, and you just pick the wrong person who backhands you and runs off thinking that you have fallen from the sky to kill them, I guess. So you are knocked to the ground, and you will take 1 physical stress as well. Invicta, another person has gone down. This time it looks like they got punched in the face beforehand, but anyway. Mirren, you have been scooped up by a very calm, centered, and seemingly in control and like in charge, maybe, Hyanol.
Thank you.
And I just want to
Everyone's
know.
screaming,
I just want to note that I'm like holding this baton to you.
Yes,
Like,
definitely.
You're welcome. What happened?
I don't know.
How did you get on the ground?
Oh, somebody ran into me.
Okay.
What's happening? Is this normal on the
No,
surface?
no.
No?
Also, and I noticed the Volca.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have a Volca?
Oh, this is my friend.
I'm sorry, what?
This is Brescia.
That's
Have you met a Volca before?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Flashbacks to Avolka spitting fire rocks at Invicta and her crew.
Yeah. Yes, it didn't go well.
Oh.
Yes.
With that O, which is perfect. Daji, how did your pool go?
Can I argue that I can use my drum to kind of just like help?
Oh, yes, absolutely can.
I'd
Yeah.
rather use the D6 than the D4.
Yeah, do it.
Ooh. That is 3 successes.
Okay, yeah, you manage to get there. You find one of the little sort of air raid shelters nearby, and you that the entrance is open for, and you immediately just guide the rest of the drum circle down there.
Now, little ones, do not fret. You will be fine.
Playing a nice like march tattoo, quick march tattoo. Yeah, absolutely. Invicta, you catch sight of your crew, and they are also sort of getting people inside on the other side of the big central fountain, so they seem to have everything under control over there. The 4 of you are some of the only ones sort of left outside, whether on the ground or in someone's arms, or moving towards the shelter, when the ship hits. And it is an enormous collision with Torch Island, and I would like everyone, please, to put together pools with, I would take awareness, I would take grace. This is to try and avoid the worst part of the impact. And now I get to roll to see how bad it is. I mean, to see how, no, I mean that, to see how bad it is.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Since I've encountered Haplag before, can I use wisdom?
Yeah, I buy that for your value, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, because I'm old? Can I use wisdom?
Because I'm old.
No.
You have a wealth of experience, so sure.
I'm going to use that on you.
Because Invicta's old?
No, because I'm old.
Is that how this works?
Yes.
All right, so this is to try and avoid the worst of the hit.
I am also going to use my history's eyes are on you talent.
Okay, tell us more.
A griot can recall a piece of history that may be beneficial to the current needs, adding a d6 to any roll to recall this info. For each success beyond difficulty, they gain a d6 that can be applied to any roll for that scene. So I'm thinking that if I know how ships land and how they shouldn't land, knowing how many groups and individuals I have helped or guided, I would think I would know how to navigate this space without
that makes sense.
dying.
Yeah, there was several decades ago, there was a pretty big meteor shower, and some of the pieces kind of made it to the surface.
Yeah.
So between, how a ship should land and also how meteors fall. Yeah, it's all right. That.
Totally.
I like it. Recall that lore. How'd we do, Essen?
I have 1 success and 1 critical failure.
Okay, that's as long as you get as long as you have at least 1 success, the ones don't matter. It's only if you have 0 successes that ones on the die matter. Miran, how'd we do?
2 successes.
Okay, Invicta.
3.
All right, and
4 successes.
Hey, look at 1, 2, 3. Anyway, great. So, Essen, as the ship hits, there is a bit of a shock wave that sort of knocks you back. You don't take any stress, but you do sort of stumble again. You see this Rakeen had just got back up and then gets bowled backwards by this shock wave.
And I just, can you walk?
Oh, yes. Okay, you can put me down now.
Okay, and I just like gently deposit the tattoo, and I run over to this Rakeen. Are you okay?
Yes, is it always so vibrant here?
No, I don't know what's happening. I know what's happening. It's those squid things. Do you know how to fight? Do all of you know how to fight?
That is not necessarily my skills of expertise.
So you're gonna die, is what you're telling me.
No, I do not plan on dying anytime soon.
They would have left me here with 3 people I just met. I was cooking and minding my business.
If I need to whack something with my stick, I can, but it is not going to be as effective, I would think.
Sure.
Okay. As this ship lands, is there...
Lands is generous.
Hey, as it barrels to the ground like a wrecking ball.
That's better.
Does it seem like there's any activity happening with it, or is it just...
What a great segue. So as you look over to see how this ship has fared now that it has come in like a wrecking ball, you do see a hatch open. And at first there's sort of nothing, just darkness inside the open hatch, and then a tentacle. And then a second. And then very rapidly 4 more as a creature pulls itself out of the hatch, and you see what looks sort of like a large squid, but encased in this transparent suit that is clearly filled with some sort of fluid, clear fluid, could be water, but who knows. And they have these frills all along the body portion of this creature, and they are flashing, different colors, very rapidly, these bioluminescent frills. It sort of walks on two more of these enormously long tentacles that just sort of, and it almost looks like it should be unsteady, sort of like a stilt walker that isn't quite experienced enough. But once it gets fully out of the ship, it sort of seems to steady itself and begin to look around. Invicta, you've seen this before.
Is this normal?
No, none of this is normal. Well, if you were torch agents, maybe, but you're not a torch agent, are you?
No.
Damn.
But it sounds like you are, so I think we're okay. This is fine.
I'm sorry, what? I'm not even dressed for combat.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, you can.
this
I
be
can't
when-
imagine what it might be.
Can this be when my vocal friend starts coughing?
I think that is correct. Yes, this is exactly when your Volca friends start. Where's the rock going?
I think it's gonna be a bit like a cat
Yeah.
coughing up a hairball.
Yeah, great. Not very far at all.
Not
Yeah.
very far at all.
Yeah, in fact, I think it into sort of a little flower bed that just immediately catches fire, which, of course, unfortunately, catches the Hapalock's eye, visual organs. Anyway, and this creature immediately orients on the four of you and very slowly begins stilt walking towards you all.
That was unfortunate.
Did Invictus say out loud that they don't have their armor or whatever?
Well, I've always got my Aventera dagger. I just don't have like my usual like going out in the field or torch uniform clothes. But since it's Torch Island, can I find a uniform?
You want to go
Quick,
look
let's
for a
loot
uniform?
like if I look, or if there's like a dead Torch agent, they don't need it anymore.
I haven't killed anybody yet.
I said if. Look, that ship landed. We don't know what it
They were in
landed
an
on.
unfortunate spot when the ship landed. Maybe they're just, you know, they were flung
Gooey
free.
suit
And
after it got landed on?
Look, it's a situation. I know what these Hapalock can do.
All right, you can take a gooey suit from underneath the ship, but you're going to have to get near the ship first. Which brings me to,
Ew.
we should roll initiative.
No!
at this
Oh,
point.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So these are, same kind of a deal here. You want to use things like grace, awareness, whatever you think your character would use to react in a tense, that's a good snap, to react in a tense moment. You're going to count up your successes, and I'm going to get them in a moment. Nope, that's a deep, no, that is the right die. Here we go. As this creature pulls out a couple of its tentacles, pull out what look like, almost like the sort of triangular squid heads. It almost looks like that, but they are clearly some sort of firearm. This is wrong.
Can Mirren take an action while this is happening?
What is it?
Mirren would like to go get what Brescia coughed up.
Yes, absolutely. You were ready for it. You knew it was coming. It's a stressful situation.
I don't know. What kind of skills do you usually use for initiative?
Grace, focus, awareness, depending on whether it's moving quickly or being aware that something dangerous is coming.
What about-
You can also use your combat skills, so skirmish or brawl or targeting is also fine.
What about the values?
That's up to you. Whatever you, I mean, you know, if you're fighting to make sure that you don't die, self makes sense. If it's about saving the people around you, maybe it's community or duty. That is the beauty of this value system.
We love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to add community to that.
Great. Make sure that you've got your successes counted up. Invicta, how'd we do?
2.
2.
I think that's
Okay. Great. Mirren, how'd you do?
1 success.
1 is 4. Mirren. Okay. And Essen?
1 success.
Okay. And there we go. And Daji.
So a success is a 4 or higher?
I don't like the way you're asking that.
And if you have 0 successes, any 1s are a problem?
Yeah, so no
Okay.
successes and some ones.
And a one,
is
yeah,
a
you
critical
know.
failure.
Yeah,
okay.
hey.
So Daji is just completely flummoxed by the horror that is this creature, which you have probably heard of, but very few Vitoans at this point have actually seen a Hapalock. They've mostly stayed in their ships either above or in the water. So Daji will not go in the first round and will take his first turn in the second round.
You know, he's precious. He got time.
He's just making sure that a fight is reasonable.
My
at this point.
leg is what he's doing right
Yeah, exactly right. So Invicta, this works out great because you are the first one to go. You can make it over to the ship with one of your moves, and then you can try and pull this gear free if you would like to as one of your actions.
Can I recant that?
Of course you can. Yeah, absolutely.
Question: if I get close to the Hapalock, am I within one action round? Am I close to the Hapalock?
Absolutely, yeah. It made it a while before you all decided to react.
I'm just trying to think of like what's good.
I mean, nothing. It's a Hapalock. There is no good.
Right, because I don't know if I want to get close to it. Can I actually hold my action, see what everyone else does?
Yes, absolutely. All right. So then the Hapalock is going to go. And that, well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, roll it again. No, do it again. That's it, I'm out.
The Hapalock sort of takes all 4 of you in, 5, I guess, we don't want to leave the Volca out, and turns to Essen and raises one of the triangular sort of firearm things and attempts to fire it at you. You are going to make a dodge pool together. So whether, again, that's grace, awareness to know that it's coming, but you are going to put together a pool to try and avoid, no, none of these are the right dice. This one and this one and these 2.
That's a lot of dice. I don't like it.
Listen, the Hapalox is no joke.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, roll good then. How many successes did you get?
I have 1 success.
Okay. So the Hapalock got 3 successes. So your 1 success is going to cancel 1 of those. So as the creature fires its weapon at you, a sort of multicolored ray that sort of matches the colors on the frills of this creature, fires out at you and strikes you in the chest, doing a total of what kind of armor do you have? What's your armor rating? Great. So doing 4 stress to you as this beam strikes you right in the chest, and then the creature scuttles up right next to you and sort of looms. It is, in fact, on its 2 tentacles, it is even taller than you and sort of looms over you. And you can see that the flashing lights on its frills seem to have some sort of a pattern and are almost hypnotic, not mechanically yet. But you can see there's sort of a changing but repeating pattern to the lights there. That was the Hapalock, which brings us to Mirren.
Well, right now, Mirren is in the burned flower bed.
Yes. Still a little bit on fire.
Still a little bit.
Just
It's
a little
fine.
bit.
That's what the scrapped-in fire suit is for.
Yes.
And has picked up the rock that Brescia has vomited out. And the one thing that wasn't noticed, because I forgot to mention it, I'm so sorry, was that Mirren is carrying a staff that holds a lantern on the end. And so in this flower bed, she scoops up the rock, drops it into her lantern, and then lifts it up.
Yes.
And looks probably a little ridiculous because who walks around with a lantern on the end of a metal pole?
In the middle of the day.
In the middle of the day, on the surface. And it's like, this is fine. This is fine. Looks at Brescia. Looks at poor Essen and is like, oh no, now what?
She's ready for something. All right. Now it is Essen's turn.
Seeing that there appears to be a pattern, I would like to use one of Essen's talents.
Yeah.
That is spirit message.
Okay.
And Asakawa may sacrifice one mental stress to instantly detect a target's mental state and what it would take to snap them out of it. So I want to get a read and see if it's able to interpret what those colors mean.
Yeah. No roll. I like that. All right. Yeah.
I do
this,
too.
the pattern of lights. You certainly you don't get words out of it, right? But it does seem to almost be a form of communication for this creature. And what you're getting is pain and anger.
Can I tell if the anger is focused on us or just the situation?
No, more the situation, and it's sort of, the pain is sort of influencing everything. And since this also says what it would take to snap them out of it, you see one of the creature's tentacles is torn pretty severely and a little burned, probably from the crash. Yes.
Yeah, I know Invictus not going to like this.
I can't wait.
Do these creatures, do they communicate? Are they are only hostile, correct?
The lights, that's kind of their communication from what we know.
All I can tell you is that this one is in pain, very likely from the crash. Is anything about this normal in dealing with them?
No.
You all can understand the combinations of colors, but if you could, you would see it flashing. I'm standing right here.
This is why I curse the Kemba
so
for leaving.
they're changing and reacting as we're.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Do they understand us?
Do they what?
Do they understand us?
Yes.
Hello.
I mean, otherwise it's very rude, otherwise.
It landed in the middle of the island, and I've seen it pierce through a Mansakane.
I just think it's perhaps important that we know what it wants before we do it any further harm.
All right, I'm going to use my action then to do a pool.
Okay.
Since I'm a smarty pants Hyanol that went to college and everything.
University of Hollins.
I'm actually wearing the shirt. I'm going to use science.
Okay.
And wisdom to see if I can figure out what exactly to do for this.
Okay.
For this hapalock.
Uh-huh.
Wow, I almost called it the wrong thing. 1, 2, 3. I got 3 successes.
Nice. And you're trying to figure out what are you trying to discern about it?
Well, I'm guessing that, now that I've been told it's hurt and I can see its droopy tentacle.
Yeah, for sure.
If there's
Droopy tentacle is the next bar I create for a game. The next tavern is the droopy tentacle. Go on.
I don't want their daily special.
Well, I'm not a healer or anything.
Yeah.
I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at it and I'm like, is there anything, I don't know if there's anything I would have learned in the time that I've been working for Torch about either healing it or can I yell for a Kemba or I lie?
You're welcome to yell for a Kemba. Kemba's long gone right now.
Damn you and your cheese.
There's been so little contact with the Hapalock since your crew sort of ran headlong into them. So the only thing you can think is to care for it in the way that you would a Vatoan sea creature of a similar construction. But you're not sure if you have any tools to that right now, to do that right now. The other thing that occurs to you with 3 successes is that you have never encountered a non-hostile Hapalock. But if this thing is angry about something else, that's unusual. They're usually very focused on whoever they're trying to kill in the moment.
Can any of you heal?
I cannot necessarily heal, but if you need further assistance to protect yourself, that I can do.
I can try. Are you at all familiar with the makeup of these creatures?
They're like creatures we learned of via the landed that were called legally distinct squid.
I don't think squid is trademarked.
I don't know.
Is there a legal?
Call Merriam-Webster's. We're in trouble. We're in trouble now.
You never know.
That's a cease and desist I didn't expect this year.
Then Yes, I think Essen would like to use his remedy skill, and perhaps with kind of, this is something that he's never encountered before,
Yeah.
but using the Rakin's kind of, the ability to sense the current and the flow of living beings,
Totally.
perhaps with Invictus' help, he might be able to diagnose or heal.
Yeah, I mean, even just some like basic cephalopodian first aid, maybe.
They teach all of that
They
at the
do,
university.
at the
They do,
University
yeah,
of
okay, yeah.
Rock. Okay.
Can
A lot
I-
of colleges
There's
in this
so many
episode.
look, it's
Can Mirren
HBCUs.
Yeah, sure.
Because Mirren has a decent stat in science, so I feel like because that's understanding the natural world and the world around you, that Mirren would be like, okay, well, I don't know what you are, and I'm not quite sure what's happening, but maybe I can figure something out just based on what I understand of the natural.
Yeah, absolutely. Mirren has an action left that you sort of held, so yeah, you can use that to assist. So roll up that pool, and based on that pool, your utility die may be increased. So let's see how well Mirren does.
Do I have any actions left? Do I have anything left?
You moved up and then you...
I mostly spoke. I didn't
Oh,
do
so
it.
then yes, you do.
I'm going to lend D6 as well from Remedy. So you get a...
D6. And how many successes, Mirren?
2.
2. Okay, so your utility die can go up to a D8.
Ooh. That helped.
All right, as Mirren's like, put it there. That's where it's hurt. See that part
Points
that
at the
looks
very
burned?
obvious injury.
Because
and
it's
is like,
burned. I know about burns.
Okay, from
was
that
not my fault.
there is one success.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
All right, end of story. Yeah, all right, so, I mean, it's not a creature like the sea creatures on Vitoa, right? It is its own distinct thing, but you can see where at least it is burned, that much is obvious, right? And so you can sort of try to poultice it. It resists at first, immediately.
I think Essen would approach, if he's approaching the creature and it is not, at that point, actively being antagonistic.
I mean, for a Hapalock, he's not.
That is...
Yeah.
all right.
We're still alive. So
yeah.
there's-
Right, exactly.
Essen would approach with both hands kind of up and out and very slowly on his right hand, he's been sort of wearing this metallic sleeve, and it starts to flow up onto his hand. So he kind of turns his palm over, and essentially his metallic sleeve from the static charge that all Rakeen have is reacting to that. And the particles, sort of like programmable matter, flow onto the Hapalock's tentacle, forming a bit of a poultice bandage. It's essentially cool because there was fire, so it's cold.
The other thing that does is it seals up a little bit of the part of the suit. As you get closer, you realize that the tentacles also were encased in this suit, and it was torn there as well. So that has sort of the double effect of doing a little bit of like a poultice bandage on the tentacle itself, but also sealing that tear in the suit. And you all notice the creature sort of stiffens and freezes for a minute, and all of the lights go a single color and stop flashing. Completely unsurprisingly, you all have done nothing I expected, and I think we can, for at least the moment, listen, it's a Hapalog, but for the moment we can drop initiative so we can see if Daji wants to participate here.
Yeah, he's just been sitting in the back, you know, this is what it is. No, I think he's just been assessing the situation more than anything to see if he needs to perhaps not necessarily put this Hapalock in its place, but demoralize it in a way. But if it seems like the Hapalock has calmed it down a little bit, he will step forward.
Okay.
And seeing what Essen has done, he will say, "We are not your enemies. We are simply here to celebrate. If you would like to celebrate with us, good. If you don't want to do that and cause more harm, then that would be a problem for you. The choice is yours."
Interesting. How about a persuasion pool? or manipulation, I suppose.
Oh, no,
but it sounds
persuasion.
persuasive to me.
100%.
Let's see. Where am I?
Based on that, can Essen help with this persuasive?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Not-
you're right
not
there,
really-
and
not
you've-
really threat, but threat. You know,
Not really threat. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna use another of my talent, which this does only last one scene. That's work together or not at all. And because you know how to get people to work together, I can grant 1d6 bonus to any ally.
Oh, I love that. All right, so add a d6 to your pool, Daji.
Great. Ooh, that is 3 successes.
All right.
3 successes.
All right. Oh, well, there you go. I got 2. So the creature very slowly lowers the tentacle that had the firearm that it used. And the frill of light goes, it was sort of a shocking, like bright yellow that it had stopped at. And it sort of begins to fade to a sort of softer violet almost color. And it very slowly begins to walk backwards away from the 4 of you, tentacles at its side.
I think Daji, seeing this, will look over at the others who are here and say, for now, it is not attempting to hurt us. I believe that is a success.
Now that it's not attempting to kill us, what?
Wait, say that one more time.
Now that it's not attempting to kill us, what?
An attempt to kill us later is better than an attempt to kill us now. So,
I mean, I guess.
If we have time on our side, is what I am getting at.
What does Torch do with Hapalox? Are they
Kill them.
including if they've done nothing to us?
Oh, they've done plenty to us. They usually attack us first.
But this one has not.
That's why I'm not killing it.
Then again, what do we do?
I don't know. This is new.
Do we need to take it home?
No. You've already got a Volca at home.
I'm definitely like petting the.
You have a Volca at home.
Honestly, we all
Not
called
my
this. We all
home.
called this
It's
from him.
true.
It's true. We
Nobody's
did. Yeah.
surprised.
No.
Can I do like a science check on it and see if there's any way like my dealings as a torch agent would help me communicate with it?
Give it a try. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a high
Sure. Oh, boy.
difficulty level because this has never happened, right? It's been a little over a year since the Hapalox first sort of showed themselves to the people of Batoa, and as you told Essen, not once have they ever not been hostile.
At all.
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
Since it uses what it appears to use lights to communicate, would my Volca friend Brescia with glowing be able to? It's not the same.
That's very funny. Interesting. Maybe.
I love that.
Why don't you? Did we give you stats for your Volca?
Yes.
Okay. Can I see them? Listen, it's a new system. I don't have everything memorized yet.
I printed it out, y'all.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fun. Do. What? Listen, I'm still excited by this game. I'm still learning. Yeah. How about, like, I would take either authority or survival from the Volca, and you can add a d4 utility die.
Okay. I got 3 successes.
3 successes. Roll that up and I'll get to you. But Invicta,
Do you want to know what I used?
it sounds like I should, so yes.
I don't know. I scienced it.
Okay.
And I also did information.
Oh, great. Okay. I think what you have been able to glean over the past year, or what Torch has been able to glean and has passed on to you and the crew, is that the colors mean something and the frequency with which they flash means something. You haven't really been able to translate anything specific, but you've gotten sort of moods almost, right? Because we definitely want to compare these terrifying squid creatures to mood rings. It's fine. So you could, if you had access to the right color lights that you could sort of strobe as you needed, you might be able to at least convey we come in peace, or not. I don't know. Maybe it's Invicta. It's hard to say.
Is there any way to mimic the violet light it's putting out?
Perhaps if you find something that might be useful for that. Think about it. Let me see what Mirren has for us.
1 success.
So your Volca just starts like flashing. Just like kind of indiscriminately. There's really only one color going on. And it doesn't upset the Hapalok, but it does sort of seem to mesmerize it for a moment as its big old squid body sort of tilts to the side like a confused dog sort of looking at your Volca. And for the moment, it has at least stopped backing away from you. You're not sure what the Volca's saying.
And I'm just petting like Brushy on the head, like, well done.
Yeah, perfect. I love it.
Good job.
You could certainly look for something that might be able to do that. I mean, there are light fixtures around.
We are at a festival, so
maybe.
Oh,
somebody
is
had
there a string of lights around?
Definitely.
I pull down some string of lights.
Okay.
And start waving it at
Oh, Jesus.
Are you just like doing a wave with your arms?
Yes. I can't really describe the joy it brings me to imagine Invicta, our, let's say, not hesitant to use violence, 7-ish foot tall hyena person, just sort of dancing with some fairy lights at a Hapalok. I kind of love that. Yeah, please.
Clearly, the colors mean something, and while we have not been able to necessarily decipher it now, in history, has there been anything that certain colors are associated with, and can I kind of start cross-referencing?
That's interesting. Give it a try. Let's see how it goes.
What color is it right now?
Right now, it's a sort of greenish color as it looks at the Volca.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I looking for? Listen, I have good dice for this. Just don't do me
You just
wrong.
gotta get 4 or better.
I got utility.
You
I don't think I can use my drum to help with this.
Probably not with this one.
I mean, I could. No. Nor clear. Okay. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that right? Yes. Show me potato salad. 2 successes. 2 successes.
It's. Are we sure?
I couldn't tell if that was a 1 or a 4.
Oh, okay. There are some real basic sort of ideas, right? You probably don't want to use any like bright, warm colors, right? Like maybe let's stay away from reds and yellows.
Fair.
Violet seemed to be a sort of calming color, and that kind of makes sense to you. The other thing that I will say is like, you realize one of the difficulties you're going to have is that almost certainly in historically, creatures that communicate sort of in, not exactly this way, but in similar ways, tend to, if they're looking for color, they tend to probably have vision that can see beyond the sort of typical visual spectrum. So there are other colors, right? You may need to use infrared or ultraviolet to really get a full sort of conversation going.
Okay. Huh. Are there any items in Vutoa, because we have a lot of technological advances in this world, are there any items that I know of that can produce a plethora of colors?
That can produce what?
A plethora of colors.
Yeah, I mean, there are a bunch at this festival, right? There are all kinds of like hollow devices that sort of do light shows and things like that. Laser pointer type things.
Okay, are any of them accessible?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely find some of the places where there are emitters that are set up for the evening for the evening show, the sort of legally distinct illuminations.
Fair. I guess
Consumi Disney.
More importantly, are they all like J-rigged to be like fixtures or anything like handheld?
You could make them handheld.
We about to start ripping things off.
Yeah, listen, this is an emergency. You could, yeah.
You know what? Let's try it.
All right.
I'm going to like point at one of the lights and then look at the tall people.
I have a staff. I can knock things down.
I have a walking stick too, but I think I would break it, or probably break myself before I break it. And I go, what accent am I about to go into? Because it was not where I needed. That light over there, can someone please grab it for me?
Don't look at me, I'm waving.
Yeah, I'm just busy dancing.
Oh, that's
with
right.
her.
Yeah, Essen will, as indicated, will reach up and grab the light fixture. This is what you want.
I have an idea, but I do not know if it's going to work. And as I take the light and I try to like manipulate it, I'm going to try to match the exact same color of the Hapalock.
Okay.
Just to see how it reacts.
Okay. At the moment, it's sort of that confused green, and you can grab Invicta and sort of bring her over to sort of start. You pick a couple of the green lights and just like flash them at the creature, and you manage to match it, and it turns to the two of you with that same sort of bemused look, and then it pulses. That same color doesn't change, but it pulses a little brighter twice as it looks to the two of you. You.
Seeing that it pulses, I'm going to like find something to like block the light and try to make it pulse twice.
Yeah. Invicta?
I suddenly feel like we're in Close Encounters, but yes, I'm going to do the same thing.
I just wish the rest of the crew could see you now trying to talk to us.
Oh no, I'm sure somebody's watching this. Eli is making notes.
Definitely. Yeah, you get it to pulse, and or you flash the lights at it, and it's ever so slight, but it almost looks like it sort of nods to you and continues walking back a little bit faster and begins to climb back into its vessel.
I will look at Invicta and say, I will be honest with you, I have no idea what I just said, but if it does not kill us, then again, this is a success.
This is weird. I've never seen a Hapalock just leave.
Perhaps we were not its target. Perhaps we were just collateral damage.
Damn it. Can we look at the ship to see if it's just to... it's crashed, but is there anything obviously aside from crash damage that looks like damage? Like, did anything damage it before the damage?
So basically, was it
Does it have
damage?
battle damage instead of
Or
crash
a failure, a system failure or damage? Because Invicta already said this is uncommon.
Yeah,
So I'm wondering-
usually when Hapalocks show up, they show up with an agenda and they don't leave until they've killed or captured or whatever they're up to.
So according to you, this is extremely unlikely to have happened in Torch history. This is something new. And at that, Essen's eyes kind of light up. Perhaps their ship simply failed.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
Trajectory, as I've clearly used my ability to kind of think about things falling. Did it land or did it fall?
Oh no, it fell.
How damage?
What a good question. Why don't we all, anyone who wants to look at the ship for signs of damage or anything else, I would take science, I would take investigation, I would take awareness actually for reasons. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
This is fine.
So yeah, pull together your pulls, and then as I come around, let me know what skill you chose, again, for reasons. What?
Don't trust.
Then don't roll awareness.
Ew.
All right. Essen, how'd you do?
No successes.
Okay, any ones?
Nope.
Okay, I don't care what your skill was. No, I do. What skill did you use?
I used awareness.
Okay, great.
Wow.
Amazing. All right, Mirren, how'd you do?
I have 3 successes.
How many?
3.
3, and what was your skill?
Which is most going to help me right now?
Depends on what you want. I mean, they're all going to give you something a little bit different, so you tell me.
Oh, that's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in this case, I'm going to say awareness.
Okay.
Because we're investigating a scene.
Great, love it. Invicta.
3 successes.
Okay, and what was your skill?
I also used awareness.
Loving this. And Daji.
Oh, awareness. I also have 3 successes.
Did you also use awareness?
I used focus.
Thank you. Okay, great. I just needed somebody to use something else.
Wait. Can I change my answer?
Yeah, okay, sure, why not?
Okay, it's investigation.
Okay, all right. Daji, you can see that it's going to take some, like, not insignificant repairs because it looks like some of the, like, engine systems are pretty badly damaged. Mirren, you can see that they are damaged because of what looks like weapons fire. This ship looks like it was in some sort of a firefight before it fell. Invicta, you start looking at the ship to try and figure out any of this information, but something else catches your eye immediately. There is somebody crouched and hidden behind, like on the other side of this fallen ship. How many successes? 3. You can see that you recognize the outfit that they're wearing. It is a full body encasing black outfit with a helmet with a sort of tinted visor that you can't see through. This looks like a person that is hiding behind this on the other side of this Hapalock ship.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God, I'm terrified.
Oh, depending on what you say next, I know what
I'm not going to say anything next. I have given you all your information. Go.
I'm gonna invoke one of my talents.
Oh, no. Yeah,
You know
I know
what
which one. Yeah, go on.
So I've not got a chance to do this on the show. It's called Honor, one-on-one. During battle, the character can select a target for a duel. We're not in battle, but a battle of wits. Both participants are now locked in honorable one-on-one battle with neither able to attack an outside target, though one of them can defend against outside attacks. The landed have caused us no shortage of hassle.
Yeah.
And I just like yell. Wait, do landed speak a different language?
They have been able to understand you all. They have some sort of translator devices that you've seen them use before. So they tend to understand, at least your crew, when your crew has run into them.
I call the landed that I've noticed. You, get out here, face me.
I love it. As this is happening, I think Mirren had something else, and then we'll resolve that.
I was going to ask if,
Yeah.
because Brescia was trying to communicate earlier and was trying to flash, I feel like that would have potentially superheated them again.
Oh, absolutely.
And this would be the moment. But I would just be like, so Mirren is sitting there like patting like Brescia, like now would be good, now would be really good, and like
It's stuck.
pointing at Landon.
It's stuck. Okay, we'll get to it in just a minute. You two, yes.
I don't think I see the landed, but hearing Invicta clearly call out to someone, I think he realizes that there's more afoot. And something inside him almost begins to get excited. You see them start to play their drum.
Ooh, okay.
And they say, well, this is not something I've done in a long time, but if we need to fight and actually win, then let's do this. And I'm prepping something. Nothing's happening just yet.
Okay.
I'm just prepping something ready to tell a certain tale.
Okay. This is wild. So, Mirren, let's start with this Volca. Go ahead and roll a stone attack.
Attack pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. And then, and Invicta, you see that as you call out to this landed, they have one of their weapons at the ready, and they were clearly about to point it at the Hapalock. But hearing you and seeing you, and just the call that you give them is sort of infused with this power. They turn to face you, not quite pointing their weapon at you yet, but they have clearly at least broken off the attack against the Hapalock. Mirren, how'd the vocal do?
I got 2 successes.
Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Yes. What did we say the damage was on those? Oh, it reduces armor, right?
Yes, reduces the target's defense armor by 1.
Okay, great, got it. So yeah, and then just fires out. This one is not like a cat hairball, right? This one is a projectile. And you see the Hapalock sort of stumble and fall into the hatch as this superheated rock goes flying by it and hits the landed that you have just challenged straight in the chest. And you can see a part of this black armor suit that they're wearing sort of begins to sizzle and smoke, and there is a little bit of now a hole in this armor. But you also can see that it begins to sort of close up, almost as if it has some sort of repair technology to it, but it's going to take a minute for it to get that back.
And Mirren's just like, direct hit, well done, we're getting better.
I'm no good.
I can't.
I love it. I love it.
Invicta, what's the plan here?
Oh, I noticed the hole that the Vulcan left in the armor.
Heck yeah.
Thank you for leaving me an opening. And I am going to use skirmish.
Okay.
And
There we go.
and justice, because it can be fairness or vengeance.
Yep.
And
A little bit
I'm
of both.
using.
Can I,
Little
are
column A,
you
little
about to
column B.
attack them?
Yes, absolutely.
As it happens, you see me start to play my drum a little faster, and I say, "That will strike true. That will strike true." And there's suddenly like a rhythm to what he's saying. As I start to use my drum to aid you in this attack, I have to roll against a difficulty of 2, I believe.
I believe that's right.
If I succeed, I'm giving you an additional d6 for your attack roll.
Okay.
So I'm going to make this. Can I argue this is arts? No, this is manipulation.
Did you
sorry.
say art?
No, it's manipulation. It's literally said in the thing. It's manipulation. Great. Listen,
I thought I
perform
picked
it.
one, but I don't remember.
No, yeah, no, we did that. So that, and then I'm using you. I'm using the utility die. I'm not using my talents for this.
You made fun of my Volca puke noise.
That is 2 successes.
Okay, that's what you needed. So Invicta, you feel the rhythm of that drum just sort of egging you on a little bit more. You can add a d6 to your attack pool.
Excellent.
This poor man.
Look, they
Picked the wrong day.
ran up. They
Picked the wrong day.
Truly.
That is only 2 successes.
Oh, okay. What is the damage on your dagger?
My dagger does 4 damage.
Okay, and 2 successes you said?
Oh wait, I messed up my utility die. I rolled 6 instead of 8. So.
Oh, for your dagger, yeah.
Yep. And that still didn't give me enough.
Okay, all right, but still 2 successes, and it's 4 damage each, so that's 8 total damage. And you aim it well, sort of for the edge of where this Volca burned hole is beginning to close up, and so you manage to get a fair bit of here we go, a fair bit of damage through. And it is going to now face off against you, and then I will come to the rest of you. But it is going to face off against you, and sort of surprisingly, it's going to take its rifle that it had and try and hit you in the face with the butt of the rifle.
Oh, that's not going to go well.
No, I don't imagine that it is. But listen, it's a spur of the moment decision. I don't know what to tell you. All right, here we go. Spur of the
About to find out.
Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, you're going to put together a defense pool. So grace or awareness or skirmish is fine also to try and avoid the attack.
Skirmish, because my dagger's a D8. Doing things real time, y'all. I'm going to do justice.
All right.
Ooh, that is 3 of 4 successes.
Okay, so you managed to avoid the butt of the rifle entirely, and he's not super, sort of takes a step back, surprised, and flips the rifle around and uses a second action to try and fire at you, but you're a little close up for this not small rifle that he's got.
So it'll be like XCOM.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Just like that. Uh-huh, that's exactly what I was thinking when I described it. Roll that defense pool again.
Oh, no. Damn it. Ooh, 4 successes out of 4.
Damn, okay, that is a critical success. So you managed to dodge out of the way, and right now you can roll another attack with that dagger for that critical success.
Oh boy. I can put a D6 in here somewhere. All right. That is only one success though, but so 4 more points. No, yep, 4 more points damage.
Just one more. Okay. Yeah, you get right sort of on the edge of where the armor is torn, so it does a bit of damage. All right. How about the rest of you? This situation, we can certainly get into an initiative, but I think we've sort of found a rhythm right now. So what are the rest of you doing? How are we reacting? The Hapalock has fallen into its ship. This landed came out of nowhere. Invicta definitely saw that it was about ready to attack the Hapalock. Essen, what's the reaction here? What's the play?
Essen, since the Hapalock can't understand us, just yells to stay inside.
A little tentacle comes out, thumbs up. Absolutely doesn't
Wait,
happen.
what color was it flashing? We need to write these down because I don't know. Like, come on.
It would kill me if you heard me describe his Hapalocks that way.
And seeing that we actually do now have a proper weapon, an enemy that he understands, it's going to aim his gun at it. The forearm bracelet, once again, like those particles change and they flow into his hand and form a gun that he will now point at the landed, who has unwisely threatened this very tall, dynamic Hyanol. So let's D8 for that. And how do I?
So targeting is what you're going to use for,
Ooh.
that's the one. And then you've got your utility and then pick a value. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. You could tell me why you want to use Revelry.
It is a festival.
It's, well, look, and honestly, Essen is trying to get back to celebrating. This has ruined everyone's day, so I think that maybe Revelry, spreading fun and joy,
Just
and
put a D8.
her eyes lit up when it came time to call out this attack, so maybe he's just helping her celebrate.
I love a one-shot. Go for it.
I need y'all to know all of my highest stats are in arts type of things, and we're fighting. So
not built for this
feel
at
like
all.
I did not expect this much combat.
Nor did I.
I'm sorry,
Wait, what?
how long we've been playing this
Yeah,
game?
it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
That is one success.
Okay, great. And what did we say? Damage 3. Great. It's a good thing that hole hadn't closed up yet. Okay, and the Volca went, but Mirren, would you like to do anything?
Things I did not have
Sorry,
on my
I
list
just
today.
can't with it.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, everyone.
Don't apologize.
How far is this?
It's one distance zone away from you, so you can get to it with an action if
Okay.
you need to.
I can't decide if I'm going to help or hurt by trying to take part in this.
I can't wait to find out.
But you know what? You said one distance, but I have a staff. Do I have to be very close to it?
For that staff, yeah, you'll need to be in the same zone as it to hit with that staff.
Okay. Well, you know what? We're going to try.
Absolutely.
Bruscia, you got this. You got one hit. It's okay. You can do it again.
You can do it. You can do it.
Positive reinforcement.
It's fine.
And moves forward with the staff and takes a swing, trying very intentionally to hit with the lantern because it has been filled with one of the gizzard rocks from Brescia.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm like, now I have to make a pool, don't I?
Yes.
Skirmish it makes the most sense, but if you've got something else you want to talk to him about, that's fine. Brawl is, although you're using a weapon, so brawl isn't quite right.
We'll do skirmish.
Yeah. And then I think we said the staff has I don't know if I said this to you, but it should have a D6 utility if you're using it as a weapon.
You did not, so thanks.
Oh, well, there you go.
And then...
And then a value.
I'm going to go with self, because we're trying to stay alive here. I don't really know much about the landed, because I'm a Batantu, and I've spent a lot of time underground, but I'm like, everybody else is attacking it, so it must be bad.
I mean, yes. You actually have probably heard, I will say, Mirren, since you are a Batantu, and would have been around some of the underground settlements, which of course are not exclusively Batantu, right? There aren't single single culture cities.
Yeah.
There are culture-founded cities. But if you had passed by any of the Batantu-founded cities, underground cities lately, you might have heard a story about how a couple of months ago, some of these landed folk infiltrated one of like a newer research station and injured several researchers there when they were trying to get at something.
Okay. So I'd have a little bit of context. I'd still be a little confused, but I mostly got it.
Yeah, at least the landed you would have heard like Batantu specific stories about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only have one success.
Okay, so that is 3. Yeah, okay, so again, like right as you watch as the technology sort of closes up this hole right after you manage to just sort of jab into it with your pole, and the armor has knitted itself, but you did still get that hit in before this landed got to go again. You all watch as the landed sort of looks around at the 4 of you, looks back to the hatch of the Hapalock ship, sort of shakes his head and takes off running. He said while looking at Invicta, knowing what might happen next.
I mean...
you tell me.
I mean, my day was interrupted. I was having a good time.
He didn't interrupt your day.
He's a landed. He must die.
Okay.
You should not be surprised.
Right?
Wait, can I add on to this too?
By all means.
Oh my God, are you sending the vocal with me?
I feel like we're now about a turn later, and Brescia has another rock ready to go.
This noise.
So if Invicta, whatever action Invicta takes, Brescia will have a parting shot.
Can I do something right before this?
Absolutely, you can.
Stop.
Why is it so accurate? Is what I need to know. Why is it so accurate?
Yeah, honey, I do.
Would you, in this land, would you argue that there are sometimes these portable devices to be like barricades of things that people might use in like dire situations to make sure they have like cover?
Oh yeah, sure.
Great.
You also have well, listen, I don't want to tell you what to do, but you do have kind of a cool talent that could just make whatever you want.
Hello.
Is that what's happening? Love it.
You see that he's playing this this drum, and behind you all, I think he's behind most people right now. There's this low just, and as he begins to continue playing this drum, almost like these particles are starting to form, but they're not forming in front of him. They're forming where this individual is starting to run.
Oh no.
And as I telltale conjuration, I'm going to, I don't know how much this thing cost.
2 is fine, yeah. So just like 1 unit.
Great.
Yeah.
I sacrifice a bit of my social stress as I literally conjure something out of nothing with the melody that I can invoke. And I am intending for him to run into this barrier. 1, so Invicta can get them easily. 2, so he can immediately run
I'm so sorry,
away.
hold on. It's actually...
Okay. But that is my plan.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that he doesn't get away as fast. If anything, he splats into the wall.
Essen, you want a hand on this before these two at him?
Why are they both doing it now?
Everybody wants a little... This is on the internet, y'all.
This is live.
We have
Okay.
made so many mistakes.
Oh wow. Let's see. He was like Essen aimed, and he's running now for the thing, and he's running towards the thing.
It's not gonna go well.
No, it's not. No, I honestly no. At this point,
Just let him have it.
At this point, like now, Essen is honestly leaning really hard into his value of revelry, and you just see him tilt his head back and laugh, like it's just on the verge because he can see it coming.
Yeah, this is
and it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Oh, what's the order here? The wall, and then whatever Invicta's gonna do to cut this man down.
The splat? That's the new cell block tango. That's what that is.
Pop. 6.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Lip shits. All right. No. No, this man wily coyotes into this new barrier that that Daji has put up. Just right, he's sort of looking back, right, realizing that you have challenged him, right. So the odds that you're going to let him get away from this honorable challenge are pretty low, and he recognizes that. So he's looking back at you, and then sort of stumbles on just something on the ground, turns back, and face plants into this wall. So let's check the armor from the. So why don't you? What's the utility die that you're using for this?
It says the pool is 2d8s, 1d6, and 1d4.
Okay, so that D4, switch that out to a D6.
Okay.
Since it just face planted, I know which one. It is a choice.
Some of them have not done well for me tonight, so.
I feel that. None of mine just did. Oh
no. That is one success.
One success. Where is he? Where's his defense? Oh, that's because this is Daji's character sheet. That's why. Here we go.
Yeah, I didn't know what my defense was.
You good?
Honestly, at this point,
Nobody's taking a shot at you guys.
Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so one success. So he hits the wall, right? And since we're going Wile E. Coyote anyway, because what is genre? He sort of peels off and falls backwards and just sort of goes right where he was on the wall and burns a little hole into this wall, but does miss him, unfortunately. But that just means he has a little tiny bit more armor to deflect Invicta's.
I use grace because it is a physical feat. I mean, we've seen nature videos of hyenas.
Sure.
Imagine a 7-foot hyena
I
leaping
would
at
rather
you.
not.
You let me do this. So that would be, she is beauty, she is grace. She's going to stick him in the face.
Well done.
Fair. Wild. Yeah, go for it.
I rolled. It is 4 successes, so my dagger. Hold on, though. My
Tell me
dagger
more.
already does 4 each.
It does. That's 16.
And I am now, because I'm using my dagger, it's extension of my being.
Yes.
So I'm going to roll another d6 to add to that damage.
Correct. Oh boy. What are we at? 16?
That is only a 1.
17.
So 17 damage on this landing.
So, well, I mean, some of it he gets to defense away. Not
Some.
nearly enough, though, I have to tell you. Yeah, not nearly enough, I have to tell you. 17 minus 3 is 14 plus 6 is 20. Yeah. Well, you tell me.
Do I get to kill him?
You do.
Oh. I do like a running...
Don't clap yet. Wait till she describes it. It's going to be awful.
Oh, no.
I think you mean awesome?
That's the same word.
Wait till Sunday. You see Invicta just take like this graceful flying leap, dagger flashing as she just like, she lands and you think she's just gonna like stab him. Oh no, this is like total anime head off in one stroke spray of blood on this electrified fence.
How many heads is Invicta just like lopped off and left behind at this point? Just. Do you
How
keep
long
count?
do we have? Oh, we don't have
Yeah,
time
we don't
to
have time. You're
count
probably
that,
not
yeah.
now.
Can I
We
just
still have a
say,
half hour.
we've said that Invicta was in her comfy clothes. I'm just kind of imagining her in like pajamas doing this.
Toe beans flashing.
Oh, claws come out, she's mad.
Incredible, incredible. Yeah, and he just drops. The Hapalock has sort of put out a few more tentacles to pull itself out. So just sort of the top half of its, I gotta come up with body words for these creatures. Torso, I guess.
Sure.
Sure.
Thorax.
Is sort of watching this whole thing, and as it sees Invicta finish off this creature, it sort of begins to flash. Daji, since you have a little bit of familiarity with what the colors might mean, it seems to be sort of like sort of celebratory, right? It's almost like those string of fairy lights that Invicta had before. It's just a bunch of colors, mostly in sort of cooler hues, that just sort of looks celebratory.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I do. And I look over at Invicta and everyone over there. Well, he does not have an enemy anymore, so I think it is excited.
Wait, I just saved a Hapalock. What is happening?
We call this growth.
And
She doesn't even know the half of it.
Wow. I just met you and I don't like you.
Do not worry, I have heard this multiple times throughout my life.
And I turn and look at the Haplock, like, go, before I change my mind.
And whether or not it understands every word that you have said, you see it sort of horribly scramble out and go back to the engine area that you all noticed was damaged. And it sort of begins very quickly to make makeshift repairs, but like remarkably competent and fast and effective repairs in a way that, if anyone is thinking too hard about the fact that these are creatures that are currently kind of at war with Vitoa, it's not the best to see them be able to repair themselves and their ships so easily, but anyway, here we are. And just a few minutes later, it scrambles back into the hatch, and the hatch is beginning to close, and a little tentacle comes out, and it's got some frills on it, and it just sort of pulses a light blue a few times at you all, and then
I'm going to notate this because I think it means thank you. Yeah. I could be wrong. It could be like I'm coming back to kill you. But
And
for
we're
me,
just
it
like
means
waving,
thank
like safe travels.
So sweet. And the ship begins to rumble and manages to lift off and then takes flight. You all notice, though, you remember where it came from, and you can see Haplock and landed ships, even here, because they're in pretty low orbit. This ship doesn't seem to be going to rejoin the rest of the Haplock fleet. It sort of takes its heads up and then sort of takes off in the opposite direction, and you watch it until it's out of sight, but it's not going in the direction of any of the Haplock ships currently visible in orbit.
It's going on vacation because it's tired.
It's like, listen, I earned this. There's a moment of silence, and then cheers erupt. And you see people from the festival who have been sort of hiding in the various shelters, have been watching through cracked doors and little windows and things like that, and they all begin to file back out into the square, cheering and applauding. It's not clear if they're cheering because you saved them or because they thought it was a show, but they're very excited.
You're just like, well done, everyone. Okay, like, does the festival start again now?
And everyone seems to be sort of beginning to celebrate. They're remarkably resilient, Vitoans, and they're sort of are going back to their celebrations as far as you can tell.
I was going to say that I think seeing that they're cheering excited, but there's still a level of, was this real or was that part of a performance or whatever? And he's just going to hit his drums very hard and go, come out everyone, that is our show for today. Get back to celebration. We are here to celebrate, what is this thing called again? Foundation Day. Foundling Day.
Yes, close enough.
With the intent of making sure they didn't realize what actually just happened.
Yeah, do a manipulation pool for me. I mean, some of them are already very willing to either believe you or just not believe the reality of what happened.
Fair.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
easier that way.
But there are some people who are sort of eyeing you. Let's see how convincing you are.
I'm gonna be very excited and joyous and fun and hitting my drum as I use revelry for this.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. You said manipulation. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 successes.
Yeah, all right. So everyone, at least in the general vicinity, seems very willing to accept that this was a unique Foundation Day. What? I've lost the name. A unique Foundation Day new tradition. Of course, they're going to expect the four of you to come back every year now and reenact it. But there we are. As the revels start up again, Invicta, you hear a familiar voice from a little ways off coming towards you and saying, Invicta, that was incredibly impressive. And Major Rafia, your superior at Torch, a Mansagene woman with a cracked faceplate who's been around the block several times, comes out and congratulates you and says, the four of you were incredible. incredibly impressive. You even managed to convince the people here that there was nothing amiss. Why can't your crew do that?
All right, Rafia, you want another crack in the faceplate?
She sort of stands up a little straighter, takes her collar and like adjusts where her rank pips are, sort of thing.
I know your rank. I'm aware.
She says,
"This is my day off."
She says, I was actually trying to compliment you, but here we are.
You failed. I know as a Monsagani that is a foreign concept to you, Major Rafia.
We fail often, Invicta. We all do. But I congratulate the four of you. You three do not recognize you here. You are not, I believe, Eve agents of Torch.
I am too old for this stuff.
She sort of nods sagely at you as if to say, yeah, me too.
I was simply coming because I wanted to see Foundation Day.
Do I need to pay for that flower bed?
Another one sets ablaze.
She's a sweet girl, but I think she and her Volca need some training.
Perhaps we can provide that. And no, you don't need to pay for the flower bed. I think Torch may have a place for you if you are interested. Doesn't necessarily have to be quite as dangerous as today was. But all of you, and she looks to you and sort of nods very clearly like she will not be offended if you do not take this offer, could use level-headed, capable individuals like yourselves in these trying, and she looks up to the landed ships and the hack block ships, times. Forgive me. It is time to run into the mic. It is Foundation Day, and we should celebrate. Come. And she will lead you all to sort of all of the VIP sections of the festival for the rest of the day. Of course, she sort of continues to watch you all as if to judge your skills and determine your abilities so that Torch may hopefully make use of them one day. But we've got some time left because you all absolutely decimated that poor landed man much faster than I expected. So why don't we talk a little bit about how you all celebrate the rest of Foundation Day? Take a little bit of license and tell me what some of the celebrations that you all participate in look like here on the island. The first thing that Rafia takes you to is a presentation in the center of the area, right next to the fountain, at the center of the island. And it's very Rafia. It's a display of new weaponry that has been developed to try and combat the Hapalocks. And she brings you over and she immediately gets self-conscious about the purpose of these weapons based on the fact that you all just actively didn't kill a Hapalock. And she said, well, it will be an impressive display nonetheless. And sort of gives you all front row seats for that demonstration. What else do you all do during your Foundation Day? Invicta, what food do you find that you absolutely must share with the crew later?
Ooh, I find steaks, but they're made of artificially bred animals. No, we're not hunting the native creatures of Utoa because, you know, she is very proud of this invention of tasty meat that does not have to come at the expense of animal life. And also, she eventually finds her Solansi, and they make a lovely mint cheesecake for them.
Ooh.
And of course, because it's me, she has found an herbal treat infused whiskey that is only found
Just
in
all of the
Holland.
things. I love it.
Look, it was a hard day. She was minding her business. She's now she's gotten cleaned up, hopefully.
Yeah, sure. Rifia could sort of take you inside and give you all a chance to do that. Yeah.
So she shares the tasty food. Now it's my turn at the mic. The tasty foods of Hollands, and just for fun, for some reason, her parents are there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they were there the whole time.
Oh, no.
And they actually
no.
they showed up with Major Rafia and just sort
Oh.
of sat back and let her talk her thing, and then
Oh,
they came
no.
over and said hello to you with sort of sly smiles.
My mom is gonna sass me later, isn't she?
Listen, you recently found out that your parents have experience with like black ops, so there's no telling what they're gonna say to you later.
Well, I mean, more for sassing my commanding officer.
Who else has got the next Foundation Day activity?
Come on.
In the food theme,
Yeah, please.
Mirren has been going around visiting different food stalls and what have you, and trying things, and also feeding things to Prussia, the Volca,
Absolutely.
and has found
Yeah, he's running out of rocks, I gotta say. He's gonna have to eat some of them rocks again.
they've been picking up like little bits of along
Yes.
the way, like just
Yep.
just bits of the pathways are sort of disappearing in bites.
Oh, no. Rafia is like, we'll get maintenance on that. It's fine.
But has found that they both happen to love gush puppies.
Oh, tell us about Gush Puppies, Mirren. These are a season 2 special, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. How much do you remember about them?
Cheese
Uh-huh.
and hush puppies, but cheese.
Uh-huh.
More cheese.
Uh-huh.
And Akimba loved them.
And yeah, they're sort of, they're like fried hush puppy shells with cheese and so much cheese inside that it's a bit like a gusher when you bite into it.
I feel like this was a test.
You passed.
What do you remember? And while eating them, also passing them to like Brescia too. Oh, this will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that cheese is hot, but yeah, absolutely. Daji Essen?
I think keeping in the food theme only slightly.
Yeah.
Only slightly.
Listen,
And I'll get
Motherlands is
into
all
that.
about food if the last 4 seasons are anything to say about it.
Well, it's really not. So I think the next the founders, the foundation found from
Yeah, it's
whatever.
okay, I lost it too.
The next activity is a special retelling of when the Muselians first came.
Yeah, cool.
And like an interpretive dance. It's not even theatrical. It's more. There's a tribalness to it as they use their bodies to almost make these tableaus of what is going on. And there's the drum corps now taking up smaller drums and kind of just keeping beat. And it's a really cool moment.
Yeah.
However, Daji's not there.
Okay.
Daji
Wait, what?
has taken some small vegetables and cut them and put them on his eyes, and he's taking a nap. Because he's
We love
too
a
old
small
for
bit.
this.
Just like in the middle of the...
And he's seen
in a flower bed.
He has seen this performance too much, and honestly, that's an understudy, and we love understudies. However, he doesn't need to see this right now.
I tell that understudy.
So he's gonna nap while this happens, and then once it's done, it's when he'll wake back up and join the group.
Incredible. I love it.
So you need-
Essen, what's our final activity for Foundation Day?
Essen has, after wandering around and absolutely tasting things, Essen has noticed that children keep coming up to, small children keep coming up to him and kind of pulling on his cloak, and turns around at first, and they're just like staring like wide-eyed, and he starts doing this with his hands, and they kind of shriek back, and then he's like, no, that one was our friend. And if they kind of lean in for a hug, he will again form, from those particles, he will form like a little medallion that kind of resembles let's say for this legally distinct torch symbol, and give each of them a little pendant if they can remember that sometimes when you encounter something strange, you should treat it with kindness first. And then kick its ass if it needs be.
That's what it says on the flip side.
Yeah, that's the other side of the pendant.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it isn't long before you see like knockoff Essen medallions being like passed around, and they're now like the souvenir of this year's Foundation Day. And as this final day of Foundation Day comes to a close, You all are invited into Torch headquarters. The rest of your crew is there. They watched as what they could. They weren't able to get out to help you all, but they, of course, give you a real hard time for not killing the Hapalock, but also compliment you.
I give them a hard time in return for dragging me out of my house.
But aren't you glad we did?
No.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
The three of you that joined in on today's adventure are offered positions with Torch should you so decide to take them, which of course you don't have to decide right now. But that is the thing that is offered to you. And that's it for our Foundation Day one-shot of Into the Motherlands. Thank you all, especially for going with me at the end. One of the things I love about, about the way that the show has been going and the way that at least you and I sort of feel about the system and the way that we tell stories in this world is that there is lots and lots of space, right, for things about, for exploring, right? And exploring for us means so many different things. It definitely means going to different planets and moons and seeing new creatures and things. It means finding new places and new things on Vitoa itself. But it also, for us, as we were sort of planning the seasons and working on the book, it also means exploring interpersonal relationships. It means feeling like the players also have some ownership over this setting. So creating foods, creating events for the festival, exploring what that means as you're playing out these scenes. And so thank you, because I did not warn any of you that I was going to do that, but I appreciate it. And it's fun, and now we know a little bit more about what Foundation Day might look like in the Motherland. So thank you. Let's go around and let everybody know who you are, remind them who you played, where they can find you this weekend if you've got more panels or games, and then, of course, how they can find and support you on the internet. Should we start with you, Omega?
Of course. Hello again. My name is Omega Jones, also known as the Critical Bard. He, they pronouns. I am a professional actor and vocalist from the Midwest. Also a tabletop designer. I actually am very happy today because I designed the Bitantu culture and the griot profession. So that was really cool to get see that out and about. As far as the rest of PAX goes, tomorrow at 7:30, I have a panel that I am moderating on what it means to be a bard, because a lot of people don't understand what the class really is and why it exists. So that's going to be a really good time. That's going to be in Leviathan. Aside from that, I do way too much. Just look at all my socials at Critical Bard and not on Tumblr. And not on Mastodon.
That was very specific.
Very specific.
Yes. That's me.
Great.
Hi, I'm Brian Gray, aka Urban Bohemian, pretty much everywhere on the internet except for TikTok, and I've already gone over why I'm mad about that. Let's see, I'm really happy to be here with these folks, and this is the first time I'm playing Motherlands, and it's really nice. Even if I still have to do I invoice you for doing the intro again tonight? Yeah. You can see me tomorrow in Leviathan at 4:30. We're gonna do how to take people's money and give it to charity, and then on Sunday you can catch me in the main theater with these awesome folks doing Rivals at 1 p.m. Otherwise, catch me around and say hi.
Hi, I'm Cypher, also Tanya on occasion. At PAX tomorrow, for those of you that are a bit more advanced freelancers, I'll be doing Freelance 301 with Brian Cortijo in the moderator seat. I think Lauren Urban is somewhere in the audience. Lauren's on this panel. That is Leviathan, so basically you have to go to Narnia and take a left and go to Avernus, because...
legally distinct Narnia and legally distinct Avernus.
You know, you get the reference. We're a bunch of nerds at a tabletop convention. And then 1 p.m. next door in main stage, I'll be DMing first time on the main stage at PAX, season 14 of Rivals with Eugenio, Brian, Masood, who I think is somewhere around here, and Latia and Sharif. And we'll be having a regular episode at our regular time from PAX. And then I'm going to go sleep.
And hello, I'm Mandy. I've played Mirren, our Batantu Packmaster, and you can find me around the internet as LadyLuck34. I'm usually lurking and causing chaos for these individuals, but I also do stream as a content creator as well, doing variety content from video games to crafting like sewing and crochet. And I have nothing else planned here except for to cause chaos.
Yeah.
So I think I'm winning so far.
Oh, really?
And I am Eugenio Vargas. You can find me on the internet at DM JazzyHands. As Tanya and Brian have said, I'll be at Rivals on Sunday at 1 over next door in the main theater. Other than that, I'll just be wandering around the con. Please feel free to say hi, stop me and say hello. We have 2 more episodes of this season of Into the Motherlands. If you enjoyed what you saw today, there are 40 other backlog episodes you could go back to season 1 and watch from the beginning. It's sort of I think it's interesting to watch from the beginning because we've been developing this system and this lore and this setting all the way through since the beginning. And as pieces have fallen into place, we've taken stuff from the streams. We've had an incredible team of developers writing the book and writing the setting as we go. So you can sort of watch the whole thing take shape from season 1 if you want to go back and check that out. I believe the VODs are on your YouTube or the Motherland. But yeah, so you can check out Cypher's YouTube and find the playlists there. We have 2 more episodes of this season. The crew has, Invicta and her crew have been jaunting around through mysterious portals and facing really awful creatures. And there's a mystery about where these creatures came from and why you're finding them on Vitoa. So come hang out with us. Our shows are on Wednesday evenings at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, twitch.tv/cypheroftyer. And that's been us. Thank you all so much, you all. Please be safe. Have a wonderful rest of your PAX. Good night.